Guess you thought that I'd be wiped out, sat alone with the lights out, crying every night for you, breaking myself into two. Guess you thought that I'd be on my knees, put up a fight, working on my plea, trying to get back to you. Guess you didn't have a clue. I've been watching you from afar, test my patience, play with my heart. I've connected all of the dots. I'm already gone. I've been ready, waiting for the fall. Got there early. I've been ready, ready all along. Are you ready? I'm ready. I've been ready, waiting for the fall. Got there early. I've been ready, ready all along. Are you ready? I'm ready. Funny how you still think of me. You pulled the plug and I was happy to leave. What did you want me to do? Guess you didn't think that through. I've been watching you from afar, test my patience, play with my heart. I've connected all of the dots. I'm already gone. I've been ready, waiting for the fall. Got there early. I've been ready, ready all along. Are you ready? I'm ready. I've been ready, waiting for the fall. Got there early. I've been ready, ready all along. Are you ready? I'm ready.
Where did all go wrong? When did I stop being what you needed? What you needed? Where did it fall apart? How was I so blind that I couldn't see it? I couldn't see it. Don't lose the little bit of feeling. My heart will keep on beating for you. I can see it clearing, and I will keep believing. I'm running through a minefield, shooting in the dark, chasing every shadow to find out where you are. I know we weren't perfect, don't know where to start, but I'd climb every mountain to get to where you are. Get to where you are. Get to where you are. Where'd you have to go? Was it everything you thought you wanted? You thought you wanted. Now what is there to show from everything we built? 'Cause now I'm haunted. 'Cause now I'm haunted. Don't lose the little bit of feeling. My heart will keep on beating.
Welcome to Brawlhalla.
And welcome, everybody, to the North American Winter Championship Singles Edition. This is the final tournament for our 1v1 Winter Championship weekend here. It's been a great weekend so far. We started on Friday with SEA, and then we moved on to Middle East. And then on Saturday, of course, we had Europe, followed by South America. And now we are ending things off with North America right here. You might have seen the Winter Olympics on TV, but the real Winter Games are here in the Brawlhalla Arena. Welcome to the Winter Championships.
Hello.
I'm glad we cut away from that. I was getting a little nauseous.
Okay.
But
I'm Slow Motion. This is Duke. You already heard from Sparky. This is the North American pre-show, and we're going to talk about some Brawlhalla.
yeah, we're going to talk about some Brawlhalla, talk about some players, talk about what's going on, and maybe even talk to some players about Brawlhalla.
That will be interesting.
So we're going to start things off with a Brawlhalla news. Everything that is going on in the world of Brawlhalla right now that you need to be paying attention to so we can get those graphics up for everything to come in. We have drops currently going on right now on Twitch television for everybody that's watching this stream, the Pro Brawlhalla stream, and then also the Brawlhalla partnered creators. You can see that going through February 19th through February 24th. So there's some time on that one. Don't you worry. For 1 hour, you get the Hattori emoji. For 3 hours, you get the Out for Revenge title. I know a lot of people are out for revenge on the Winter Championship after BCX and after the offseason. 5 hours get you the Neo City Sword, and of course 7 hours gets you the Chell skin for Tesca. We already saw some great Tesca gameplay this weekend just alone. I know we're going to see some in doubles as well. I know a lot of people out there either playing Tesca or swapping potentially to Tesca, so make sure to keep your eyes on the stream so you can earn that Chell skin for yourself.
Well, not just drops. We also, the Winter Championship bundle is also dropped. One of the best, no, we're talking about community. Sorry. Take a look at the community tournaments here. Of course, all through the month of March, you see Brawl League, NSIG, Galaxy Cup, SIB, and Estasal. Of course, some more events there towards the bottom. So make sure you guys get signed up for your region and help support these community events.
And don't worry if you didn't screenshot this or you're not super paying attention right now. Maybe you're in the other room doing something. There is the esports tab. When you launch the game, the first thing you see on the main menu in the bottom right of your screen is going to be that esports tab. So make sure to go there if you have any questions about esports whatsoever. And make sure that you sign up now for the Winter Championship doubles. That's happening next week. Make sure to grab a friend and jump into the queue this week to prepare for tournament next week, February 20th through March 1st. Of course, we started with the singles. That's what we're doing right now, and we got doubles next week. So don't miss it. Don't wait to sign up and be like, oh, shucks, I missed it. Grab your friends, get in the queue, and sign up.
Absolutely.
Well, like you were saying, there's also the Winter Championship bundle that you can pick up now by, just opening up the game. Actually, I think you can get it at the Steam store. Is that right? Yeah. Make sure you pick that up. I know a lot of times people will miss a bundle, and then they'll go, oh, man, why couldn't I get the Fall Scythe? And now the new one is not quite as cool as the one that I wanted. So if you're interested, make sure you pick it up. It's also a really good deal if you're a fan of getting Mammoth coins because it's, I think, a lot better efficiently to get.
It's like 300 Mammoth coins, I believe.
That's definitely going to be a classic scythe that in the future there are going to be thousands and thousands, if not more, players that are going to be like, man, I really wish I had the chance to get that scythe. That is clearly one of the best scythe skins in the entire game. Whether you're a scythe head or not, definitely pick that one up. Grab yourself some Mammoth coins for an incredible value. But that's not all we're talking about today on the pre-show. We're going to be moving on now into our prospective, where we're talking to a professional player from another region to kind of get their views on what's going to be happening today and how they feel about North America currently. Welcome to the broadcast. Welcome to the pre-show, Wesley from South America.
Hi, everybody. Hi, Spark. Hi, Duke. Hi, Slow Motion.
Hi, Wes.
Go ahead.
I know we asked yesterday about our pros perspective on some things that are happening in the game. So we want to ask you as well, what's your perspective on the upcoming potential dexterity rework as well as the snap dash changes?
So I play the game since almost the start. So the dex change is just something every player wanted for a while, because every time you join the stream, you'll see like a low dex character on screen probably, and like someone using stances to take off dexterity. So this change, it is really good. So it is a really good. It is just so great for dex. There is some like really niche characters like Vrax, like Cassidy, like Linfei that has some stuff, that others doesn't have. Like Lance, you have the Vrax, D-Light, N-Light. The Cast, you have a lot of true combos. Linfei, you also have a lot of true combos. So these changes to decks are just great. I really hope that we get more dex stuff in the future, and I think that's all about decks.
And as for the Snapdash updates, everybody's been talking. That's been the heated moment on everybody's mind currently. It's the Snapdash changes. What do you think the Snapdash changes mean for the way that Brawlhalla will be played going forward?
So since 2023, like everyone just started to spam dash, and for some weapons like sword, like D-Light on sword, D-Light on boots, the landing attacks on Brawlhalla, they just became so weak. Like you don't see people catching landings anymore because it's so hard. It's just so hard to catch landings with the new Snapdash. So with this change, I think grounded play will be way better. Like right now, in my opinion, our aerial gameplay is just way better than grounded. Like you see, Used, 2-time world champion, he jumps a lot. You know, you don't see him grounded that much. So this change, I think, will impact a lot on the gameplay of everyone. So I also think it's a great change. I know some people doesn't like it because the game will feel a bit slower, because like you can just snap dash around and do cool stuff like with movement. It is cool, but I think it's just better for the game to be a bit slower than it is right now.
So here's a question I had for you, and you specifically, since we have you here, is we are currently in a Qatar meta right now, according to a lot of people. I would tend to agree with that as well. I think it's one of the best weapons in the game. You specifically said you've been working on a Vrax, and you were doing really well against Qatar players in the bracket yesterday with that Vrax. What is it specifically about Vrax that made you make that decision as like, this is my counter to Qatars?
Qatars have a lot of like just N-Light, D-Light, you have a lot of attacks that hit like so close to you, and Vrax just denies all of that. Every player that runs against a Vrax will like run as much as they can. You know, they will be. So I just created this space with Lance that against Qatar's players they would have to run for me, and I actually did it. Like I lost to a Qatar's player in winners, but I did beat Lopez that was playing Qatar's in losers, and after like Qatar's disappeared from my bracket, I just played Tesca again. Like I played Typh and Van, who were not playing Qatar's, and I just got back to the Tesca, and it worked for Typh, but it didn't work for Van, which is fine. But yeah, Qatar's right now it is really good. I think we probably will have at least in top 3 Qatar's in NA, I believe.
So speaking of the top 3, I think that's a fantastic transition to the next thing we wanted to ask from you is, who are the top players that you think we need to be looking at today for the North American broadcast?
I think I have like this top 3 in mind that maybe it's everyone's, I don't know, but like Marimoo for sure, one of those. He's just the world champ. He will adapt to the Scythe and Gauntlets changes. Maybe he's playing Qatar, so I don't know. I have no idea. But I think Marimoo will be on top 3 for sure. Balloon Boy, obviously, like he's just so consistent. He's like one of my favorite players to watch. He's just so good with his movement, and his legend pool is fun to watch. And since we're on Qatar's meta, I think Guichabou will play really well today. I think this is the top 3: Guichabou, Balloon Boy, and Marimoo.
So I think the only one I'm really curious about in that top 3, I think pretty much everyone would agree that Marimoo on top, then Balloon Boy, is who is going to be that rotating potential third player for North America. I think you're definitely right pointing on something with Guichabou. That was the sort of the initial one that I had in my mind, and then I spoke with Guichabou a little bit about how he was feeling going into this tournament, and it seemed like he was back to being in sort of a legend identity crisis again, where like he felt the spear changes really hurt Queen Nai specifically in 1v1s. He doesn't like playing that Legend in 1v1s anymore. He may still lead with that today, so he's potentially looking at the Lin Fei. And then he also mentioned how he's been mostly practicing 2s and focusing on 2s because he has a new 2v2 teammate, and so he really has to hit the ground running and build up that synergy, not necessarily from nothing, but he has to work on a lot more than that synergy he's been able to have with his previous teammates. So that's where I'm a little bit up in the air on Guichabou, but I think absolutely he could easily be the third placer here for sure.
Yeah, I believe he can do really well. Like, a lot of players that are picking up Katars right now are focusing on playing Katars and having like this secondary weapon that can help them like get KOs. So or like just a comfort weapon, like we saw used yesterday on Bow, because he used to play Bow like with Vector. And then I really think Guichabou, if he's playing Nai, it is a great pick, because a Katar and Sig on Queen Nai is just really good. It kills very early, so he doesn't need to rely on the other weapon to kill that much.
So are there any other players that you're really looking at? I know a lot of people are maybe not necessarily thinking about Stingray for this tournament, but I spoke with him and he was like, yeah, for Winter Championships, I'm just kind of playing like a random character, seeing what works for me, seeing what kind of feels good, and then like when Rupture's legal, he's going to be going Rupture mode. So who are some of the other players? You got stuff to say about Stingray for sure.
No, yeah, Stingray, like, to be honest, I would just hope that he wins the whole thing, you know, but he's a really smart player. Like, we saw that he played Bryn at BCX. Like, no one was looking at Bryn, and he just top forward. And I think he has something in plan. Like, he wants to play Rupture. I want to play Rupture too, but we just need to wait. But I think, like, if I want to cheer for someone this tournament, is Stingray. I really hope he does well. And for other players, I have to put Magdi on top of those players too, because I just watched a lot of highlights he did with Katars. He's also playing Qatar, so it is really strong right now. And the two great third players I think are going to play really well today too. It's Brawlhalla and Rutsme. Yeah, Brawlhalla and Rutsme. I really think the top 8 in NA, it's really stacked, but I think both of them can top 8 with Greatsword.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with you. I think Rutsme is certainly a person to look at. It's going to be interesting to see how he handles like the pressure of this year, now that he's like a top 8 player consistently. He's in that top 8 PR for North America. So we'll see how he is going into this year. He's already accomplished like some of the major goals he set for himself in the past. So now he has to make those new goals, and now that's what he's reaching for this year. But I'm really glad you brought up Megdi, because my eyes are on Megdi as well. Obviously, because he has all of the experience from all of the years of gameplay he's had. But I talked to him this morning, and I was like, Megdi, how are we feeling? Does Megdi pop off today? And he was like, I would bet on me. And I heard that confidence. I'm feeling good about that confidence. I've seen the clips, the exact clips that you're talking about as well. So I have a lot of confidence in Megdi to do really well here.
A shout out to Flower and Impala on the
Yep,
the
that was a great clip.
clips too. Great casting by them. It's just so funny. Like, I honestly, I watched the clips like one time a day, you know, because it's just so
All right, Wes, do you have any other thoughts that you want to leave us with here?
I think there's one player missing top 8. I think I said 7, so I'll just like try to get the full top 8. I'm going to say Darwin, because I think it's funny.
Well, since we're talking about Darwin here for a second, I would love to know, before we let you go, hopefully we're not running out of time here, is I want to go back to that set that you had with Darwin at BCX. It was a historic set, an incredibly entertaining set. Obviously, the drama between you two was amazing. It was fantastic to watch. I'm glad I got to do commentary for it. That was a real treat, so thank you very much for that. But specifically, I want to know how you felt. Let's see. I had 3 points that I wanted to know exactly what was going through your mind. So I want to know how you felt in Game 5 when you stole his second stock after he overcommitted off stage with the D-Sig, and you basically gimped him in white. I want to know how it felt when he was hitting huge scythe strings on you on last stock, bringing it back to red, and it felt like he was going to clutch it out. And then I want to know how it felt to hit the boots recovery and win the game.
Okay, so when he SD'd, I was like, okay, the game is done. And that's where I did like the wrong mentality. I was like, I just went too confident on him, and he just destroyed me on scythe, like the second and third stock. And like when I hit the recovery, like to be honest, I wasn't expecting to win after like he got me off stage and I had no options to go back, and he missed like a downer, and I was so nervous. Like, he missed that. I'm back on stage. Like, what is happening? Like, everyone is at red HP. Like, I had no idea what was happening, and it was just like a lucky recovery. I got a KO. I pointed at him. Laughed. That's the story. Like, I was really nervous when he got me off stage on Scythe, but it was a fun set. I don't know if he had fun, but I had a lot of fun.
I certainly had fun watching it. Gentlemen, do y'all have any other questions for Mr. Wesley before we let him go?
No, not really. Great job yesterday, and thanks for coming and hang out with us.
Where can we find you? Like all the places on your socials and all that. Where can we look at you if we want to see more Wes?
It's there. Like,
perfect. You can see it on the screen. It's at Wesley Jean. The A in Jean is a 4. WSLEYJE4. And thank you so much for joining us here on the pre-show, Wesley. We'll let you have the rest of your day. Thank you, brother.
Bye-bye.
That was insightful.
Yeah,
that was great. Love talking to Wes.
So intelligent.
Is.
Like, you say that like it's a surprise.
No, I always like talking to Wes because Wes comes to America very often. Like when we're having the Royales, he would often be one of the people to come. And I always like talking to Wes, and he's just a fun person.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, we do have one more player that we want to talk about. Talked about it a little bit while we were talking to Wes. Flower. I know some of y'all have Flower in your predictions, so I want to hear what you have to say about this young gamer.
Yeah, I think it's mostly me who has eyes on Flower. Kind of you mentioned like the top 2 spots almost assuredly are Marimoo and Balloon Boy, but it's Winter Championship, you never know. But that 3rd spot, that's kind of where there's this question mark. And for me, I think about like who am I seeing the most? Like who has kind of like cut through all of the just noise that is social media and made it onto my timeline, and that's Flower. I've been watching his hammer clips show up on my timeline. Also, he DM'd me yesterday, which just immediately makes me want to support him as a person. And I've always enjoyed Flower, so I'm excited to see what he does. Obviously, we've been talking about like Bo's doing really well this weekend. Hammer has been in a really good spot, especially High Dex Hammer. So I think he's comfy. He's not really like the person who the meta shifted towards, but he's someone who's just kind of survived the meta shifts.
I think one thing, since I was talking to a bunch of different players, is one of the things that he mentioned that I didn't really see from a lot of other people was he was talking about how much he's been working on the mental, specifically the mental during the offseason. Like some people are like, yeah, I'm chilling, I'm having fun, I'm relaxing, it's the offseason, that's what you're supposed to do. And then like, oh, some people are saying, I practice, but maybe I should have practiced a little bit more, or I've been grinding so much in the offseason playing with a bunch of different people. But specifically, he was talking about how he's been working on the mental, working on the focus, working on keeping himself like zoned in on everything, specifically taking inspiration from the words of Alex Honnold, the famous free solo climber. He's the guy who climbed Chinese Taipei and also he free soloed El Capitan. So yeah, someone who really needs to be locked in or else they end up getting knocked out. Right. That's someone you want to listen to when you're in a high pressure situation. So he's been watching a bunch of interviews with him and really trying to internalize the things that help Alex Honnold focus in those really high stress situations.
Very interesting.
Yeah, that is, like you said, a very good person to look to for inspiration. I always like it when players kind of look to other things. Like that's what used to happen back in the days. Like I think Boomy would talk about the tennis book or whatever it was.
The inner game of tennis.
Yeah.
All right, it looks like we're going to be moving on really quickly here over to our predictions before we can get into the matches that we are all itching to see. Who goes first? I believe it is going to be Duke. We want your predictions first. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. It's slow motion.
Me and Wes were actually sharing a brain.
Okay.
I had Balloon Boy, Marimoo, Guichabou as my top 3.
In that order.
In that exact order.
In my predictions, I have in 3rd place, I'm a Meg D believer. I think he's going to be going out huge today. He's confident in him. I'm confident in him. A lot of the other players I talk to are confident in him. I think the meta is confident in him. In 2nd place, it's going to be Balloon Boy. I know he is finally ready, potentially finally ready. I know mentally he's ready to get that championship gold and reach total victory, but it's going to be probably shut down by Marimoo, the player who has destroyed him in bracket over and over and over. They have not fought each other in a tournament where Balloon Boy has come out on top since Autumn Royale 2024. So more than a year of competition where every time they face each other, Marimoo comes out on top. There have been times when it have been close, but he's never been able to achieve total victory. Marimoo has always been standing in the way. It's seemingly the eternal and unclimbable roadblock. Let's see if Balloon Boy has what it takes to, in his words, lock in and finally not get second.
He said he's really good at getting second, and I think he's also going to get second. I put Flower as my third place. There's a lot of people who are higher seeded than Flower, but I think a lot of that was people performing really, really well at BCX, and they don't really have like kind of the history that I was comfortable looking at. So that's why I put Flower up there. And then, of course, I put Balloon Boy in that second place spot, and you can't not have the world championship world champion at number 1. So, of course, I put Marimoo in that gold medal spot.
Alrighty, I believe that's pretty much going to do it here for the pre-show. Thank you so much for tuning in. Here is a look at what we have coming up right after the short break. The sets that we have coming up, it's going to be Balloon Boy versus Seeing Shade. Shout out to Shade for making it this deep in the bracket. PR19, solid performance at BCX as well. Right after that will be Stingray versus Rise, so it won't take long whatsoever to see that Stingray gameplay that so many people are looking for. And Rise, who we typically know for 2v2s, but also a solid 1v1 player, a top 16 player in North America as well, looking to prove himself against a very tough opponent. Then we're going to have a Marimoo set, and then right after that, we are going to have Guichabou versus Flower. This is one I'm really looking forward to because I want to know, specifically working on the mental, how is Flower going to do when he runs into a Qatar player? Not just any Qatar player, but probably the best Qatar player in North America. I'm really looking to that set to be the indicator of how successful was he on the things he was working in on the offseason.
Okay, but like you said, we are going to take a short break. When we come back, we will be bringing you the North American Winter Championship singles. As he said, there's some really good sets on the way, so you don't want to miss it. Hurry up, go to the restroom, grab your snacks, and be back, because we'll be back with North America in just a little bit.
Welcome, everybody, to the 2026 Winter Championships. We're here on Sunday, which means it's North America Day, and we just took a win in hockey, but we're going to see who's going to be taking the win here for the gold medal for the first official event of the Brawlhalla Esports Year 11 2026. Very excited. And we got some great matches lined up already. I'm very fortunate I was able to get a lot of great player information doing the Brawlhalla Fantasy Draft. Shout out to Flaming MBL for that. And we're now getting our next matches lined up. So some of your favorite players, some of the returning faces we talked about in the pre-show. We have Balloon Boy versus Seeing Shade, Stingray versus Rise, Marimoo versus To Be Determined, Guichabou versus Flower. So should be very exciting. I know we got some conflicting predictions here as Guichabou and Flower face themselves very, very early here in the winner side of the bracket. But that's just how it is in North America. It's incredibly stacked. And I am joined by my good friend Slow Motion. How you doing, Slow Mo?
I am doing well. How are you, PJ? I am ready to get North America on and started. We had a good pre-show, got a good look at everything from Wes. Kind of got a good professional insight into what we're going to be dealing with today, and I'm just ready to get into it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm jealous, man, because my prospective guy. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to get into it. I love Impala, man. Impala's one of my favorite people. For small little lore about PJ Impala, he's the first Brawlhalla player to follow me on Twitter when I got the job. So he's one of my one of my day one, like giving me support. So that's really awesome. Wes also, he's one of my favorite players. So that's very, very fortunate. We got some great prospective to kind of get us in the mood for some awesome Brawlhalla. We got Balloon Boy and Stingshade, and that is a 95 to 5%.
They're not wrong. They're not wrong, PJ.
Those odds you can't find anywhere.
They're not wrong, PJ.
Well, you never know what can happen any given Sunday. We'll see if today is the given Sunday for Shade. I love seeing Shade, great player, being locked in on the Petra. I don't like that he's on the speed stance. I wish he was on the attack stance, but strength stance. But that's going to be fine, I guess. Maybe that probably won't be the difference versus Balloon Boy. We'll find out here, though. Balloon Boy versus Seeing Shade. We get into game number 1.
Hey, that's not Small World's in. We're going to start off in Demon Island, giving both these players plenty of room to work around here and get this good download in game number 1.
Yeah, and if you guys missed all of last year of Brawlhalla Esports, you might be like, Balloon Boy, wasn't he on Devil Jin and Zario only? Well, funny enough, a subscriber in his Twitch channel during a community event said, hey, you should play some Mega Man. Gave him some money to do it, and now Balloon Boy is locked in on the Mega Man ever since then. So he's been looking very, very good on the pick, and already starting off very strong versus Seeing Shade. A delight into side air, send him off stage. Nice reversal from Seeing Shade, though. I'm seeing shades of coming back here for Seeing Shade, getting the end light, and then getting a jump catch on that side air.
Well, he's definitely bringing it back, keeping the damage pretty close here as he's getting these little 1-2 shots. There's a side light Sayer against Balloon Boy right now, and that is going to bring Shade actually into the slight lead here. Whiffing on the neutral sig. Balloon Boy backing up, trying to hit the neutral light, but the Sayer is going to connect. Can he get some good pressure against Shade over here on the side? Oh, caught him with the ground to cancel. D-light into Sayer, and that is going to go ahead and send him on out of here.
That's such a big X-factor change of pace for Balloon Boy, is the ability to play super great rush down on the battle boots, kind of force you into the corner and punish you for trying to use those back dashes and lands into the corner. Then he swaps over to the blasters and is able to dominate that mid-range space, catch landings where battle boots would have to commit so much more. We'll see Seeing Shade commit to an end light there and find some success in it. Balloon Boy having to recover low to the ledge, and end light comes out for Balloon Boy. Nice check, another one. Seeing Shade will have to play a little bit more disciplined when getting juggled by it. Balloon Boy willing to already do 2 of the same moves to get that juggle state going. Side light to try to check the space, and end light for Seeing Shade, and that will take the stock for Seeing Shade. It's not a 95 to 5 matchup like we're seeing so far.
Not yet, not yet. Shade is doing a fantastic job keeping things close, as he now is going to go ahead and try and get some more damage on Balloon Boy here. We're seeing the kind of scuffle here in neutral. The Nair is going to connect and juggle Shade up just a little bit more. Reaching, he's got a Nair of his own, but nothing after it. Balloon Boy letting the side sig rip, but Shade was nowhere to be found. Nair up, going to get punished by the Nair from Shade. Weapon throw out, he swaps over to a fresh pair of gauntlets here. So we're going to see some good pressure over on the right side. No, he goes ahead, takes him over to the left, whiffing the ground pound, and now Balloon Boy back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, you're going to have to hold this corner, but Seeing Shade reversals immediately, getting back on the stage with an air. An air from Balloon Boy gets him back on, and a side sig to close out that stock. And Balloon Boy and Seeing Shade finding themselves in similar situations. However, Balloon Boy making the most out of it, getting an air, chase dodging back to stage, side sig to cover the landing, stopping any more shenanigans from happening on the left side. Seeing Shade will find a side air there, though, and the down air from Seeing Shade to try to catch Balloon Boy. The jump side air doesn't connect. Balloon Boy gets a nice unarmed combo. And isn't he going to immediately pick up the weapon there, trying to get a little bit more damage from Seeing Shade, try to keep him off the weapon. Nice side air from Balloon Boy. Side stick does whiff, but very hard to punish on the orb, especially as it dips below the wall.
Balloon Boy reversed that back over.
I don't know about that weapon throw. That's a very, very risky one. Balloon Boy disarms himself, though. They both kind of fall for that same trap. A big N-Sig gets charged up, and an uppercut from Balloon Boy instead will find his connection. The N-Sig comes out, a nice side air from Seeing Shade, and it's not... okay, no, it is over. Yeah, Balloon Boy having not enough resources to make it back. Seeing Shade forcing last stock. Not as one-sided as we all expected. He could still win this. We've seen Petra take stocks incredibly early.
No, you're absolutely correct, PJ. Although Balloon Boy putting some good pressure here. We saw the Sayer knock Shade all the way almost to the blast zone.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, this is big. It's a guess for game. You have one more chance, but Seeing Shade dips too low. The side air into the wall. The weapon toss reverse back throw there from Balloon Boy. He picks up a weapon. GC down light doesn't get the connection, though. Seeing Shade still in this game. End light comes out, but that is it. The down sig covers both angles, is able to get the input, and we get a daily login bonus.
We do. Shade almost brought that back there. It was looking really good, and he almost got a gift from the gods right there, being able to almost get that gimp stock against Balloon Boy and steal the game from him. But unfortunately, did not work out that way for him. Balloon Boy's Mega Man is going to go up a 1-0 against the Petra from Shade as we get ready for game number 2. As we watch it be finished up with that tornado to finish game number 1.
We go right back to Demon Island. An interesting choice. Both of them having strong rushdown weapons in the battle boots and the gauntlets, so it makes sense they don't want those soft platforms. And I can't imagine you want to go against soft platforms versus the best Blasters player in North America.
Absolutely correct. Balloon Boy getting a good run here at the beginning. Catching the landing with the neutral light on the gauntlets, though, from Shade. Nair is going to go ahead and connect. Balloon Boy right back at him on the boots, though. Nair is going to whiff. See Shade, though. The Nair is going to bring Balloon Boy back down the stage. He tries to catch him with the neutral light on the boots, but was not be able to get him into his hitbox.
Big side light there, though, for Balloon Boy as he gets some advantage state and swaps over some blasters, trying to keep these gauntlets at bay. The end light will come out for Seeing Shade and looking to force a approach there onto Balloon Boy with that jump sider. He gets immediately reversal for it, though. The down light doesn't get his connection. That sider will punish that whiff, though. And a lot of end lights from Seeing Shade anticipating Balloon Boy to dash in. Nice little weapon toss there to continue the juggle, and a side light side air will punish Balloon Boy getting forced into the corner.
Okay, Shade going to go ahead and carve out a little bit of a lead here at the beginning of game number 2. Balloon Boy now playing on his back foot, trying to bring things back. Boots equipped on the feet, but the Sair is going to put some more damage on Balloon Boy. Shade seeing the Flame Sword come out, staying out of the way. The fadeaway Sair is going to whiff, but he catches Balloon Boy, then neutral light as soon as he comes back down the stage. Tornado is going to catch, is going to send them, and is going to confirm and bring everybody onto their second stocks.
Such an incredible way to kind of get those whiff punishes, especially as you're in the top echelon of play in all of Brawlhalla. You're able to position yourself as a weapon, use that down tick to cover both sides of yourself and confirm stocks. Very important versus a player so willing to move around like Seeing Shade does. Nice side air to catch the jump from Seeing Shade. Another jump gets caught out by a side air. Now getting put on the wall. D-Light into recovery. Not enough, but still so much damage from Balloon Boy. Unanswered side tick gets punished. Seeing Shade now with an opportunity. GC side light was the call, not the right one. Balloon Boy missed the down air there, getting the grounded hitbox. The end light into the side light, too high damage to get that true conversion. GCD light into the side air will close out that stock from Balloon Boy. And Seeing Shade falling into the trap of trying to contend with Balloon Boy in those limited space situations where those blasters cover so much space.
Yeah, he's getting into the zoning from Balloon Boy, having a very difficult time getting any offense going. Is Balloon Boy, though, finished up with the recovery, not enough. Okay, Sair's gonna send him down, dodges through the ground pound. Shade's trying to hunt down that landing, whiffs on the side light, whiffs on the Nair.
And that's a big whiff punish on that side light from Balloon Boy, trying to catch a landing from Seeing Shade as he crosses up. Jump side air, immediately punished. D-Light into side air. Balloon Boy in a great spot. Seeing Shade having to be forced on the very small wall of Demon Island, and the Discipline from Balloon Boy to cover the recovery high for the GC D-Light into side air. The weapon toss as well. Side light to keep him in the air. GC D-Light side air. Balloon Boy is putting on a clinic right now, and Seeing Shade is seeing why he had a 5% chance to win this, according to the viewer vote, because it looks like it's the Balloon Boy show. Returning to form in this game, nowhere near as close as the last. Seeing Shade still in this game, but only for a matter of time as signatures start to find KOs, recoveries on battle boots, D-Light into recovery, side light into a wait for Balloon Boy will be the option. Won't find a KO yet, but that recovery will do it, and Balloon Boy up 2-0.
It is crazy how good he is with that gravity cancel D-Light into Sair. Being able to just get the perfect spacing on it every time. Definitely a very hard roadblock for Shade to deal with, especially when he's in those edge guard situations and trying to come back up on stage. Balloon Boy was able to shut down that entry about every time there in game number 2 and gave himself a really good lead there. 612 damage to 318 from Seeing Shade. Pretty good performance there from Balloon Boy.
Yeah, and we'll see a change of scenery going into this game. As you saw, Small Fortress of Lions will be the venue. So I know Slow Motion's very excited. I know TK Breeze is very excited. Your favorite state, Small Fortress of Lions. We're going to be seeing its return already in the first set of today. We got Mega Man Petra, Same Legends, different venue, but the soft platform, let's see how much it helps Seeing Shade here. Obviously, he is the one that I'm going to magnify my critiques towards, as he's the one down 2-0 in the set, but Balloon Boy could easily just keep this stage open because he likes it. We'll have to see who benefits the most.
Absolutely. So far, not a whole lot to discuss as we get in here to the opening seconds. Balloon Boy finally with the neutral light. Now we're going back over to the left side of the stage. See how that re-entry goes for Shade.
Okay.
Oh, he has a good position here, throws the weapon away, swaps back over to Gauntlets. Balloon Boy able to get back up on stage and continuing the pressure against Shade over on the left side. The Nair is going to interrupt it for Shade, though. He stays underneath the Tornado, tried to get the Nair against Balloon Boy, but everybody survives somehow, some way, and makes it back up the stage.
Yeah, Balloon Boy having to recover Seeing Shade back to the stage, but look at all the damage trade. That's the problem with Seeing Shade engaging in that edgeguard sequence with an orb in hand. You just do not have the reversal potential. You do not have the firepower to keep yourself relevant off stage. You see him throw his weapon away there, try to pick up a pair of gauntlets, but it was too late. Balloon Boy doing so much damage in that stock, and now Seeing Shade seeing his chances of winning the set slowly dwindling as Balloon Boy completely runs him over.
Yeah, he's kind of running away with this at this point. Is he still pretty healthy on that first stock, actually, as he's just now getting pushed into orange and red. More damage being tacked up against Shade. The Sayer is going to send Balloon Boy out. Can he find his way back up? The down sig comes out. Easy punish on the Sayer from Balloon Boy, and another Dare tacked on just for good measure.
Side air from Stingray tries to equalize the stocks a little bit. It won't find its KO, and that side air from Balloon Boy will keep Stingray back away from him in the corner. Nice dodge, as you said. The side air comes out as well. Balloon Boy makes it back to the stage with some tricky movement, using that nair to stifle all that momentum, but the sidelight into side air will close out that stock for Stingray. And we go to 2 stocks apiece. Stingray, you know, past that 150 damage mark just about, so you're looking to be very cautious here as Balloon Boy just needs a couple more hits for a D-Light recovery to find its KO.
The Dare is going to connect off the soft platform. Nice dodge, stay out of the way of the side light. Comes back up on stage. Oh, he's looking for that good opener. Shade whiffs on the side light, but the neutral light will connect. And then the 4-piece on top of it, finishing up with the Sayer, comes over with the Dare. Balloon Boy is on the opposite side. Weapon throw out, he swaps over to the boots.
A jump nair there to try to catch Stingray jumping. Won't find it, but that end light will find its mark. And another end light to send off stage that time is getting closer to that KO range, but a ground pound will seal the deal on that edge guard. Balloon Boy for the first time committing to something like that ground pound, but realizing that that angle, that end light send out was so bad, Stingray had to recover low. And even on this bigger wall compared to Demon Island, still having the perfect placement. Big down air there for Balloon Boy. The edge guards continue, but a lot of respect not wanting to get reversal by this orb. The down air off the wall puts himself back off stage. Stingray in a bad spot. Balloon Boy fights back with a jump nair. The end light will break the mold from all of the whiffs on both players' ends, but a side air from Stingray will rebuttal in such a fashion that Balloon Boy's not in a great spot. Somehow makes it back. These down airs on the wall have not been working for Stingray, and it's already showing. Balloon Boy gets back to the stage once again with only taking an orb nair. It's just not working.
Not working at all. Balloon Boy, though, putting the pressure over here. I do want to point out, though, as we see how this is going to finish, Shade has done a fantastic job keeping things close. When we got down, he was down a full stock. We got to the end of the second stock, and everybody was red.
Yeah.
I mean, he did bring that damage deficit back. If he can just get this stock against Balloon Boy, he has a real chance at extending the set. But Balloon Boy back on the boost. We see the nairs coming out, trying to keep that space. There comes the Flame Sword. Shade doesn't drop into it at all. The down sig whiffs as well. So does the side air. Can Shade find anything against Balloon Boy? Balloon Boy coming up, hits a side air of his own on the boots. Looking for it. No weapon to be found. Back over, and now we're back on the blasters. Shade, no weapon to be found.
Looking for that end light, doesn't find it there. Stingray with the Orban line, trying to get a side air, but that GC down light into recovery will close out the set for Balloon Boy with a 3-0. And although he had chances to extend the set, especially taking that game number 1, Stingray in game 2, not really what you wanted to see. Game 3 was a 2-stock. Balloon Boy returning to form there, kind of warming up to this competition, but that kind of shows already the competition that North America is bringing. Stingray didn't get like 3-0, 3-0, 3-0.
That wasn't a 95.
It wasn't EU and South America yesterday where we were getting like 3-0s and like crazy insane wins. It was still relatively close. So Stingray, keep your head up. You definitely have a chance in the elimination side to still make it into top 8. Great showing from Stingray, I thought.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I won't point out again, like, the first half of that game, it was very, very, very even, and then he just kind of fell off. Balloon Boy started to tighten the screws a little bit, and Stingray just lost pace. But that is, we're still on winner side. Shade's going to be able to make that elimination run, so we'll maybe see some more from him here after a while.
Yeah, absolutely. He'll continue on in the bracket. I wanted to do an update on the bracket. I don't know if I was getting got by chat, but I saw Meg D potentially eliminated at 17th place to Draggy Waggy. So that's a pretty big win for Draggy there, as Draggy's like every pro player's favorite pro player. He's been on the come up for a really long time now. So shout out to Draggy. Want to give them their flowers here at the Winters as they are able to perform at the highest level at the officials. It's cool to see the offseason kind of carrying over into this part of the year.
For sure. But we have plenty of more action, and I think we're going to get into our next game here in just a second. Somebody we haven't been able to mention at all today, Anime Fan, is going to make an appearance, according to my schedule here. Oh, no, I lied. That may still be side stream.
Yeah, well, oh no, we got it right here. We're going to get Stingray versus Rise. So Rise, if you don't remember Rise was a team with Seoul, and they were getting podium placements last year, especially I think at Winters. It came down to Rise and Balloon Boy, I believe, in like a 1v1. And I know like they are one of the better twos teams, but at the same time, Rise has really kind of come into their own as a ones player as well. Rise has been looking very good. On the other side of things, you got Stingray, multi-talented individual, obviously music creator, content creator, and professional Brawlhalla Brawlhalla player, coach as well. If you're looking for some coaching, you could reach out to him. He's going to be playing the Bryn, and he had a very strong flowchart on the Bryn going into BCX. As Wes was saying, he's a very intelligent player, and he's going to have kind of those fundamentals that carry over between a lot of different video games. I know Stingray plays a lot of different platform fighters, and you'll see like a flowchart sequence kind of come into effect here if Rise can't really like impose his own will on this matchup. If you're going to do it on any legend, it's going to be on the Roman Reigns, though, on the side of Rise. As he goes to 2 decks in favor of that speed stance to try to keep up with the Bryn. We'll see Stingray go for the dex stance. So this is quite interesting. Slightly unorthodox stances, but both of them having a plan, and we'll see which one succeeds here as we move forward in the Winter Championships North America.
This could be very interesting. There is no set history between these two. So I have no idea what to look for here. So as you said, Stingray is going to be on the Bryn. Great job. He came in, got 4th at BCX using that Bryn. So definitely a lot of momentum behind that coming into Winter Championship. Rise, you know, almost made top 32 at BCX, coming in 33rd. So not a bad showing either, as we see how it breaks down here as these guys get the set started.
A big nair from Rise there is going to put Stingray without a weapon. A nice side light there to check another side light. We'll see kind of the evolution of that side light in this set. I feel like a big thing for Teros players is how they kind of capitalize on checking their opponent's movement with side light. That jump side air will be a great punishment there, as Stingray might already be coached into jumping to avoid those side lights that do so much damage and hold you in a bad spot. Nice side light there, no D-light follow-up. A side light again from Rise to get a little bit of extra credit. You're happy to take anything you can versus a player of Stingray's caliber. Another nair there, and the hammer is causing a lot of problems for Stingray right now.
It really is. He's having a hard time getting his feet set down and trying to get some offense. We see the signature come out there, getting a little bit of damage against Rise. Oh, did not pull the trigger. Oh, he throw the signature out again, but Rise is going to get a 2-piece off of it. The recovery off the spear is going to go ahead and end that first stock of Rise. And more or less pretty close here, as Stingray just now being moved into yellow.
Yeah, Bryn is definitely not like a weak defense champ in any sense. You know, a legend with a decent amount of defense stats, but that won't be enough to keep you alive from that end light. The Smiling Titan makes an appearance off the top.
All right, Stingray looking for that weapon drop. Can he get in? He D-lights his way over, is able to slide in there and pick up that spear. Eating another side light for it, though, as he tries to set up. Recovery connects. The nair does not. But we're going to finish off the Sair off of that 3-piece combo. Another nair up in the sky, but Rise is going to hit the Sair into neutral sig. That's going to send Stingray all the way down in a very, very nice 2-0 victory for 2 stocks to 0 victory for Rise.
Teros is one of those legends that, as a caster, I don't really get to like build a narrative when they win so quickly. I mean, like, you're able to kind of see some conditioning play into effect. We saw a lot of early side lights, and then getting a stock off of those side lights that forces Stingray to stop dashing out of the corner instead of trying to jump out of the corner. Immediate dash jump side air. But there you see an end sig to close out that stock, and this is shades of what we saw Kaina do early on in the day yesterday on the Teros, where it's just like a return. Like, okay, I know Teros wasn't picked that much, but you have to remember this has been a meta threat for the longest time. I mean, I can't even remember a time we haven't seen Teros being picked. Stingray, a player that knows a lot about this matchup, will try his best to adapt. The downlight into side air will send off stage. Rise now with the side air into the wall. Didn't find the side air, but Stingray with a nice little catch there with that end light, trying to keep the axe in hand a little bit more. I do appreciate that change up, as the spear caught him taking a lot of damage in the last game with side air. Immediately punishes Stingray.
I agree with you on the axe gameplay, because I'm looking at last game, and he not any damage at all off the axe. He did not connect with it one time, so he literally only utilized half of his kit in game number 1. It was a quick game, so hopefully he'll have a little more time to expand things out here a little bit, as both these players are trying to confirm that first strike. Who is it going to be? We have that knockout capability from this Teros. Weapon throw out, but Stingray is going to shut it down with a side light. The nair is going to disarm Rise as he picks up a fresh axe.
A recovery comes in now, and a nice weapon toss down. We see that from Rise's. Stingray tries to condition that there, as he went for a GC N-Sig earlier on, so that weapon toss gets thrown out. However, Stingray unable to capitalize, as that is going to find a KO for Rise, who catch another stock lead. The N-Light won't be enough to KO, trying to look for a edge guard sequence, though, as we see the sweat beads come out. Jump side air, no punish. Rise getting a nice side light for his troubles. You obviously want a little bit more there. I love that conversion with a side light to send Stingray off stage, but instead that's going to end up in a Stingray KO, as that recovery will catch Rise going a little bit too ham on the unarmed.
Woody's doing a really good job of keeping things much closer this game.
Oh, that's bad. That's bad. Double pogo.
He got it.
That's going to be it. You try to go for the crazy option to the sidelight. And as I was saying, the sidelight as a conditioning tool, trying to catch Stingray, not hit a button, but Stingray gets a double pogo. He's now in the driver's seat in this set. A sider sends him off stage, and Rise getting put in a bad spot. Sidelight there, though. You can't count yourself out yet, especially when you're playing in the Taros. You took game one. You know you can still win this game, but that's got to be a crushing way to lose that stock. The Nair comes out in recovery. Stingray with a nice reversal on that down tick will be enough to even it up. And you got gimped very, very early, but it's still fine somehow. Rise evens up the stock count.
No, the mental of Rise right there. I mean, he let Witty go ahead and get that pogo, get that gimp stock, and then Stingray came out just swinging. He had that burst of energy, was trying to rack up more damage off of it, and Rise settled down, contended with it, took care of it, and kept things even.
The down air comes out, double down as the Nair as well. The weapon toss into the unarmed recovery, loses his weapon in the process, going for that. The spear now online, a downlight into recovery could be all he needs to close out this game, but Rise will pick up the hammer that's caused so much problems for Stingray. The downer, no punish, side light there. Nice conditioning, D-light into sider. The second sider comes in, and Stingray now getting put in a bad spot. The sider does not connect. A sider from Stingray to try to reversal, and we see sweat beads, and a down sig will cover everything, and the conditioning was so smart from Rise. Side light, jump up, force the dodge down, dodges down as well. D-light side air. The second side air I thought was going to be enough, but Rise just chokes the edge guard a little bit, going a little bit too early on that side air, and that could have easily been another Rise game, but Stingray will take that one in stride. Very fortunate for him. Love that conditioning, love that jump side air, but just wasn't enough to close it out here.
No, he was given a gift there for sure. The conditioning is fun to watch.
Yeah.
Because especially when you pointed out at the very beginning, and then we see it come into fruition there in game number 2. Stingray, though, still being able to pull that game together, tying up the set 1-1, and we're going to see who has that advantage as we go into game number has that advantage after game number 3 here.
Oh, and the wait there. As you see that earlier on where Rise was willing to wait and then jump Nair a second time. Stingray dodging to avoid that, and Rise instead will take the ground, get his resources back, and continue the juggle that way. Very, very smart play from Rise, man. I'm incredibly impressed on how poised he looks here, even versus a player of Stingray's caliber.
Yeah, a battle of wits with Stingray is not one that most people will win, and it's nice to see that he is going toe-to-toe here, as both players being very, very careful here. Rise going to go ahead and throw away the weapon. He's looking for the drop. Can he get in there? The D-light's going to get stopped by Stingray. Nice catch. Dare's going to come back on the stage, tries to come back up with the signature, but Stingray gets a nice little punish off of it. The Sarah is going to send Rise all the way out. Back-to-back Sarah, that's going to be the stock, and Stingray definitely wants to try and continue the stock right here.
Yeah, I mean, that looks really great for Stingray. However, taking quite a bit of damage to Rise early on in that stock is going to make it quite easy for Rise to even it up if you can find a KOing move. The sider will send Stingray off stage and losing his weapon in the process, but picks up another spear. Nice anti-air with that D-light, and a Nair to keep Rise away, and Honest for trying to swing out against Stingray after getting hit by a recovery. Another Nair sends into a juggle, and this looks like a Stingray game that I expect to see complete dominance in the neutral. Rise swinging for the fences, but not finding any contact onto Stingray. A sider comes out, no punish with the D-light going the wrong way. The Pogo will get a little bit extra credit damage. Stingray putting himself in the corner with that jump side air. A side light from Rise trying to condition something. Stingray will not give anything. A drop on the D-light into side air, GC side light. It's all scrambles, but nothing's cooking, and that side air finally closes out that stock.
He took so much damage for it, though, PJ. Oh, man, he took so much damage. Stingray was able to get some good extra credit, gave himself an awesome position here to try and take the lead in this set as he's now on the axe. Rise is going to go ahead and punish it, but Stingray right there to catch the neutral light, dodges through the weapon throw, lets Rise get back over the side of the stage, and now we're back in neutral again, where Stingray has had the advantage.
The down air comes out, and that's going to be a big down sig there from Stingray to cover so much space. As Rise gets a little reversal there with that downer on the landing, another grounded hitbox of that downer, but Stingray playing so respectful around these axe attacks, not giving anything to Rise for free. Another down stick comes out. Nice little punish, picking up the weapon toss there with the momentum into a hammer sider, but that D-light into sider does not connect. Or that might have been a side light into side air attempt. The end stick comes out, no connection. Stingray playing around those signatures very well. I think Rise is definitely looking for one like that, though. An early way to close out that stock. That side air will be a timely one for sure, as Stingray's happy to take that stock. However, still the damage is not great. You're not very comfortable holding onto the stock as you're facing a Taros here, who even on 8 strength is still very, very easy to find KOs on.
No, Stingray had a very hard time confirming that stock on Rise, and just like that, we are completely tied up. 0 damage on this final stock. Stingray let a big lead go away, PJ.
Yeah, this is a very big opportunity for Rise to really take this game back in his hands. Looking at the last game, Stingray had such a big damage lead that Rise had to play almost perfectly. Now Rise being able to go back to the game plan. The Nair and Decider, Stingray getting sent off stage. Rise looking to hover close into that corner to find a KO option or potentially continue this juggle. Nice Nair there. Stingray with an immediate dodge, and that recovery will send off stage. Rise now looking for a KO. D-Light doesn't connect, going for the reversal with that pogo on the Cider off the wall. A Cider for Rise, and Stingray makes it back to center stage, but he has to play perfect now.
Rise getting caught on his movement there. Stingray reading all around him. We're going to see another Nair come out. Rise going to be able to get down and get that axe. Weapon throw to get a little bit of stun, a little bit of space here to be able to try and make something happen. But his weapon's gone, and Stingray going to send him out to the right side. The D-Light is going to whiff into oblivion, but Rise is back over. He's on the hammer. Stingray catching the very end of that sidelight, but the Sair from the hammer is going to get it done and send Stingray out as Rise has the advantage as we get ready for game number 4, PJ.
An incredibly smart jump side air. I feel like a lot of those dash jump side airs from Rise have been finding the mark when he needs it the most, but it felt like that's exactly where Stingray thrives. In those clutch situations, Stingray's so clutch, but they're just whiffing whiffing a light attack into the corner, and Rise is just so ready to dash jump cider to catch.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
All right, well, this could be the final winner's side game for Stingray right here unless he makes something happen in this game number 4.
Oh, scary.
Yeah, I know. Every time that axe hits, you can just see the color change over on Rise's or on Stingray's damage. Chase him down. Another Nair is going to connect. Stingray whiffing on the Sair.
I mean, this is a lot of punishment to be taking this early in the game. I mean, you haven't really even had a chance to get your game plan going as that down air into recovery comes out for Rise. Stingray now getting a nice little bit of damage. But a Nair will disarm Stingray as you have no spear in hand. I believe an axe is ready to be picked up for Stingray, but a nice 3-piece unarmed. And an axe now to have a heavy weapon to kind of keep this hammer at bay, but a weapon toss will break the mold. Rise looking to close out this stock here. GCD light, nice punishment. Stingray immediate side light into Nair to get a little bit more damage and even it up. Rise unable to pick up his weapon again. Stingray immediately trying to catch Rise picking up the weapon. Rise won't give him that easy hit. The down air comes out and Rise wins the offstage bout as Stingray goes a little too early with that down air and Rise is able to adjust and punish accordingly.
Was very interesting though. They came out and Stingray kind of started. I mean, Rise kind of started off. He was able to get good damage and have Stingray right there. But Stingray was able to get that damage brought back before he was knocked onto a second stock. So even though he started out down, was able to get it back under control before stock started changing. But Rise starting to dial in on that second stock of Stingray. The pogo coming out, it gets whiffed, but the sweat beads out. The second pogo does connect, and Rise taking down to a second stock as Stingray keeping things close.
I mean, Rise loses that stock there, but it's nothing to laugh at. You got hit by 2 hammer Nairs in the process of closing out that stock. It's a lot of damage.
Yes.
The Nair comes out there. Nice jump catch into an immediate recovery. Chase out downwards to avoid that down air attempt from Rise, but a D-Light into side air will disarm Stingray once again, and a GC D-Light into recovery. Not enough to KO, but Rise having control of both weapon pickups. GC downlight trying to catch Stingray, potentially trying to cross him up, but Stingray will beat out that exchange with a D-Light into ground pound unarmed, but that just jump side air once again from Rise to close out that stock and put Stingray on winner's side point right here. If you can win this game, you move forward. Stingray moves to the elimination side.
This is that winter championship effect that we be talking about. Power rank 16 against power rank number 4, and we're seeing how it falls together here as Rise, really good edge guard opportunity as he spins it around the ground. Oh, was that slide charge or gravity canceled?
Slide charge from the soft platform, utilizing that. The side light into the next sick, but Stingray punishes it with a ground pound on the axe, almost closing out the set in that fashion. And now you go to last stock versus one of the most clutch players Brawlhalla has ever seen. It's scary, but it's not enough to do anything as that D-Light into side air comes out from Rise, and a little emote flourish to finish as Rise moves forward in the bracket in a 3-1 fashion.
What that was crazy. I think everybody had it in their head that Stingray was going to be taking that one, but that is not how it worked out. Rise with a fantastic performance. I always think of him when it comes to twos because of his time with Soul. Yeah. That's where I hear his name, but definitely a great ones performance here, sending the one and only Stingray down to elimination side.
We got to start putting Rise and Soul in our predictions
like
or some
for real.
respect. Yeah, because Rise is competing at the highest level in ones, as we just saw there, beating the 4th place finisher at BCX, and Rise looking very good, and I'm sure going to be looking very good into next week's 2v2 Winter Championships. But nonetheless, we're happy to take that win for sure. That's a good win for Rise at a 3-1 too.
Absolutely, yeah. Getting it done 3-1 fashion. It's got to feel good as he moves in further into this event. He's going to be going up against Rutsme here in just a little bit.
Ooh, I love Rutsme, man. One of my favorite players. And speaking of favorite players, we have an absolute banger of a match lined up between Bunny and Marimoo. But before we get into that match, we're going to go to a short break. So don't go anywhere. You won't want to miss Bunny versus Marimoo. We'll be right back.
I was acting yesterday, but I saw a change in me. I'm a sparking on my flame, 'cause you helped me find a way. Looks like we made it, put our hands up in the air. I think I understated that I ever needed you there. I got you. I feel so good tonight. I got you. It feels so right this time. I got you. I got you. I got you. Feel so right. I got you. I got you. I got you. Feel so right. I got you. I got you. I got you. Feel so right. I got you. I got you. I got you. When I wait to see your face, I love the feeling that creates trouble. As it's all on me, it was bittersweet. All I need is you and me. 'Cause baby, looks like we made it. Put our hands up in the air. I think I understated that I ever needed you there. I got you. I feel so good tonight. I got you. It feels so right this time. Got you. I got you. I got you. Feel so right. I got you. I got you. I got you. Feel so right. I got you. I got you. I got you. Feel so right. I got you. I got you. I got you. Got you.
Some days I think of us together. Gotta stop and wonder how we made it this far. Some say love is just an end game, but you and I are main stage, 'cause we're up in the stars. You know exactly what you mean to me. You hold my heart, make it
You were always for me, waiting for the right story, waiting for you.
Welcome back, everyone. PJ and myself are right here, and we're going to get back into some more of this Brawlhalla action. There is a look at what we have done so far and where we are going. Yes, we saw Bloom Boy with the 3-0 victory against Sing Shade. Stingray falling to Rise, but now we have the #1 PR, the world champion Marimoo, going up against Bunny.
That just feels right to say. World champion Marimoo claiming
Just
his
rolls
throne
off the tongue.
for the first time in Brawlhalla history, and a return for North America, as you was your back-to-back champions for 2024 and 5, and then now, 2023 and 2024, but now Marimoo claiming that throne. 1v1 world champion, and that title hasn't looked any better on Marimoo since then. And of course, as Sandstorm kind of bows out, it wouldn't make sense if we didn't have another Mordex taking not only the best position in North America, but also the world, a return to Mordex. And I know a lot of people in the chat were like, well, Scythe just got nerfed. It's not pickable. It's not pickable. I would be very surprised surprised if Marimoo wins anything with Mordex, and here he is with Mordex versus Bunny. He's locked in on that. Scythe, very, very pickable. We also saw Borgir in EU finish a top 3 podium placement with his Fate, and a lot of that off the back of a Scythe. I'm expected to see that, and we'll see some lifetime stats from Marimoo there. Free agent, by the way. 53,375 dollars in earnings, 7 gold medals, 5 silvers, 2 bronzes. I mean, isn't that a flex? He has more gold. He has the same amount of gold medals as any other medals he has.
No, the crazy is looking back at last year, his 2025 season is kind of gross. His worst placement was at CEO, and that was 7th. Everything else was 1st and 2nd.
Yeah, first, second, first,
all
seven,
season long.
Second, first. I mean, that is just dominance like we've never seen. Well, we've seen before, but haven't seen in quite a while. Of course, Balloon Boy knocking at that door, and we saw that earlier on today versus Sing Shade as Balloon Boy's getting that Mega Man ready and pointing those blasters directly at the top. Marimoo will face down Bunny, one of the fan favorites. She's been on a grind, a tournament demon, community tournament demon, somebody that's streaming all the time. I'll be tuning into her stream. She'll be like, yeah, I've been streaming for 9 hours straight. Got to give a shout out to Bunny, always grinding this game. But she's going to have a tall task as Marimoo is now just clearly the best player in Brawlhalla right now. If Bunny can make this win happen, I think Bunny's winning the tournament. But that's easier said than done as we get into game number 1 on Small Fortress Alliance.
Bunny's Rain Man might get it done. We're going to see how she looks going up against Marimoo here as we get settled into this set. As Bunny is the first to go ahead and swing that axe. We see the movement looking really good. She looks ready.
Yeah, and she looks already very confident in this game. You see Marimoo trying to get some footing here and find a way to kind of start that Marimoo game plan. But Bunny's been making it quite difficult, stacking on top. Marimoo finally winning out there with those end lights down there, send Bunny off stage. Bunny almost getting caught in the recovery. Will avoid it very narrowly. A sidelight for Marimoo to punish. That's a 3-piece into a weapon toss. Marimoo picks up a gauntlet, and Bunny gets denied that weapon as well. And that's a side air for Marimoo. And you blink and you miss it. Marimoo takes stock number 1.
That was nasty.
Yeah.
That was, man. Bunny looked really good about the first 15 seconds, and then Marimoo started to use his weapon.
It's funny because Bunny looked good for the first 15 seconds where she hit Marimoo 1 time.
Oh, man. All right, though. Bunny fighting back on those gauntlets, trying to get a little damage going against Marimoo's first stock here. Marky, though, playing very, very cautious as he's trying to stay, had that nice little bit of spacing there in neutral against Bunny. The Nair's going to whiff. She dodges back up. She's back on stage. Looking for another dare. No, she backs all the way up. Going to swap it over to the axe and going to try and get some swings going.
Big side air there from Bunny as Marimoo still has the corner to Bunny, and Endlight will pop Bunny into the other side. Light sends off stage as well. Nice immediate dodge from Bunny to stay grounded onto the stage. A down air comes up. Marimoo tries to reversal with an air. Bunny getting their first big hit there. She'll find that side air. Won't KO though, and this ground pound, no. Just a GC downlight, but Marimoo will not make it back, and the damage not looking so bad.
No, not bad at all.
Yeah.
Like, this is kind of what we saw like in some of the last other sets, is back and forth between the players. The big damage, and then swapping over and taking a bunch of damage. Is Marky unarmed, gauntlets in hand, the neutral light will whiff. Bunny's tossing it up, catches the landing off that weapon throw, gets a little bit of stun, and another attack tacked onto it.
Trying to go for that nair there. Marimoo extending the edge guard any way that he can, but Bunny gets the better of it. That big side air there for Marimoo now. Bunny burning her dodge so early on. The nair will send into a side air, and Bunny in a bad spot. The weapon toss will go a little bit too wide above Bunny, and Bunny will avoid that breakdance slide charge. Okay, nice down air there into an N-sig. Side air, Bunny keeping herself in this game as much as possible. Nice nair there into a side air. It'll send off stage. Marimoo in a bad spot. GC sidelight. Where are we going? What a read. And Marimoo immediately punishes it with a scythe recovery of his own. You literally put yourself in a perfect spot to get hit by that.
The vision was there.
What just happened? GC haymaker from off stage onto the stage from Bunny, checking Marimoo's aggression in the corner, and we're even stocks at almost even damage.
What a wild game number 1 here, PJ. No. And we're not done yet. We still have these final stocks. Bunny whiffing that last neutral light as Marimoo setting back. He's looking for the neutral lights himself, catches one. The side light's going to connect. Bunny trying to find her way back up on stage. She does, right into another side light from the scythe. Throwing the nairs up. She's looking a little winded here. Okay,
going for that nair. It's a gauntlet mirror, which is not something you want to invite versus Marimoo, but Bunny's so good at getting these edge guard sequences. I expect Bunny trying to go for something like that side light to check the movement from Marimoo. Marimoo jumping and playing very poised here, but the Nair will send Marimoo in the corner. He'll make it right back there. No buttons needing to be pressed, just kind of waiting for his opportunity. There's no big strings yet, just a lot of pokes from Bunny, and that's finally the punish Marimoo needed. Going for the GC sidelight, didn't find it there. Dash jump side air from Bunny, whiffs on Marimoo. Marimoo once again very poised in center stage, and a sidelight into recovery will make this quite difficult, as a GC downlight into recovery will be the conversion. And similar to how we saw the game number 1 between Balloon Boy and Seeing Shade, the number 1 in North America is making it look a little bit closer than what you might expect. Might also be Bunny playing very, very well on that axe in that first stock, the second stock being evened up very quickly. But Marimoo just was so poised there. Bunny was getting a couple hits, not pulling the trigger on any of these big strings or attempts to extend, and Marimoo just wins out the neutral eventually.
No, that was a lot closer than I expected it to be. Bunny definitely going the distance there in game number 1. I just kind of worry because that was game number 1 and things were always just a little bit wonky. Now Marimoo has had a chance to look at this Rayman, be able to adapt, and we're going to see if he looks a little more confident in his movement here in game number 2, as Bunny is just having a difficult time putting her hands on the weapon. The side stick's going to connect. She dodges through the Sair, but now finally an axe to try and fight back against this Mordex of Marimoo. The weapon throw up. Does she get it back? She does, but does she have a route to get back up on stage? Marimoo showing some respect, letting her come back up on stage.
Yeah, exactly. Just not trying to play off stage versus Rayman, who has great signatures even on the axe to try to get reversals. The recovery won't catch Marimoo there. No free damage, no free meals here. Sidelight comes out, immediate punish by a down air, and now Bunny in the driver's seat is having Marimoo in the corner. The side air does get punished by that turnaround end light, and that's going to be a big weapon toss, but the GC end sig will give just enough for Bunny to make it back very comfortably there, not even having to resort to going to the wall. D-light not enough to KO from coast to coast quite yet. Marimoo looking to close out the stock, potentially unarmed, no, picking up some gauntlets. D-light comes out, Bunny 2 exclamation points, sweat beads come out, Marimoo can't find the end light. Bunny still holding onto the stock, throwing those gauntlets away, looking to pick up an axe.
Oh, man. Okay, and she got it relatively easily there, as Marimoo not getting any bonus damage off that, but her first stock might be going, and it does. She's trying to hit the gravity cancel sidelight over there, but obviously not taking her the direction she wants to go.
Marimoo with the scythe in hand, looking to extend this lead as much as he can. That's a big dodge read. That's a 3-piece, a 4-piece. The Nair into recovery. Marimoo now putting Bunny off stage, goes back to the stage to refresh resources. Bunny almost getting caught by the end light, avoids the side air reversal. Is Marimoo in the driver's seat once again, but a side air comes out, and Bunny now holding the stage to Marimoo, contending with him down air, waiting for the potential KO option, but can't fight it. And that side stick will whiff punish that dash jump turnaround Nair from Marimoo, and Bunny keeps it even once again.
I look at the gameplay, and then after stock, I look up at the damage, and I'm just like, how is this the game state? But somehow, some way, things staying very, very close here, as though Bunny getting caught in another neutral light from Marimoo. The Nair from her side, though. Nair into Dare, getting a little damage, but Markimu's going to disarm her now as she tries to find these ways. We've seen her be able to make it happen time and time again, and she does again, fighting back a little bit unarmed there as she's trying to get over, get the gauntlets. Now see if she's going to be able to do anything off of them, but she's been throwing them away so far this game.
Weapon pickup there, trying to juggle those weapons as much as possible. Side that into wait, the downer. The Nair comes out into the downer. Side air sends Marimoo off stage. That's a big weapon toss. The double weapon toss, and Bunny finishes it off with a ground pound unarmed. Not even necessary, but Bunny steals the stock away. Marimoo getting caught in the 3-piece, and that's the classic Bunny we know and love, and that's exactly the bag she needs to be in to potentially upset the world champion outside of top 8. Marimoo will rebuttal there with an end light, unarmed. The weapon toss into the axe. GC ends it the other way. The side air, and Bunny takes game 2 off the back of 2 incredible offstage plays.
Oh my goodness, I need to see those two knockouts again, because that was insane from a Bunny. Had almost an impossible situation in front of her and carved something out of nothing. Look at the awareness.
Not even necessary.
Marimoo had nothing he could do. The options were gone, and now we're gonna see it here again is Bunny. The perfect weapon throw, catching Marimoo, gravity cancel, neutral sig, finish it up with a Sair. What a great job from Bunny.
That is exactly what she needs to do to make the upset happen, and a 2-stock, the biggest win we've seen so far in this set.
That was crazy, bro.
That was exactly the Bunny that we know and love, but that's just how difficult it is. You have to play like on those margins that are so fine. You have to play so almost perfectly to keep yourself in this set. Marimoo with a big open up there, starting off this game as he did in the last, getting a little bit of damage. Bunny inviting the offstage interactions, now holding onto the wall, saying, you see what I can do to you offstage, you now need to respect me offstage, and Marimoo will do just that, holding onto that center stage to avoid getting caught by a crazy string again.
I don't know. Bunny is scary alone, but when you put some momentum and some confidence behind her in the set, you see what she is capable of. Another big run there off of the gauntlets from Bunny. Marimoo still very slightly holding on to this lead, but every attack from Bunny brings it closer, and we're dead even now.
She's playing so well right now. Nice end light punishing Marimoo, going for that side air. No dodge, the ground pound comes out. Marimoo throws his weapon away, the side air into the stage. Weapon toss does not connect, but it doesn't even matter as Bunny takes that game, or sorry, takes that stock. As the weapon toss didn't even need a catch. Marimoo just getting caught by that side air reversal. And once again, Bunny saying, I own the offstage. You might be the world champion, but I'm the champion of these edge guards. The down signature comes out unarmed for Marimoo, gets hit by a 3-piece. Marimoo picks up a scythe, immediately gets punished with an end light unarmed. Bunny is playing lights out, waiting for the end sig to come out. Bunny's not giving anything to Marimoo. Marimoo is getting completely demolished. Bunny is doing to Marimoo what Marimoo has done to Bunny so many times in the past. The end sig will not KO. Bunny forced onto the wall, but a side air off the stage. So much respect now given to Bunny from Marimoo as finally finding that, but it's not even enough to KO.
No, the high ceilings. Marimoo, though, the dare is going to go ahead and at least put a pause on this momentum for Bunny for a second. She is absolutely, like PJ said, lights out right now. Okay, axe back in hand, but Marimoo getting a good 3-piece off stage, but oh no, it's a bad situation for Marimoo. Bunny, though, playing reserved and not pulling the trigger on that down air to try and go ahead and get an early stock.
Just slowly inching forward, trying to find Marimoo, potentially whiffing a light attack, trying to catch Marimoo staying stacked above Bunny. Bunny with an end light there. She'll send Marimoo off stage. Weapon toss comes out, avoids the weapon toss there. The ground pound from Marimoo trying to catch Bunny. Panic dodging to the stage, but Bunny's looking way too poised for that. Nice nair on the side light punish, a 3-piece, but avoids the ending hitbox that would have found the KO. Bunny now struggling to find this KO, but that should be it. No, not quite having the patience there, but that recovery will find it. And Bunny up 2 stocks to 1 versus Marimoo.
I love Winter Championship, bro.
It's crazy.
Every year, no matter the region, I love this tournament so much. You never know what's going to happen. Bunny putting more pressure on the right side. Here we go. She stares back on. She bluffed the weapon throw. Marimoo has a scythe back in hand. Bunny dodging straight through it. Another attack lands. More damage being put against Marimoo. He throws away his scythe. He wants the gauntlets, and they drop right on top of his head, PJ.
And then light comes out. The side air catches a jump from Bunny. Marimoo now in the potential to get an edge guard, but the side air will come out. The weapon toss as well. Marimoo with the recovery to save himself from getting gimped once again by Bunny. GC downlight gets punished with an air into recovery. It won't KO yet, but we're getting to that point where that side air gets thrown out by Marimoo with an intention to find that KO. That's going to be a big clash out. End light sending off stage. The side air gets avoided by Markimoo's jump. The nair comes out from Bunny off the wall. Marimoo holding that center stage, waiting for the dodge. Waits, but no punish after the dodge read. Nair comes out. Bunny getting sent in a bad spot. You have to be so disciplined here as Marimoo, and that GC side light into recovery will find the KO option. Bunny tried to do that to Marimoo earlier on in game number 1. It will work out for Marimoo now, as the lead that you had as Bunny isn't as great, but still one you cannot deny. Marimoo picks up a gauntlets now, and Bunny having an axe in hand, looking to get that damage extended.
No, she needs to be very careful and not let this perfect opportunity that she has earned fall away from her. And she has that axe. The D-Light is going to whiff. Marimoo slowly but surely bringing things back even. But he is very close to knockout range here. This is the time where Bunny can start looking for that knockout and starting to relieve the pressure in this game.
Oh, the end stick comes out, trying to catch Marimoo, dashing back to the corner, potentially, sorry, the center stage. Big double-sider there. Marimoo looking for this KO. No, we'll just respect Bunny as Bunny burns a lot of resources. Jump sider gets punished with the side leg. No punish. Follow up there. That's the downer. No end sig recovery from Bunny, and a sider will send off stage once again. And Marimoo now looks to close out this game. The sider almost catches the chase dodge. Can Bunny make it back? Yes, Bunny does. Marimoo with the ground pound does not find the spacing for that ground pound. 3 exclamation points. Uses that soft platform recovery. Will send Bunny off stage. Burning the dodge early on that weapon toss. Marimoo looking to pick up some gauntlets, and Bunny makes it back to the main platform once again and tries to find a way to break through the world champion pressure. The side air comes out. GC side light, but no follow-up. The end light will send off stage. Marimoo in a terrible spot. The weapon toss goes high, and Bunny looking for the side light to close it out. Marimoo dodges the GC side light, and Bunny now has to pick up an axe.
Oh no, I do not want to see this fall away from her.
Oh, there it is! Marimoo takes it as the whiff comes in from Bunny. Marimoo with a GC downlight into recovery. It was so close. Bunny had such a big lead. Looked almost unstoppable there in that game number 3, but Marimoo clutches it out.
She let him start controlling the tempo.
Yeah.
Once Marimoo was in control of the pace of the game, it took away the momentum that she had, and he was able to pick his way right back to winning that game. I mean, that's exactly what I saw from that game. She gave him the momentum back. She gave him the pace back.
Throwing that axe away too. I mean, those are just kind of like moments where the scratch, like it starts getting a little bit kind of scuffed, and Marimoo will win those every time. The poise from the world champion himself. Sidelight coming out for Marimoo, and we take a deep breath as we go into this next game, and I'm sure both of these players are trying to do so here. Bunny trying to take the wind out of Markimoo's sails there, though. That nair comes out, almost catching Marimoo with a very early gimp. Marimoo makes it back, though, and gets right back onto the action.
All right, the gauntlet ditto that we've been seeing this whole set here. Bunny Oh, keeping even. She's trying to stay on that left side, it looks like, but Marimoo, the gravity cancel neutral light, is going to go ahead and send Bunny off stage. Okay, side air to get back up. Marimoo going to go ahead and whiff in the wrong direction. No punish from Bunny. She finds the down air against Marimoo, but he goes right back to the other side, hits the light attack himself, reaching under with the Sair, and that is going to end the first stock of Bunny in a very decisive fashion.
I don't want to count Bunny out yet, but that right there was a Marimoo stock if I've ever seen one. Just complete domination on the screen and closing out the edge guards in a very efficient way. No fanfare needed, no crazy big reach, just constantly winning out those exchanges. And there comes out Bunny scrambling to find a hit in response. The downline will be the first thing that Bunny's able to connect this entire stock. The side air comes out to punish the recovery, and Bunny in a great spot to find this edge guard. The ground pound gets punished with the side air. GC into the stage, but it's not enough to make it back. And Marimoo up 3 stocks to 1 as Bunny goes a little bit too low off stage to try to confirm that stock. Marimoo will get the reversal, and Marimoo up 3 stocks to 1 and potentially ending the upset conversations right here, right now.
Yeah, it's looking pretty rough. Marimoo has found his stride here against Bunny, it does seem, as she finally takes him off of that opening stock. Full stock advantage for Marimoo. He needs one more to send Bunny down to elimination side and continue his path over here on winner's side.
I'd love to live in a world where Bunny could easily take this game, somehow find a way to make magic happen again, but sometimes, they often say lightning does not strike twice, and
it almost did, though.
It almost did. It just wasn't enough in the last game, and now Marimoo with a 2 stock to 1 lead. Bunny fighting back on this axe as much as Bunny can. And Light sending off stage. Bunny getting sent very far. Marimoo now closing in here. Gotta be careful of this now as Marimoo has the stock to play with. And Light sends off stage. Chase dodge from Marimoo. Weapon toss comes out. No punish on that dodge back to the stage from Bunny as Bunny picks up some gauntlets. And I think if Bunny has any chances in this game, it'll have to be off the back of some gauntlets as 3 Light send Marimoo off stage and the damage slowly building.
Even if she's able to confirm the stock, she's still left with having to play perfect situation as Marimoo sends her down with the dare. Looking for another one. Does she have the options? He bounces her off the stage again. That second dare, using the active input to send her down to that bottom 45, and that is going to put Marimoo up 3-1, knocking Bunny down. But what a great performance from Bunny.
I mean, just the game of margins, man. That last game, that game number 3, that was the deciding game to get that match point where Bunny just had that big lead, but Marimoo clutches out that game. Bunny throws her axe away, throws out that unarmed D-Light, and ever since Marimoo hit that GC D-Light recovery on the gauntlets, he has not looked the same in the set. He completely dominates Bunny in a 2 stock to 1 fashion. Bunny had some chances getting a couple N-Lights, but the big difference is Marimoo did not panic. Marimoo was taking those N-Lights and saying, you do not have the resources to find a way to gimp me because you know you're on your last stock. You're the one that has all the pressure on them, themselves, and that's all it is.
Absolutely, yeah. That is definitely how that one turned out. But like we said, that is winner's side. Bunny will have another opportunity to continue on down in the limbs. Great job from her, but we got to move on because we still have lots and lots of Brawlhalla to play, and we're going to get ready for our next game, which is going to be Guichabou versus a Flower, which should be very, very entertaining.
Yeah, I mean, incredibly competitive tournament matches already as we're trying to figure out what our top 8 is going to look like. This is just all to make it into top 8. If you've been watching the offseason, these are the matchups that you expect to see at grand finals of community events, at the very top of crowning champions for many, many community events that are happening. Check out the esports tab on the main menu of Brawlhalla to see where if you can potentially get your wins in the community tournaments. That's how Bunny got her start, getting those wins there.
Absolutely.
However, we're not even there yet. We're still trying to make it into top 8. We got Flower versus Guichabou, an incredibly contested match, and we're going to see Guichabou look like a return to form from when I first saw Guichabou enter the scene in 2023, which was on the Sakura. Potentially. I mean, everyone's talking about the Queen Nai being a very strong pick. Obviously, the Mikasa crossover giving a little bit of mojo to Guichabou, but looks like we might be seeing some Lin Fei.
Yeah, so far that's what it looks like on our screen. I'm just kind of taking a look at the matchup between these two players and kind of the history between them, and it does not look good for Team Flower.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Oh.
Yeah. We're looking 3 match wins to 8. If you are Flower, only a 27% win percentage against Guichabou.
Wow.
So that does kind of put her down a little bit when you're looking at the numbers, but this is Winter Championship, baby. Anything can happen. As we take a look right there, $6,900 in the bank account of a Flower. Still trying to find that silver or gold, but does have that podium finish in bronze.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to be seeing this matchup play out here, and potentially Flower trying to make that score line a little bit better in terms of the set history between the two. But we have the Lin Fei make a return once again. Obviously, with the dex changes potentially having an opportunity to be graduated, those higher dex legends that Guichabou's known for might start coming into the meta. And I mean, high dex Katars doesn't seem too bad to me. On the other side of it, a Yumiko pick from Flower, nonetheless. Both of them being level 100 on them, so these are experienced player or character hero legend specialists for sure.
All right, but we are going to get in and see how this looks because this could really go any way. I mean, with the when we have the all the balance that has been done, all the patching that has been done, Katars being in the situation that they are right now, like this could be a full drag out match right here between a Flower and Guichabou, and we're going to get it started off at Demon Island, and a Flower the first to pick up a weapon, and he immediately swaps over to the bow.
Every time I see Guichabou getting weapon starved early, it reminds me of Sandstorm versus Guichabou at Trial of Ymir in 2023, where Sandstorm was just like, okay, you're clearly going to just steamroll me if I pick up a weapon. I'm just going to weapon starve you. So earlier on, I think that was kind of the strategy versus Guichabou, but Guichabou's gotten incredibly good at dealing with that strategy, eventually finding a way in. Especially on Queen Nai, it's a lot easier to be willing to kind of get hit for picking up a weapon, but as the Sakura, it's going to be slightly different. Ensig comes out there, almost unpunishable if you're not ready. That cannon Ensig, exactly what you need here. However, Flower playing pretty much lights out, as lights out as you can get. The Enlight will come out here and looking for those KO options. Flower without a weapon, though. Guichabou with the guitar, throws the guitars away. The side air comes out for Flower, looking to close out that stock with the signature, and there it is. The slide charge wisps come into effect, and that recovery will close out that stock.
Fantastic first stock from Flower. Full control the entire start of this game. Bow back in hand. We see what he is most comfortable on for sure. Sidelight's going to whiff. Guichabou whiffs the signature as well, though. Flower staying out of the way of the weapon toss. The side air is going to knock Guichabou back. Oh, a couple grounded light attacks from another side light from the bow. Guichabou letting it reach way out with the side air. Throws the cannon, looking for those guitars. Flower doesn't keep him off of him.
Nice side air there. Guichabou getting sent off stage. Big side light into end light. Going for the recovery the other direction. Will not find it there, but that down stick will snipe out that attempt to use that weapon toss to get a hitbox out, but that signature will draw out somewhat of a projectile, so that will still beat it out even after being interrupted. Nice dodge from Guichabou avoiding that side air, and that down stick attempt immediately getting punished. Going for the ground pound there, but a D-light into side air will stop that half pipe attempt from Guichabou, or that reset on that combo.
Flower backing up, couldn't catch a scoop. Tries to throw out the wisp, but Guichabou is able to go ahead and punish it. Ooh, trying to slide in with that stomp, but Guichabou's movement's looking pretty good here. Is he staying out of those little traps set by this Yumiko? Looking for it. Ooh, the down air doesn't get punished. Flower keeping those feet firmly placed on Demon Island, trying to catch a landing on Guichabou, throw the wisp out, finish it up with a nair, and that is going to put Guichabou on his final stock.
Yeah, Flower looking incredibly locked in here, just not really giving Guichabou anything. And I think versus the Katars, there has to be a willingness to take hits. Like, you're going to get opened up by Katars. You're going to give a dodge read every now and again, but it's just a matter of, like, not getting hit by the second string or the second attempt to try to get a big extension. That's what I love to see for Flower here is Guichabou getting the damage that you expect to see Guichabou get on the Katars, but hasn't found any big read to find a KO. As I say that, a side stick comes out. Not enough to KO, but now this cannon will cause some problems. Down sig, end light. D-light into Nair, Ensig. Is that enough to do it? Just that end light? Yes, it is. Flower losing that stock, and Guichabou back in this game.
Guichabou doing such a good job of using that down sig. It's such a safe option to edge guard. And already caught Flower with it once, and then once he throws down and Flower has to avoid it, has to come out, puts himself in another position to be able to get picked up by Guichabou.
Oh, the dodge gets red now. No dodge. Another dodge comes out there. Flower getting caught in a 6-piece string as the damage slowly goes into Guichabou's favor, but a D-light into side air will put an end to this game potentially. No, the down stick gets avoided, but that recovery will close out that stock. Very, very smart flowchart from Flower there to close out that edge guard sequence, and that's going to be a big game there for Flower, reading his book there, as you can see. Yeah, he's looking good. I mean, the biggest thing I think versus Guichabou is you can't get flustered by the guitar strings. Like, as soon as you get hit by like a 6-piece, 7-piece, you just gotta like find it within yourself to be like, okay, I took the damage. I just need to stop. Right. Yeah, like it's okay I took the damage, but now I really need to not give anything more. And Flower does exactly that, and does a great job doing so there. We see the I mean, Flower, 40% accuracy on 80 light attacks. I mean, that's still like really, really good numbers for him. That's kind of where you want to be in, like that 10 to 15 hits to find a stock zone. That's looking good for Flower.
I do love the fact that Flower used the entire kit of Yumiko. We have 267 damage off the bow, and then 279
How much
damage.
On the bow? What'd you say?
267 off the bow, and then 279 off the hammer.
Got it, yeah. I'm just checking because I misheard you. But nonetheless, yeah, I mean, that's good. Like you said, a true legend specialist that will be playing, both weapons very, very well. I mean, especially the bow there, 260. You can't scoff at that. That's a lot of damage. Nonetheless, we got a Queen Nai pick here getting swapped on over by Guichabou there, level 100 on that Queen Nai. So the Queen Nai that Wes kind of talked about there, in the pre-show is going to be making a return now, and this is something where it's completely different now, where the long half pipe sequences you're getting hit by can be ended by a N-Sig on Queen Nai, which scoops you and KOs you off the top. So it's just completely different now that you have to think about, and with that much more tankiness on the side of Queen Nai, you're definitely going to be able to lean into that.
All right, well, we are going to get in here to game number 2, Flower. Of course, having that advantage right now, going straight to the bow and trying to get something going against Guichabou.
Flower starting off with a nice bowstring there. Katars come out for Guichabou here. The ideal weapons for Guichabou in this matchup. The Nair comes out and some big damage already getting put onto Flower, but Flower keeping it close too with the bow online. A nice 3-piece with a D-Light into a Nair to recovery, into a Nair to finish, and that side stick comes out, and Guichabou looks completely different on this Queen Nai.
Having that extra damage output from the Nai, it's got to feel good. Coming back up with the neutral sig. Flower's going to be able to find his way back up on stage. Guichabou picking him up with a D-Light. Another one is going to connect. Flower backing all the way up to the very edge of the stage. The weapon throw comes down from Guichabou. He's able to go ahead and pick him back up and just dribble it off the top of Flower's head right now.
Weapon toss comes out there. Flower looking to find that KO, or trying to keep himself in this neutral with that N-Sig. The down sig comes out from Guichabou, who's now in hit. He's actually the one trying to find the KO here with this Queen Nai Spear. Flower having to do a little bit more work to find himself in that position. Downlight into Cider, won't KO, but it sent Guichabou in a pretty bad spot. The down sig on the stage, that time a little too early, but still a great idea as it forces Guichabou to throw his weapon to get a safe landing there. We'll throw the Katars away again. GC Downlight trying to be a mix-up there to catch Flower, trying to punish Guichabou for throwing the weapon away. Smart stuff from Guichabou. Equally smart defensive game from Flower to avoid that trap.
Yeah, Flower, same again. We're kind of seeing him keep those feet planted on the stage, trying to catch the landings. We see him staring over the top of Guichabou right there. The unarmed attack is going to send Flower all the way over. Guichabou targets him out unarmed, but catches the weapon throw. That's a, what were you doing? He chased him out unarmed. Look at PJ. PJ is so confused right now, and I think maybe Guichabou might be as well, kind of figure out what happened there, what was I thinking. But it gave Flower a perfect opportunity to try and get some bonus damage here. Guichabou's going to send him all the way out. Flower needs to get back up on stage. He needs this extra credit. Weapon throw out. Guichabou has nothing. The edge guard is just not there. Flower just takes a nice Sunday stroll back up on stage.
And that's the end light into side light, and that's going to be an end light to find the KO. I think the idea was Guichabou threw his weapon away, went to go pick it up, but was like, wait a minute, I can kind of jump scare Flower by jumping off stage and throwing out a recovery and a Nair, like put out a bunch of hitboxes and catch Flower thinking I was going to go back to the stage to pick up a weapon. Neither of those hit, and then he like triple down and did a third Nair, and then that one just got you killed, or sorry, KO'd. So, I mean, I don't know exactly what that option was. And Flower,
that was nice.
Happy about that situation for sure, though, as that weapon toss into that signature D-Light into Cider will send Guichabou off stage, looking for that N-Sig. No, a down sig instead, and that Nair won't KO off the top, but we're getting to the point where the next one will. The Smiling Titan takes Guichabou off the top there.
Flower's done a fantastic job on this second stock. Was able to go ahead and bring that lead all the way back. Full stock advantage against Guichabou right now. It kind of has Guichabou kind of looking a little silly right now, trying to figure out how he's going to bring this back. Unarmed, Flower putting so much pressure on the right side of the stage right now. Another inlight's going to connect. Guichabou still unarmed. Flower ripping the weapon from him and throwing it at his face. Still continuing to get big damage against Guichabou. Finally, a spear drops into his lap, but another stomp Sayer from Flower.
Oh, we see the side stick come out from Flower there. Reminds me of that BCX that he top 8'd off the back of a lot of those. The N-Sig will come out for Guichabou, but it's not in that KO range, and that Cider will put Guichabou in KO range as well. The N-Sig will get avoided by Guichabou as we pick up a pair of Katars, but that D-Light gets immediately punished by a jump Cider on the hammer. D-Light, recovery, no recovery. Sidelight with the dead zone hitbox making a return there. No connection there, and that down sig will be punished by Sidelight into an N-Sig. Bounce off the stage, and that's enough to KO. It looked like Guichabou was potentially actionable there, but nonetheless, just enough to KO as Flower, I mean, off the back of Guichabou, like this, that was crazy. That was the second Nair we saw there at the beginning of that highlight, and that's just not, like, that's the double down that we do not want to see. And ever since then, Flower was able to take that stock lead and then really kind of run away with the game during that stock number 2 for Flower there.
Once that first stock was taken care of, he was
West, bro. Bro watches the pre-show, man.
That's interesting.
He said, well, no, wait, what am I even talking about? That's Guichabou swapping over to the...
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. That's interesting.
Let's not say it. Let's let them see as they load in here. But
Okay.
yeah, Flower happy to take that game there. We'll see if he can do the same versus a very different pick. I mean, I got question marks for it for sure, but I'm sure we're going to be very happy if you're Sparky. We got a Lord Vrax on the deck stance, making an appearance here into the top 12. Guichabou swapping to the Warlock here. The power of the light on his side. We'll see if it's enough.
Guichabou does realize that it hasn't been graduated yet, right?
I know.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm just
I
checking.
know.
I'm just checking because this is definitely a out and left field pick here. Some may call it a desperation pick against Flowery here, but we're going to see how it ends up for Guichabou. Trying to prove my predictions wrong here as Flower is starting to run away with the set.
Okay, sidelight into down air there. And Wes was talking about how, like, some players that don't want to interact, Lord Vrax will beat you for it, especially if you like to dash in the corner a lot. Lord Vrax having great signatures to throw out. DC side stick comes out. Guichabou now with some blasters. Nice little pivot there on that dash jump turn around down air, but the recovery will come out and get immediately punished by that down air. And the Warlock. Look, I love Warlock as much as the next guy.
Right.
I actually don't like Warlock at all, but I don't like this pick into Flower. It just seems like a crazy read. But if Guichabou can make it work, I'm happy to eat my words. The side stick will come out, won't KO though.
All right. If he could put a stomp on Flower's momentum right here, we'll see what he can get done on these blasters. Okay, the down sig going to send Flower all the way up to the blast zone. Not quite enough on this tall ceiling to go ahead and confirm the knockout. The second one will get the job done as Flower just stands there and just waits for it.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can all agree that if Flower wins this, or sorry, Guichabou wins this game, Lord Vrax is the best legend in the game right now. The signatures are the big reason that we saw any of that KO happen for Guichabou. Flower looking for this juggle stage side light into a second one there. Guichabou rebuttals with a D-light into end light, going for that end sig on a jump read. Doesn't find it there though.
Stomp Sayer going to swing Gooey all the way back over to the right side. That neutral sig it catches anywhere on the map. It really doesn't matter where your opponent is. That neutral sig will catch. Guichabou somehow, some way, finding his way back up on stage. Okay, the neutral light goes with the neutral sig. Doesn't find anything there. Flower backing all the way up, catching a weapon throw. Guichabou throwing the lance all the way up and over. Just drops back into the blasters. And we're going to see the down six come back out again. Is that just going to be that? Yep, there we go. Another one's going to fall. Flower staying out of the way of it there, though. No weapon to be found for Gooey as he picks up another lance.
Nice punish on that side sig. Very important to punish the Lord Vrax signatures when you get a chance to. That side sig will get immediately punished accordingly. And another signature attempt there from Guichabou. The down sig into the Nair. The Nair won't find its mark. And an end light will close out that stock for Flower as Guichabou is just letting the signatures fly. If you're going to be picking high dex Vrax, that's what you need to kind of be doing anyway. You obviously get like D-light into end light on Lance, but it's not why you're playing this legend. The signatures are going to be what you're leaning into, but Flower getting nice extension there, picking up a bow, and now Guichabou without a weapon. Nice three-piece sending off stage. The down air comes out, and to another recovery, and Guichabou having no answers for this onslaught of hitboxes Flower's throwing out. Finally, an air comes out on the unarmed to give himself a little bit of space, but that down air gets punished by the recovery, and the experiment was a unsuccessful one as Flower moves forward in 3-0 fashion and better makes his set record a little bit better.
Flowers, I've said this before in past events, Flowers' willingness to weapon starve gives them such a good advantage, no matter who they're playing against. I've pointed out before, players just don't do it. They don't, unless they're down, you don't see the weapon starve really come into play. But Flower, from frame one, starts trying to hold that weapon away from Guichabou, made it happen through the entire set, and it worked out. 515 damage to 346 in that game number 3. Flower able to take the dub.
Yeah, and I think it helps, like especially on Yumiko, where you have signatures that kind of cover one of the two ways to pick up a weapon. It's really good, right? Because if you're weapon starving someone, the weapon's on the ground, you're like, okay, I have to either worry about them dashing through me or going above me. And Yumiko's signatures either cover right above you, like the hammer down sig, or they cover right in front of you, like the bow down sig. So it's really, really smart. And that's kind of like what Flower brings to the table that a lot of Yumiko players don't do, is they like really allow the character to dictate every aspect of the game plan, including, like you were saying, the weapon starving that had a lot of success versus Guichabou, which in the past has done so there. We'll see some play post-game stats for that last game. And I mean, once again, looking very solid. You're looking for that like 10 to 15 hit range on those heavier weapons to close out stocks, and he's doing that in just about that time. And we see 20% accuracy on 10 signatures. That's only 2 signatures connecting, but usually when those signatures connect, they're either KOing or they're doing a lot of damage because they're like set-up signatures. So good to see from Flower, looking very, very good.
Absolutely. Guichabou, of course, going to be heading down to elimination side to try and make their way back up. Flower, though, is just starting their gauntlet because they just finished up Guichabou, and we're going to be seeing them play against Marimoo here in just a little bit. So definitely going to be a very difficult run for Flower here on winner side, but playing absolutely amazing. That music says that they're telling us we need to go. So PJ, go ahead and send us out, brother.
Yeah, thanks for watching, but it's not over yet. We are just getting into the top 8 of things. We're going to be finishing out the top 8 of the bracket as well, but before we do, we're going to go to a short break. We're going to get a caster swap going, and we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Eyes on me, watch my moves. Limousine, head out the roof. Blurry nights, you and me. Flashing lights, baby, make a scene. Let's get it going, come in closer. How move in slow motion, make me feel like I'm a star. You know I love it. Keep going, now we're on a roll. For sure, don't stop. I wanna lose control. Wanna lose control. I wanna lose control. Wanna lose control. I wanna lose control. You don't gotta ease up on that gas. We're already going fast. Show me what you're made of, let it crash. I don't want to have to ask. Come on, boy, make this moment last. Let's get it going, come in closer. How move in slow motion, make me feel like I'm a star. You know I love it. Keep going, now we're on a roll. For sure, don't stop. I wanna lose control. Wanna lose control.
what up? It's time. We were back there yapping with Toast about the state of Brawlhalla and how great the esports is and the fact that we're back. And this bracket is insane, as Winters usually is. I don't know what it is about Winters, but the people come out to play for real, for real. Marimoo was about to become a victim of Winter, but he didn't make it. He made it possible. He made it back. He was like, hold on, I'm Marimoo. Let me don't mess around. I know I lost the game, but I'm back in the building. So either way, Soulworry back in the building. TK, Flambeau, how you guys doing? How are you?
Man, I'm big chillin', man. I'm excited to see North America, full bias, my favorite region to watch. You know.
Yeah.
South America, of course, always up there. EU, they've been changing things around as of late, but North America, born and raised, man, and so I always like seeing us scrap it out.
Not the American pride, brother.
American, you know what I'm saying? I like seeing my Marky Moves, my Balloon Boys. You guys get to see right here, we're going to have Balloon Boy coming up next to go up against Anime Fan. And then we're going to have Rise, of course, versus Rutsme, and then Marimoo versus Flower, and then one more match as well. So we've got an action-packed lineup today. Some of North America's favorite players and also some of kind of the guys who have been on the rise and have quite literally made it a little bit further. Like Rutsme, been on the radar for a little while with that Mako. You don't really see a whole lot of great story. You don't see any Mako whatsoever.
Yeah.
But especially because Qatars are in a great spot now because of those dodge changes. Definitely looking to see how far Rutsme can take it. But yeah.
Looking like the people are believing definitely in Balloon Boy right here, 89 to 11%. I mean, if Balloon Boy has one fan, well, I wouldn't say it's me, it's definitely Slow-Mo. But if he had two, I'm in there as well. So, so here we are, getting into it. My boy Balloon Boy going to show up with the Mega Man. He's been holding it down for Vivi for a while, but almost exclusively on the Mega Man skin. And it has been a terror to most of the brackets, regardless if we're in mid-season, we're online, or if we're in BCX. So here we go. Oh
my God.
I was about to say, he's about to be terrorized right there. What a hot start there for Anime Fan. The Zol showing up. I didn't get to see if that was 10-4 Zol or not. That's my favorite version of Zol to play. But if you're more of a competitive side, probably try to spec in a little speed.
Ooh, dang. Okay. Yeah. I mean, looks like they went to the defense stance, which, want to be a little bit tankier, I suppose, take a couple more hits. But Balloon Boy, I mean, at this point, easily one of the best North America, right? PR number 2. I think most people, when they look at a North American bracket, they expect to see Balloon Boy versus Marimoo in the grand finals. That has pretty much become the new classic. It's the new Boomy versus Sandstorm, effectively.
BCX top 2?
Yeah, facts.
Absolutely super lit. Unfortunately, though, Balloon Boy currently dropping that first stock. Anime Fan get a little crazy off the stage. Oh, Balloon Boy trying to the tried and true tornado. Not going to hit this time around. But definitely expect to see that a little later in the set. He definitely gets a lot of stocks off of that, and it's just really kind of a special move, man. It's the Balloon Boy Classic. Nice. Oh, that was a Flame Sword. Check it out. Caught my man as he walked straight into it, gets the stock off the top, and now Balloon Boy keeping this game close. Doesn't want to let this game escape too much. A lot of nairs coming out. Okay.
Yeah, oh wow, the use of the ground pound there, getting the extended active frame to hit Balloon Boy, but Balloon Boy answers back with that side signature, and he's poking away with that blaster, another side signature. I don't even know if Anime Fan got touched the floor there, won't be able to make it back, has to better dodge maybe, and we timed that down air perfectly, but there was a touch involved, so another chance of getting back to the stage, and then just a slide charge down sig to go ahead and cover it all.
I tell you, he's going to get one. He didn't get him on the left side. He said, I got to get at least one. One for Breezy, bro. Thank you. I appreciate it. So here we are. Currently, Balloon Boy has definitely fought his way back into this game, but we are, wow, I cannot believe that it hit. I feel like his hand was inside of that glass. So very surprised that didn't hit, but either way, you are still playing against Zol. A lot of force. The cannon's going to go ahead and clean that up super quickly. Anime Fan keeping this close.
Now let's see, Balloon Boy waiting for that weapon spawn. Here it comes, fights a little bit unarmed first, picks up a pair of boots, and is now starting to put the shoes on him, really. I mean, look at that. Gets a juggle with the neutral air, goes for 2. And I love watching Balloon Boy's battle boots go off. Has some crazy extensions that he can get off of dodge read. Anime just trying to get some bearings here. Finally getting a hit on Balloon Boy's final stop. Balloon Boy immediately answering back. It looks like just has a complete read on the neutral. I'm surprised that recovery wasn't enough, but that down stick should do it. No.
Just barely not touching that blast zone, but I imagine the next downlight recovery should be able to do it here. Doesn't try to go for a side stick or side light this time around. Okay, hold on. In light. Almost. A lot of these almost KOs, but that's going to find it. Yeah, great catch on the recovery. Send it past that upper blast zone. good, good fight back there from Balloon Boy. That first stock definitely got evaporated pretty quickly, but was able to power through on his second stock to get the first and second of Anime Fan pretty handily.
Yeah, no, I mean, I feel like Cannon always been more of a momentum-based weapon, especially when you're on a character like Zoe, who's a bit more of a glass cannon. You definitely want to make sure that when you're getting your openings, you're able to convert them into loads and heaps of damage, especially a character like this can rob a stock really quickly. But Anime never really had a chance to get that going, right? I mean, Balloon Boy just kind of stuffing them out. Every single attempt at an attack was met by an extended sequence from Balloon Boy, and so we'll see if maybe this game 2 goes a little bit better. We're on Apocalypse now, or rather Fortress Alliance, excuse me. So hopefully that's the difference maker. So far, looking much better for Anime.
Yeah, looking at this, at the damage spread, though, surprisingly, Anime Fan is all cannon. Like, there's not a lot of axe in here. There's 71 damage dealt on the axe, which is crazy because, like, normally in a match, or when I see somebody who has an axe in their hand, I expect to see that axe a lot more. Not to say that the cannon isn't working, because we obviously got that to a last stock situation, but I want to see what this axe can do if the cannon's not making it happen. Currently, though, just getting shot up. Balloon Boy, 2 Sayers to push them way off the stage right now.
Oh, nice patience from Balloon Boy, catching the landings with these falling recoveries. Not enough to knock out. Anime gets a bit of damage there with that neutral out on the axe. And yeah, I'm here with you, TK. I want to see what this axe can do. Obviously, we're more familiar with the Onyx from Anime Fan in some of the 2's landscapes as well. But there's all here to play, getting beat out by a perfectly timed spot dodge from Balloon Boy and just looking for one final blow to bring things home.
Oh, that was a crazy option to come off the side with. The ground pound does indeed hit, puts Balloon Boy off the stage. Balloon Boy is going to get the first stock, though, with the side air. And now, see if Anime Fan can even this up super quickly. Got the more try and true. I guess they're really just a cannon player than if they're also playing Onyx. The cannon is definitely working out, though. Does find that side air very quickly, even the stocks up.
All right, now let's see Balloon Boy looking for that weapon. Get snagged from Anime, and now getting a pretty decent control of the stage here as well. Balloon Boy having to fight for this weapon, gets starved yet again. A pump fake from Anime Fan to try to batter the spot dodge. Balloon Boy doesn't fall for it though. Manages to pick up a pair of blasters, and now starting to put some connections with those bullets in there, those pellets out of those blasters. But good punch from Anime to kind of keep Balloon Boy a little bit more honest where he's placing some of those hitboxes. Wow.
Man, everybody kind of getting, too close with their hitboxes, not going to be able to hit where they need to. The down light missing, the neutral light missing. However, getting back into the match, so we got a nice little Sayer coming in from Amethyst, trying to set this one up. Oh, that's going to push Balloon Boy past that blast zone. Very good on the sidelight Sayer. And now, Balloon Boy going to be in a deficit right here, and also not a crazy amount of damage here onto Amethyst or Anime Fan as well, but I do believe that he's able to get this back. He got 2 very good weapons, and also his neutral has just been pretty insane when he goes on a run.
Yeah, I mean, even just looking for probably a downlight now. Oh, actually goes for the active input on that side air there to go ahead and try to keep things close and personal.
Oh, can we get down there?
Throw, not going to hit. Well, that could have been a punish, but looked a little bit scared. Doesn't matter, though. Spaces out that side signature with the leaf shield just well enough. And now down to the final stocks. Balloon Boy keeping things close.
Okay, little movement exhibition there on that platform. Wastes a little bit of that invincibility time, and now Balloon Boy, just keeping it close. This is nice. All right, tries to get a little extra, getting behind and getting that down air. Okay, still going though.
Okay. You see, trying to adjust the flow chart. So last time you didn't dodge this way, so he does a gravity cancel D-light to the left. Think he's going to catch Anime, but Anime doing a good job mixing up the defensive options. Balloon Boy still winning out on most of these neutral exchanges, though. Anime Fan can't find a break. There we go. Doesn't get the correct read there with the aggression, and only gets 1 hit for the trouble.
Okay. Just kind of marking him. All right, good nice. Anti-air right there twice. Side air going to do it up twice. Keep getting that little bit of damage. The recovery not going to push past that blast one yet, but still some good damage here. I like that dip down. Yeah, Anime Fan has been trying to get a lot of these sidelight Sayers, so. Oh! Dang. Man, that was perfect spacing right there. Knew exactly that was going to hit. Just sneaks straight under it. Gets the downlight Sayer, pushing him right past that blast zone.
Got to give it up to Balloon Boy. I mean, when he executes Anime, with a pretty good defensive maneuver, but just not quite a pinpoint enough to go ahead and stop Balloon Boy there. And so, one more game, and Balloon Boy's going to go ahead continuing moving on forward in that winner's side of bracket. That'll put him in the top 6 hitting those winner's semis. And so definitely looking to try and make that happen. We're going to see if Anime can put a little bit more pressure on him, though, because despite the fact that, seed-wise and expectation-wise, I think most people expect Balloon Boy to come out on top, I think they'd like to see a little bit more fight out of Anime.
Yeah, I mean, I think I just wanted to see like a game, or because you see the moments of greatness. You know what I mean? There's definitely points in these games where Anime Fan is in the lead, but yeah, Balloon Boy just kind of locks right back in. And really, I mean, I feel like something about these boots. I think that's the real big issue right now. I know the Blasters is doing a lot, but I feel like when Balloon Boy is on the boots, Anime Fan just cannot get a hit.
And he's getting confident too, going for some of these reads. It's real tough. That N6, such a strong anti-air tool. You just throw it out. It's basically a light tack, kind of reminiscent of Cassidy. And that's going to be the first stock taken by Balloon Boy, having absolutely no problem dealing with Anime Fan. I think there's nothing scarier than a Blasters player who's landing all of their shots.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, you got to start feeling a way about it because, yeah, sometimes these blaster hits are definitely hard to find, but Balloon Boy is making it quite easy. Bro got the scope on. Hold on.
Okay, let's see. A little trading spaces action here. Balloon Boy gets onto the stage, gets caught by the falling side air punish from Anime, and back to a tight battle. Like, that's the thing. These have never really gone so far in a swing that Balloon Boy was in the driver's seat. There are even games where Balloon Boy actually had to bring things back and then just ended up winning it. But Anime just does not seem to have the ability to close these games out, and it's coming back to bite him.
Yeah, I was talking about those boots, but currently I feel like he just wanted to get a lot more of this blaster action going, and Blaster's been causing a real issue for Anime Fan. Starting to get some down airs in here, and also nice to see the Anime Fan has been kind of leaning a little more into that axe as well, but oh, very close. Man, I was going to drop Sair on him. Still doesn't matter, though. The GC Inlight is going to push it past that blast zone. One more stock left for Anime Fan, but with a very solid lead here for Balloon Boy. It's looking dire.
Yeah, real dire. I mean, Balloon Boy, once again, the accuracy with these blasters, the chase as well, goes for the ground pound. That's how much he's feeling himself right now. And Anime just does not have a response. Balloon Boy almost comboing off of the wall, just narrowly not quite at the correct damage range, but just look at how comfortable he's maneuvering around the stage right now. Isn't afraid to throw out any hitboxes. Basically, he's playing as if he already knows he has this game won. Will that come back to bite him?
Well, unfortunately, though, not going to get the stock off that downlight nair. These weapon tosses, okay. Repicks back up too. Looking for that downlight. Off the side is going to find a Sair instead. Nice. That should be enough to go past that blast zone. And it is Balloon Boy taking that pretty handily. The boot's going to go ahead and handle the business on that last stock. But I will say, when it came down to what was looking like it was getting a lot of damage on that last game, clearly the blast.
Yeah.
Bro was shooting, okay? The range was, I'm going to tell you, though, that was perfect accuracy at the range.
No, I have to agree, man. I mean, the autopsy report came in and said, yep, definitely got shot. That was it. That's enough, you know? Poor guy.
Yeah.
Anime Fan there. Real tough go, man. It's real hard. Balloon Boy, I mean, so good at microspacing. His punish game really strong, and just the way he exerts pressure without pressing a button, too. Even one of those stocks that we saw in that last game, he kind of hit him with a gravity cancel side light, and he just waited and then faded back with a side air, and the side air didn't even hit, but then it forced Anime Fan to burn a dodge and jump in, and that's how he got that gravity cancel end light afterward to close out the stock.
Yeah.
It's just like, no matter what you do, I think Brawlhalla is a game where a lot of the time when you're getting beat up, you're desperately trying to go back to reset neutral, right? But then, you know, somebody misses, you're like, all right, cool, they missed. Now this is my chance to do whatever I want to do. Not Balloon Boy, bro. He's still right there. Same dodge this one.
He made it
this
happen.
one.
For sure. I was looking at these stats in the last game before this. The second game, it was the boots going crazy. He actually did, like, I think, like 300 damage on the boots while taking, like, maybe 120, 130. But here in this game, it was definitely the blasters. 420 on the damage dealt, 248 taken. Bro had it equipped 55% of the time. Yeah, he wanted to blast. Bro.
Yeah.
he was Jimmy Neutron with it, bro. He had to blast for sure, man.
That's crazy.
Here, but like either way, still very good game for Balloon Boy. And you know, even though you see the score and it says 3-0, I mean there were some close games there. Those first two games definitely kind of down to the wire. That third game, I think he kind of ran away with it, but still very respectable showing there from Anime Fan.
No, I'm inclined to agree. I mean, definitely got bulldozed a little bit toward the end of that last game. Other than that, it was a pretty close bout, all things considered. It's just hard because how do you get good blasters practice in North America? It really is just Balloon Boy. You know what I mean? It was the same thing back in the day. It was just Boomy. It was just Cody Travis. There's not a whole lot of blaster specialists, and so it's always a very specific issue when you got to go up against Balloon Boy, because off the top of my head, I'm like, next best is maybe like Clem or something. Like, I can't really think of, like, you know, there's no one playing blasters at Balloon Boy's level.
No.
Truth be told.
Yeah. So, I mean, it happens, bro. Like, I mean, either you kind of become the meta and you start playing blasters yourself to understand the weaknesses, or you just lose the Balloon Boy, bro.
Yeah.
Like that's just what's probably going to happen. So either way, that was our first match. We're going to keep it moving. Got our second match on the way, hopefully soon. But I'm always super excited to see. I think it was Rutsme versus Rise that we had.
I think so.
Yeah. Rutsme versus Rise. Rise kind of on the tear right now. So is Rutsme. I think both of them kind of just a little bit on the tear. But Rise, I think, being PR16, that's a little more impressive of a tear, getting potentially into this top 8.
Yeah, because to get here, I'm like trying to remember. Got a pretty good win. It was on Stingray. It was on Stingray.
Yeah.
It was able to beat Stingray. I'm trying to remember if it was 3-1 or 3-0. I ended up watching that one, and it was honestly, I have to give it up. Using Taro still in Big 2026, was able to win the final game by doing a unarmed D-Light into weapon pickup true side air on Axe, which is like you don't get to see true combos into Axe side air like ever, right? And so it's like, dang, you sent him home with a message, and now trying to see just how far he can go on the winner side of things. But Rutsme, personally, one of my favorite players in North America. Everybody knows I love the Greatsword. I love my Brawlhalla. I love my Rutsme, but Rutsme is a very specific type of breed, always rocking that Mako. You do not see this character outside of Rutsme, truly a character specialist, in the same way that I'm Llama would be rocking the Thatch. We got Rutsme on the Shark.
Okay, we'll see how the Shark's going to do it, though. Going into defense stance, getting a little more defense, giving up some of that speed, but still having a very impressive speed stat, so ain't nothing wrong with that. Meanwhile, we're going into the speed stance here on the Taros, taking away from that dexterity, which I believe will probably not be happening next match, bro. 2 decks sounds crazy if we're doing the dex change. So, yeah, I mean, we'll see how that shakes up the meta for sure later on. As of right now, though, bro's not going to be swinging that fast, but it doesn't really matter as long as he gets a hit, and you're probably changing it anyway.
Exactly. Nah, I mean, especially, with those changes coming in, I'm sure it's going to change, how hard people weapon starve and, making sure they get the fresh weapon instead of the old one, etc. But then on the other side of things, I mean, Rutsme rocking the General Grievous.
Grievous.
One of the sickest skins we got in the game. And honestly, I mean, even taking a look here, they're going into the ban sequence right now. It looks like we're going to be going to the Small Fortress of Lions for game number 1. Homeboy got a million lightsabers ready to go. So this should be a good one. I'm excited to see what Rutsme's been cooking. It's been a little bit since I've gotten to see his gameplay. I think Rise is going to be in for a bit of a challenge.
Every time I watch, I think back to that, the fight between him and Obi-Wan, I'm like, ain't no way you should have lost that, bro. It actually upset me that he lost that, bro. Anyway, here we are into our first game. Rise Rutsme. Gonna try to hold it down real quick, boys. Already got the guitars in hand, see what he can do with it.
Oh, yeah, chopping up. Ensig already. Do we go for the double dip? Ooh, could have represented it there. Chooses not to go for it, but already has Rise in the corner and is just trying to wall him out. I mean, that's the thing. When Katars are meta, they are such an oppressive weapon because they just have all these quick options. If you miss, they're generally able to reposition themselves and throw out another hitbox to cover whatever they didn't get before.
Okay, you see the movement right there. Steps back. Either way, nice. Okay, clean. Slide, stomp into Sayers to the other side. He's definitely getting this damage all the way back. Rutsme is hurting for sure. He's going to have to watch out for these next slices. Huge sword coming out right now. Boy got the great sword. Let's see if he can make anything happen with this, though. But maybe not getting a chance to stomp Sayers. It's just too great, too consistent of a combo when you're playing against the hammer. It does the damage. It'll eventually take the stock. It's just that move. It's just that combo.
Yeah, some things never change, man. I mean, Rutsme, trying to make it work here, but just the efficiency in which Taros, or Roman Reigns in this case, are able of getting KOs, you don't really have too many opportunities to mess up. You get hit by that stomp, the trades are just going to go in Rise's favor, and that's exactly what we're seeing. The side six didn't come out there, though, and snag that stock, and Rutsme going to spec into the great sword for this stock. Let's see if we can get some dodge reads. Ooh. Never mind.
Hey, yeah, bro said, I'm just giving it up, okay? But instead, goes back to the guitars, trying to get the nice little weapon starve here. It is working out, but he's still getting kind of kicked. Doesn't seem to matter too much. All right, that weapon starve really kind of went into the favor of Rise, bro. He never had a weapon in his hand, but he was still handling business. Finally gets that weapon, finds the down sig, and now Rutsme way far behind, almost a full stock. Got to get back in this game quickly.
Yeah, that's one of the tough things, too, about playing on a stage that has a singular platform like that. If you're getting weapon starved, you can kind of camp a little bit, stall things out by kind of jumping and refreshing your jumps on that platform. So that's exactly what we saw Rise do. And now, pushing that lead even farther forward, Rutsme hasn't really been able to get a strong enough string of advantage to make up for these kind of interactions we're seeing. Oh, that might just be the stock right here. Yeah, didn't even get the wall touch, and there comes the Titan for lunch. That's tough.
Just laughing at you, bro. That's what I saw.
Oh,
Popped
man.
up like, damn, bro. That's crazy. All right, yeah, kind of got bodied on that one, unfortunately. I think just all of the Taros Classics hit. You know, you got a down stick for the stock. You got multiple stomp stairs, and then here, just a great edge guard. Scooped. Get him out of here. Here's the weapon toss. Doesn't even need the rest of it right there. The Titan said, "Dang."
Dang. Mouth wide open. Yeah, no, this one's a little tough because, you know, despite the fact that Rutsme is specking into that defense stance, you know, it is still Taros that you're going up against at the end of the day. And so, you know, it'll save you maybe one Sair, but that's about it. And so we'll see. I mean, Rutsme is yet to have a really strong showing of advantage state here. And the thing about Hammer is that it's never going to look like that, right? If you get hit by a Hammer 5 times in a row, that's a really bad stock for you. But if you get hit like 2 times and then you reset to neutral, that's generally how the flow of the weapon works. Now, luckily, Rutsme kind of gets one for free.
Yeah.
You know, that was a gift from Rise, and so hopefully Rutsme is able to kind of take that to the bank and maybe get a stock on the board. But so far, I feel like Rise might take the stock pretty soon.
Ooh. Okay. Yeah, disarm right there quickly with the Sair, but either way, Rutsme, I mean, this is definitely a much better start than that first game. And now he's kind of getting a little active unarmed. Okay. 3 neutral airs hitting. Wasn't able to find a weapon in time, though. That Stomp Sair not going to push him past that blast zone because of the other side of the stage. But, man, the defense, the evasion here from Rutsme right now. Oh, until then, yeah. He was evading quite well, but always going to get caught eventually by a Stomp Sair. I was like just on like the outer hitbox, too, so barely got caught with that Stomp, but does get caught indeed.
Good little string here from Rutsme. Tacking on that damage. We're not quite in the danger zone, but a side sig. I say that, but you get him right in the corner. That don't have enough juice. That was a light orange knockout for Rutsme there. Extremely efficient knockout onto Rise, and hopefully you're able to push that forward. Great starving as well.
Okay, try to get a little aggressive there with the down light. He's going to take a small punish. This Greatsword is definitely getting a lot more active here in the second game. First game, only 25 damage put on the Greatsword, while it's 245 from the Katars. But I'm seeing a lot more swap.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Almost got the 5-piece. I managed to get out of that. But seeing a lot more of like back and forth, keeping his opponent on his toes.
Yeah, Rutsme successfully making the starve work for him this game. Doesn't go for the immediately recovery there, but should be right now. No, actually crosses through and reads the fact that Rise isn't going to go for the weapon, side sigs him and sends him out packing. Was able to play much better with the lead. Right?
Yeah.
You know, kind of got that gift early on and was able to sustain it in a way that showed up in a big way. Still worried about Rutsme going into game 3, though, because I don't think he's going to get that free affordance ever again. So.
Oh, yeah. No, these side sigs were definitely the MVP, though. I mean, that was 2 different side sig KOs. One way earlier because of the fact that he got it right at the edge. So was able to get past that blast zone. Looking at the damage here, 224 on the Greatsword, 158 on the Guitar. So the Greatsword definitely getting active here on that second game. Might want to keep seeing this, like the way that he's deciding to use his weapons, just really back and forth. Every time a weapon shows up, he's willing to swap.
Yeah, that just shows good overall comfort, right? Like understanding that, like, I can play both of these at a comparable level. Clearly not favoring one necessarily over the other. I feel like the Katars are just a safer pick in general. It has a much easier neutral game to play and safer attacks to swing out. So if you miss, you don't feel like you're in nearly as much trouble, especially against a weapon like Hammer. You get a Stomp Sair, you whiff on a Greatsword, it's going to be even easier for Rise to land that. So Rutsme trying to be careful, but nice anti-air with the neutral light.
Man, he over here. He's somehow weapon starving while he already got a weapon in his hand. He's just guarding it right now like, nah, you can't have this one.
Nice.
Okay, big. Decides to swap over, try to get the bigger weapon maybe for the knockout. Okay.
There we
worked
go.
out that time.
Yeah, catches him there. I think there might have been a gravity cancel that got punished there. Just hit him with a side sig, or rather a side light into the down sig and converts there. But still, I mean, has to get some extra credit. That's a good start. 3-piece, another opportunity. Immediate dodge coming out from Rise. Tries to get the pogo. Oh, gets it landed down here to the stage. Huge damage, but the snap dash to the stage there, kind of messing up Rutsme. But still, so much damage here. Side sig re-riding out.
Oh, he's going insane with the side sigs right now on both weapons. Rutsme on a little bit of a run after that first game. And yeah, the Greatsword is getting incredibly active right now. Finding these 4-piece, not ever the 5-piece because of the snap dash, but still getting a lot of damage. Great. All right, just finds him with the dash jump Sair. That's going to work out. Finally get a stock off of Rutsme, but we are pretty far behind. Not incapable of getting back into this game, though, obviously. Game's never over until it's over.
Let's see, Rutsme trying to maintain this lead, but Rise is playing great on his final stock right now. Rutsme finally finding an opening, but, you know, a couple more unanswered interactions from Rise and might have a tight game here. Rutsme just kind of giving up stage positioning, going for that side charge Ensig, but there we go. Nice couple extra slices. And you can see Rise playing the corner a lot here. Really just wants to get a cheesy Ensig to snag Rutsme off stage or something.
Yeah, he wants some type of reversal for sure. And honestly, he is getting a little bit of reversal of fortune. Now pushes him off the stage. Okay, down like dare. It's a little too far away to try to get the ground pound, which I like the fact that he had the awareness to see where he was at before dropping it. Oh!
Riding now.
Bro. He's like, I don't even need a full string, bro. He hit one button and said, all right, now it's time to ride out. Let's go. Once again, the side stake doing its due diligence here in this matchup for Rutsme. Now this time on the Greatsword. The first game before it was on the guitars, but the Greatsword side stake making it work. The Greatsword is just showing up. 253 damage to the 212 on Guitar. I mean, he's obviously still swapping in with both weapons, but when you look over at Rise, he's not playing his axe at all. 16 damage on the axe.
Yeah.
Like 274 on the hammer, 16 on the axe. Bro does not want to play that weapon at all. And, you know, maybe it's time to bring it back in. But oh, okay. I always love the idea though, man. You gotta try to for some of the cheeky stuff when you're already this far down as well too. I mean, you gotta try to get back in the set some way or one way or another.
Yeah, and still have a huge damage lead, but Rutsme back to piecing up on this Greatsword. Gets a nice little two-piece there. Gets hit by the stomp out of the startup of his move. Oh, no response. There we go. Beautiful resets coming here from Rutsme, and then just defaulting to movement, not committing, saying, oh, I'm going to try to force another hit. Just tries to encroach upon Rise's space, but ends up, I think, getting hit out of maybe like 2 jumps or something. So by the time, you know, he was trying to get back to the stage, had nothing to really recover with.
Yeah. You can definitely see the adjustment, too. So he's usually been going for the 5-piece, but, like, it hasn't been working out because Rise has been able to get out last part. So instead, now he just went for 2 separate 2-pieces and then try to reset the situation for another one. I like that idea as well. Almost getting the stock here. Got a little crazy with that side sig. It has been very successful for him, but Rise able to find a recovery and now looking for a stomp Sayer.
Nice.
Oh, okay, there it is. Finally finds a Sayer himself. Rutsme not losing that second stock before we take the first off of Rise, but this is a lot of damage that Rise has been able to add up, and now Rise with the axe in hand, looking for the jump out the corner, not going to get it.
And Rutsme opting to select the guitars this time around instead of the Greatsword. So we'll have another pair of guitars queued up as well. And there they are. Go ahead and snags it. Ooh, the active frames on that down sig, but luckily the dodge option that Rutsme chose actually allowed him to survive. Had he gone, you know, up or to the right or something, would have been KO'd off of the right blasting.
Yeah, I think maybe getting up might have got him past the entirety of the move.
Oh, the entire move, yeah.
Yeah, but like the fact that he did go behind him and still get hit, like that was the best case scenario for getting hit for sure. It's gonna lose that stock regardless. And now, as I said, you know, I wanted to see some more of this axe from Rise, and the axe is definitely making a play. Tries to go big for it on the. Oh, he still makes it back though. Okay, tries to go big for it on the Ensig. Still managed to make it back after the ground pound regardless.
Yeah, Rutsme's playing from behind here, so we need to get a clean stock swiftly because getting hit like this from Taros does not give you a lot of wiggle room, and at this point we're starting to reach the point of no return. Has no dodge there, but again, snap dashing out of what's supposed to be an unjumpable string. Oh, tough break for Rutsme there, but that should be a punish, and there it is. Takes the stock, but you're already in the dark red. I mean, Taros hit you with like an end light in the corner.
Yeah.
That might be enough, man.
I think this is probably the weapon I'd want to see at the beginning, though, just in case you're trying to get like a cheesy comeback and you may be able to get him off the stage a couple dares and turn that into a stock. But it really is so much you have to avoid, and there it is. Yeah, missing one move to get your stomp Sared, even from the other side of the stage, was able to make that happen. Now, again, looking at the numbers, the axe did show up 246, while the hammer did 284. I mean, those are still respectable numbers from the Rise axe scene that he just came from a 16 axe damage axe game. Bro said, let me go ahead and get both my weapons involved, and that worked out to get him a W.
Yeah, see, this is the tough part for Rutsme. You know, just kind of like trying to figure out how he wants to finesse this. Playing from behind has not been his strong suit. Making the comebacks happen, it's just hard. You know, you're going blow for blow with Taros, you're just not going to win out in that situation. So you have to hit harder. Taros forces you to have to hit harder than Taros does. That's just not an easy feat to do.
Yeah. Okay, starting off here, first weapon matchup going to be the hammer versus the guitars. And yeah, I mean, sometimes with the way that this has been going, all right, nice neutral stick though. Oh, and he tries to go ahead and double dunk it with the Sair. A little off the mark. Not going to be off the stage. Big pickup. This is not where you want to be getting hit by a down light Sair, and just an easy pickup for Rise right after that. Wasn't even going to be able to touch the wall, but wanted to tap that one all the way in. And that is going to be the first stock off Rutsme. Unfortunate.
Yeah, Rutsme has to figure out how to get finishers with this greatsword effectively. There we go. That should be one, but it's not going to be enough to get the stock. Opportunity. He has no dodge. But he ends up doing the bridge off the stage, so he can't follow up with a finisher. That was Rutsme's KO right there. Perhaps he had routed a little bit differently, but now
I thought he was just gonna ride out on him. Like, well, okay, well, he got it with the guitars instead. I definitely expected to see that side sig from the greatsword a little earlier, but still finds that side sig with the guitars. Keeps this even. In this game 5 situation, you definitely want to try to keep it close. Okay.
Good aggression from Rutsme. Extends a little bit too far with that neutral air, but basically makes the damage just about even here. Has to be careful. Every single hit that Rise gets that's unanswered is going to end up biting him a little bit later on, but there we go. We're moving. I'm surprised we haven't seen more down sigs on the guitars from Rutsme. You have, the steerability with that, but might be losing the stock here. A delayed weapon throw. No, actually, just going to be a pump fake, and Rise going to wait for the KO to come to him.
Okay. Kind of safe with that one at the very least. He knew that Rise was going to have to dip back and wouldn't be able to get that punish. So if he dipped in, though, he was going to get picked up. Sent out. That is definitely punishable, though. Down light Sair yet again. The tried and true, as I said, it is making its waves in this matchup. Rutsme, no weapon in hand right now. Takes that first hit. Oh,
okay.
Okay.
Taste of his own medicine. Could do a slide charge down sig here if he wants. No, tries to actually do a delayed follow-up there, but Raj just doesn't press a button. There's the down sig. We wake up with it. It's not enough to KO. How are you going to go ahead and get this? He has no dodge, and because of that, that recovery is hard to get by. Rutsme brings things back to even.
Yeah, like that. Just kind of waited out, kind of sharked this area to make sure he knows when he could drop that recovery. I think this is his first recovery KO as well, too. Well, going real back and forth for this game 5, though. Can't tell you who's going to win just yet, but currently it's looking a little better for Rise as far as the damage goes. Rutsme not able to get his full combination. Top side of the ground pound.
Yeah, it's a tough spot. One stomp to win it all. One Sair, almost enough to do it on his own. Rutsme gets sent so far away from stage. You have to play a perfect stock here against Taros. Good luck, brother.
Ooh.
That's all I got to say. Good luck.
That could have definitely been it. I'm surprised that he even tried to go for the full thing because, yeah, it's really the stomp. Okay, no stomp coming out this time. It was going to be an in-light. It is so scary. So much you have to avoid.
He tried it. That was the easy ticket to victory. Rise didn't give it to him, though. And that's going to be the game. A nice down air coming out from Rise to go ahead and secure that set. 3-2. Valiantly fought by Rutsme. We were on the same wavelength thinking, how do I win this match now? I need a great sword neutral sig. I have to read a jump or a dodge up to spike him off stage and follow up with a weapon throw. But we just didn't get that future. Better defense from Rise kept him out of harm's way.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very good from Rise 2 to be able to close that one out in the way that he needed to. I thought it was going to be like, some stomp fishing, but actually didn't have to go for it at all. A couple of moments where I was a little afraid for Rutsme. He was landing right on top of him, but yeah, that could have been huge if he got to jump out the corner, wasn't able to find it. And then just quickly, the X-Pivot Dare is going to go ahead and take that stock right off the top. Good stuff to Rise. He keeps it moving on. Very great hammer game for him. 414 damage on the hammer. So clearly the hammer is causing problems in that last game. But now he's moving on. Bro's looking like he's the one to kind of maybe make a crucial run here in this tournament.
He looks like he's going deep. He's definitely making the plays happen. Rise showing up great today. Was that takes out Stingray, and then now taking out Rutsme as well. And so having a very good day. Might be able to go super far, right? You still got players like Marimoo and Balloon Boy waiting, of course, on the winner side of things. And then, we saw Guichabou taken out earlier, but there's still some hard hitters in the elimination side. I don't know if Bunny's still in, but there's still, it's North America, man. There's always somebody.
Yeah. There's there's a lot of talent, in this talent pool that we have, so you never know what the top 8 is going to look like. There's obviously some mainstays with the Balloon Boy and the Marimoo.
Yeah.
Those other 6 spots definitely feel very up for grabs. And we're going to be up to a quick break so we can go ahead and see what happens after that and what our next 2 matches are looking like. So, guys, do not go anywhere. We got more Winter Champs coming up after this.
You were always for me, waiting for
listen. It's spinning right. High hand, straight aces, high tops, red laces, big style, good gracious. Go real, sunglasses, so fresh, it's so fashion. This drip, it's smashing. Here we go. And I feel it. So hot, it's scandalous. So hot, it's scandalous. You can't handle this. My chips, I'll stack it. I'm all in, and I'm laughing. Getting rich, who's asking? Solid gold, banks open, ice cold, still frozen. Oh, child, I'm chosen. And I feel it. It always ends in fire. So hot, it's scandalous. 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 So hot, it's scandalous.
You were always for me, waiting for the right story, waiting for you.
Welcome back, and this is what we got coming up next. It's going to be Marimoo and Flower, and then Balloon Boy and Rise will be going ahead and stepping up against each other. There should be some very good matches, obviously, because you got the GOAT, Marimoo, in the building, #1 right now in the PR, and then Flower's been on the tear, and then, of course, #2 on the PR, and one of the fan favorites, Balloon Boy, going up against Rise, who's kind of on the run. So we got some good storylines to follow, and go ahead and get right into it, man. You know, it's got the lifetime record of 8-0. That is unfortunate for Flower, but today could be the day. Today could be the day.
Today could be the day. I won't say it's not.
No one beats
possible.
Flower 9 times, okay? That's all I'm saying.
Hey, listen, the cat got 9 lives. And it's a fox, but you know, but we got 9 tails. Yeah, there you go. There you go.
There we go, man. One for each tail, potentially. We'll find out. But let me see what, like, do we have the predictions? I want to see what the predictions looking like, bro, for sure. See how y'all feel about that. Is it time? Is the 9th time the charm, you know? Or is it going to be just Marimoo handling business as per usual, bro? Looks like they believe Marimoo is going to be handling business as per usual. And, hey, you know, if you're a bet man and you just saw that lifetime record, I mean, this is not a bad bet at all. But definitely want to see how they're playing. It's never about who's the best. It's about who's the best today, right now. And today, maybe Flower could be, you know, on fire.
Yeah, no, true. I mean, honestly, you know, it's sometimes just a matter of that set. Flower could play terrible for the rest of the tournament, but as long as he's on fire right now,
Yeah.
you can get that W, really make it'll be great for his self-confidence, I think, right? I mean, we always say when it comes to these brackets, you have these people that are your bracket demons, right?
Yeah.
It's clear that Marimoo for Flower is one of those bracket demons. When is Flower going to get his first victory on Marimoo? Will he ever? These are the questions we got to figure out right now. I'm not saying it's not going to happen, but these are the questions people are asking because there are people, like when Marimoo's at the top, right? You know, unless he decides to play Brawlhalla for like 15 years, which he may, you know, there's an inevitability that kind of happens when you're at the top that you start dropping games to people that you never dropped games to before. But for Flower, you know, I'm hoping that for his sake, he's able to get one so we can at least know what it tastes like.
Yeah, well, I mean, I also want to see the game count, bro. Like, I hope it's not just, you know, straight, like 3-0 all the time.
true,
Like,
true.
is there a couple 3-2s in there where, like, you kind of close? We'll find out, though. Actually, I think I can just find out right now. I can just go ahead and go to we on Pro Tools right now. You know what I'm saying? I'm just going ahead and type these players in while I got a little time. Well, I'll do it later. But yeah, let's go ahead and get into our first game. Demon Island, gonna be the one.
All right, looks like Marimoo is going to be actually robbed of a weapon to start. Flower doing a great job starting. A great start for Flower, all things considered. Still no weapon for Marimoo. Has to do it all unarmed. Flower putting on that pressure. There we go. Marimoo is able to get a pair of gauntlets now to perhaps get something started. But Flower's on fire. Man, maybe today's his day. Too early to call, but maybe today's his day.
All right, I hate to tell you, the game count is 23-2, so it's just, you know, we are very, very much like, this is like betting on green on the roulette table right now. I'm hoping for a big, big W, but let's see. You know, Flower currently
80% win ratio.
That's, oof. You know, this is one of the ones. This is one of them ones for sure, but Flower definitely has a good percentage lead. Damage lead, or did have a damage lead. That's not going to be evaporated pretty quickly. That downlight into the recovery, taking that quick.
All right, let's see, Flower. How do you answer back here? Tries to come back with that bow. It's not going to work, and we've seen just how potent bow can be. Even watching South America yesterday, we saw Yus do amazingly, winning the entire thing with Ember. You know, oh no, Flower just donates one to Marimoo.
Oh!
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, no, drops the edge guard there. I thought that was going to be a deal in the other direction there to catch Flower. Stomp him one more time, but Flower able to kind of get back, gets that nair as well, had enough damage racked up on a Marimoo, was able to actually hang on to the stock. It's actually a huge win for Flower there, because it would have been such a massive deficit to come back from, but now instead, only in the light orange, to be able to kind of get some damage in.
Yeah, there's damage you can definitely get back. I mean, we are not too far away from evening this game up.
Nice.
Speaking of, look at that. Right at the precipice of it, but Marimoo going to find a nice little in light there, push him off the stage, got him in the corner. Great usage of the Sayer. Great placement of that Sayer too.
Oh, wow, just narrowly avoided from Flower there. But Marimoo forcing Flower off stage yet again, waiting for that recovery. It doesn't come. Flower doing a great job of dodging to the stage, but ends up falling right into the clutches of a neutral sig from Marimoo. And at this point, you know, still playing from behind, but it's not as bad as it could be. I just always get worried when people fall behind, because Marimoo, I think, is kind of the undisputed best of confirming knockouts, right? Like, for some people, they can really struggle getting that last hit. Marimoo always seems to make it land.
Oh, okay, wow. Great Sayer, but yeah, doesn't catch Marimoo a little, doesn't catch him too far up. Marimoo going to find another, not the way that you want to go out. Gets the weapon toss to try to bide a little time. Marimoo, though, not worried about it at all. Just waits for Flower to appear above him so he can get that that neutral air, and it's the quick sider to push him a little further down. Game over.
Yeah, Marimoo, he's just too comfortable. You know, like the way he plays off stage, even if he got limited resources, he knows exactly how much he has left in the tank. So even here where it's like, oh, he don't got a whole lot, he's like, I know I got enough time to go for one more nair, get that side air, and then just chase dodge up. And that's exactly what he did. And he just snagged that victory so confidently. There was no doubt in my mind the moment he got that nair that the game was over. Marimoo just has that ability. But yet again, another hot start for Flower, keeping Marimoo starved. But can we get the first stock, though?
I need to see like what the stats on those weapons were. Well, okay, we're getting a lot. It's a lot of bow for sure. And honestly, the damage is not that bad between like they did about the same amount of damage. I think just Marimoo a little more efficient on those stocks for sure. But as of current, it's not looking bad for Flower. Looks for that neutral light, not gonna happen. And well, as I say, it's not looking bad. It starts to look way worse.
Marimoo starts throwing him out, going for another neutral sig here. Just says one of these is gonna hit again. Might not even need it here. Do we get a grab cancel sidelight or a D-light? No, he grabs those gauntlets, and then that grab cancel D-light recovery is actually gonna be the name of the game. Flower could not have predicted that the weapon would respond in that exact spot at that exact time. And so kind of got played a little bit there, but that's just Marimoo just being aware of the situation, reacting accordingly.
Yeah, I think it was just slightly obvious off that off the side wall too, though. I think Marimoo was definitely very ready to see that Sayer come in and get the punish, even if he didn't have a weapon in his hand.
Yeah,
he's gonna have a pretty solid punish there. But Marky though, struggling. Struggling to find another hit. Flower does get that stock, and again keeps it even. Right here on the second stock is not too far behind. But has to be able to add up some damage after getting the stock take from against Marimoo.
All right, Marimoo, though, doing a great job of extending this lead, pummeling Flower with those neutral lights, waiting for the wisp to dissipate before making his way back to the stage. And Flower actually doing a great job tacking on damage. I mean, these games have been close. This could be the turnaround. Oh, misses the edge guard, but Marimoo doesn't tend to miss these. And that's the difference, TK. That right
really
there.
Is. Efficiency, man. Like, he got you off the stage. It's the same way I kind of talk about Acno, like, from SA. Like, when you're off the stage, like, I think that stock's probably just gone. Marky's doing the exact same thing here to Flower. You're off the stage, well, unfortunate. I think that stock's probably just going to be taken. Especially if he's got the gauntlets in the hand, bro.
He will yoink you and do it again. And it'll look effortless, too, the way he just throws you down to the blast zone. But Flower, I mean, not too far behind. Just needs a one strong hit. A side stick could work. A neutral light will be more than enough. You know, you can go classic there. Just kind of chilling there, baiting out with all the various options that she has to set up. That sometimes you go for the simple thing and it catches your opponent off guard. Nice.
Okay, I think the real issue here, this is nice. Okay, we're getting some good damage. I think the real issue here is, just the efficiency of Marky's KOs, but Flower's always the one taking the second stop. We're keeping it close. We're doing a lot of damage right now, though. Hold on.
Oh, it's perfect for
this is the type of momentum I want to see. Now Marky here at the edge. Marky tries to slide by. Not going to be able to slide by without taking some damage. Oh, my gosh.
Careful here, Flower. You're so close to making it, 23-3? That would be number 3 if you guess this one. Oh, but Marimoo, I mean, valiantly fighting unarmed here. And Flower steals it, gets his 3rd victory ever on Marimoo with that down air. That has to feel good.
You'll never get 25 W's on me without me getting 3 first. Right? That's what he said. That's what he said. True. So now game count 24-3 as Marky did win that first one. But this is good. This is good here for Flower. If a lot of these games have been, 8 games and you've only taken 3, that means a lot of those have been 3-0. So just getting 1 already is going to feel good. Man could be running into, potentially, the 3rd game, the flex game here, 2-1. But Marimoo is definitely known to lock in. So we'll see how this 3rd game goes. We get to see the chance of where we decided to go on stage. But we'll find out. Oh, Demon Island.
Okay.
Right back to it.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great way of putting it. Marimoo, we've seen him on multiple occasions just activate Ultra Instinct when needed, kind of like a break glass in case of emergency button for him. And so I don't know that we've seen that version of Marimoo yet here. I think he's still playing pretty comfortably, which is a good thing, right? Like, generally, you want your general level autopilot to be so strong that, like, when you really have to think about beating your opponent, it's an active choice you make because you can't just rely on kind of what you've practiced. But so far, I mean, I think Flower's trying his best to pull that out of Marimoo at the very least, where, he starts off this game keeping things fairly even, but Marimoo has him off stage, and the edge guards have been great all game. And just like that, we set it up.
He's back to
nice fade. Oh, he didn't touch.
What? Did he not just slide straight across that wall with that dare? I guess not. Unfortunate for Flower. Does have a great recovery, but it's kind of flubbed it right near the end. And now Marimoo runs away with that stock in that same way that, I was expecting to see. He got you off the stage. That stock should be gone. Ooh.
Oh, that's the recovery. Yoinked. And you're done. That's Marimoo.
Doesn't even care. Yeah, I'm out. We're getting out of here.
Makes it look so easy. That's the power of gauntlets too, right? Like, you have a player like Marimoo who already has an explosive punish game, and then he also has this explosive edge guarding game as well, where it's like, man, I'm already having a tough time going blow for blow with him, and then he gets me off stage and my stock just disappears. Like, it doesn't feel like you're safe anywhere.
Ooh. All right, Marimoo now. Look at him just marking his opponent one more time. He is definitely being the center stage control is insane. Yeah, Flower finally getting back, but has to go run over to the right side again to get another weapon and just puts himself right back off the stage. This is not looking great. Okay. Reversal of fortune. What can we do with it, though? We are quite far behind. We have to make a big play. Nice. There's a big play. That was a huge play there, and he was right there. I definitely thought he was going to make it back. And Flower must have known. He didn't try to go for a ground pound at all. Like, he's like, you know what? I know I threw you just far enough for you not to be able to touch that wall. So, yeah, huge play here from Flower to stay in this game. It's just now we got to get this damage back. The hammer is showing up major in this game for sure.
Yeah, and Marky wants the gauntlets, throws away that scythe immediately to get a pair of these bad boys. And we'll see. It's looking like the lead might be a little bit too large, though. I mean, Marimoo going to start just kind of fishing for these recoveries now, just trying to land exactly on top of Flower to either land the recovery or go for gravity cancel D-Light. And Flower's aware of it, but can he stop it? The answer is no. There's the setup and the recovery to lock in that game. Marimoo's pressure is oppressive. And I don't know if Flower's going to be able to make it work in this game number 4. Oh man, what an edge guard sequence from Marimoo. So simple. Marimoo didn't even have to lose the stock there too. He decided to do a delayed jump just in case Flower was going to jump so that he could nair him back because he said, you know what, the trade's already worth it. And so he's one step above, man. He's one step above. He's hard to stop.
3,
Right.
2, 1, brawl.
Here we go. Marimoo, Flower, get into it for our fourth game. And, well, you know, again, Flower able to get a game here. Still very impressive seeing that the game count not very much out of his favor. But he has been putting up a good fight here. I wonder if this is what the rest of these sets look like. You know, I can't recall them by memory, but as of current, it just seems like you got to be able to stay on the stage. Marimoo is just too strong off the stage, and he's been able to effectively take these stocks always, like just straight up always.
Yeah. His consistency is just extremely high. But Marimoo might lose a stock here. Can we get the edge guard? There we go. Flower able to secure one. I love the placement of that down air as well. Jumps around the inevitable attempt at a reversal from Marimoo with that neutral air and then spikes him for it. That's what I like to see. Marimoo letting the stock go right there. Had an opportunity to go for a recovery or the grab cancel end light or end sig, but just finds the D-light again and does it correctly the second time. So just like that, tight battle. Flower not really able to build up much of lead at all. And that's kind of the tough part, man. I'd love to see him have a commanding game, but it's hard.
It surely is. A nice fade back Sayer there, or side light.
Nice.
Finds a little neutral sig as well, too. Marimoo. Kind of piece up with these nairs, yeah.
Okay, Flower. We got to be careful off stage here. Immediately grabbed against the side six. I don't even know if he touched the ground there. There's the dodge and the down there on the way down to catch Marimoo, thinking he had a chance to catch the landing. That's a good turnaround from Flower. Now can we clock in the edge guard? No, doesn't even go off stage. Doesn't want to play with the dog. Scoop.
Scoop and sent out real quick with it. Recovery taking it. Hold on, bro. Hold on. We have got a little bit of a lead here for Flower. I think I'm kind of liking the hammer a little more than the bow, but he as a player seems to favor this bow a lot more, so. Oh, yeah, unfortunate. Yeah.
Man.
He tried to, you know, he obviously had to try to get up and parallel with the stage, but quick call out there from Marky. Gets that down light ground pound, and we are now into a last stock situation for this fourth game. Potentially could go in the way of Flower, though. He's looking good. He's got the hammer back in hand.
Yeah, lots of damage being racked up on the Marimoo here. If Flower can kind of do a bit of a burst here, he might be able to catch Marimoo sleeping before he has a chance to bring this back. Side six not going to KO yet. Flower doesn't need to use it. That end light going to add the extra bit of damage. Now Marimoo in the danger zone. Stomps there in the corner will be more than enough. Tries to read the jump with the side air, but doesn't hit. Flower one strong conversion away. Don't let Marimoo take this from you. Make the game 5 happen.
Oh.
Whoa. Oh, Marimoo is making the comeback happen here. Flower kind of biding his time to find the opener. There's the stomp Sayer. It's not enough from center stage, though.
My gosh, bro. Marky does get back to the stage, but this is still.
Whoa!
Oh, misses a stomp. Fortunate.
Oh, the weapon throw breaks up the wisp. Ooh.
Okay, Flower.
The side stick, bro. Just do it.
Bro, he's right at the edge, bro. He just needs a stomp there. He's looking for the stomp tear. Oh my. Okay.
Yo! Oh, he can't convert. He can't convert.
Dude, this is such a scramble here at the last part of
that
this.
Should be could have been a harder punish, man.
Marquis is throwing out so many GCs right here. He's trying to catch Flower, trying to jump back in, but Flower not giving it up. The Sayer's going to hit. Puts him off the stage.
Ooh, careful. Marimoo doing a great job avoiding these down sigs. Sneaks his way onto the stage, gets a weapon to boot. The weapon throw, trying to bait out the dodge. Flower with the nair, sneakily manages to take the game, but that was way too close. But already doubling the amount of dubs he had on Marimoo.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
We'll take that. You know, it's looking good. Flower clearly improving as a player. No, he puts a lot of time into the games. One of the people that loves it more than anyone else. He'll show up to community forums, talks on Twitter about the game and stuff like that. And so I'm super happy to see him get these 2 dubs on Marimoo. Narrowly, though. I'm still not convinced. One more game, I'll be convinced.
One more game, and I definitely will be convinced. But I you know what? The thing is, you already got into the 2-2 situation. I'm believing that's kind of a victory in itself, unless that one time he did get those 2 games, it was also a game
similar.
5 situation.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, currently, I mean, like he's looking on fire, man. I'm looking at these stats once again. The hammer, as I said, is coming to play. 412 damage off that hammer. And whilst he does seem to like the bow in some of these other matches, or I guess games, this time around he had the hammer in his hand way more often and only did 112 damage on the bow. So I kind of want to keep seeing this hammer make waves. It seems like it's giving Marky a little bit of a problem here as we go into our Game 5, Demon Island yet again, bro. They love this stage.
Yeah, because, I mean, the winner of this is going to have to play either Balloon Boy or Rise. So we'll see how that pans out. But Marimoo looking to not give this one away for free. I mean, when you have such a commanding record on someone like that where they've never beaten you in a set before, you want to keep that going as long as possible. So we're going to try to make that happen here. Or Flower, trying to get that first dub for himself. But Marimoo coming out relentless in this game, pummeling him up. Really making him feel every single attack. Flower being a little bit more patient trying to get these openings. We're going to see if that can come back around to bite him, though, because so far I feel like Marimoo's been able to kind of break the mold with relative ease here. Flower's not been able to counterpunch.
Not too often currently. Yeah, Marimoo, again, it's the bow in hand. He seems to be able to handle this bow quite quickly. And Flower has been favoring it, has not tried to swap weapons just yet, but has taken so much damage already. Oh, man, and as he runs in quickly with the GCD heavy, my man Marimoo is running away with this 5th game right now. Flower now with the weapon. I think he's definitely performing on a little better. Does he get it? And he taps that one in the D-Light ground pound. Here we go. Flower keeping this game close.
You have to do it that way because it's just when it's Game 5 against someone you never beat before, if you ever let them get too much of a lead, it just immediately feels out of the realm of possibility. But you keep it close like that, you respond back with the quickest of quips, and yeah, now we're gaming for sure.
Definitely gaming for sure. This is what I want to see, though. This is exactly what I'm trying to see. I want to see this hammer more often in the hand of Flower.
Oh,
currently, though, he's having a hard time. Okay, had to burn it.
Nice
I like
delay.
the recovery.
Oh, the turn
reversal. Okay.
Wow, perfectly timed dodge from Marimoo there. Was honestly a scary situation for both of them. Would have been even worse for Marimoo, just considering how much health he had. That would have been a great comeback for Flower, all things considered. But Flower still in a position to make that comeback happen. Still has his second stock, is racking up a bunch of damage. With Marimoo again with the down heavy, making it such a scary option for Flower to have to think about. Just reckless abandon. He'll just do it. He'll just do it.
Hey, man, if you can do it and it works out, though, I ain't even mad at you, bro. Like, he's like, I'm willing to go ahead and take the big swings because I know the big swings will hit. Another bow back in hand for Flower.
Oh, are you serious?
I can't believe that didn't hit, but he had the right idea. The instinct should have hit. It had to be the last active hitbox that dissipated right before he reached Marky. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Oh, there we go
we're back
again.
this time.
All right. Now, can we get the stock, though? Don't let him get too much damage before you get the stock, Flower. Couldn't get the conversion off of the Wisp there on the down stick, but the down air is going to be enough. And he only is in the light yellow. He might have a very real shot here at sending the previous BCX champion, the current reigning champion, to the elimination side of bracket. If he can clutch up right now, he has a damage lead, and we feel momentum going his way.
My gosh, he's performing right now. This is looking good. All right. Gets back to the center stage. Doesn't try to get a punish there, unfortunately, but is putting these wisps back out. Marimoo, he has got to lock in if he wants to keep this pristine record against Flower. Flower's definitely trying to dig into it. Okay, currently,
A lot of damage.
4-piece right there. That was a lot of damage for sure. Flower cannot get a hit. Okay, finds that neutral air.
Flower's one D-Light away from losing this set. And Marky putting a lot of pressure. He burned his dodge there. Huge opportunity for Flower. You have to hit him one more time before it comes back, but he does not swing. Another side air. Marky bounces off the stage. A lucky break. And he gets to the wall.
I can't
And he just does it again. It's not enough to knock out, though. The weapon throw to force out the dodge. Marky can go for the edge guard instead. He doesn't choose to do it. Instead, going to wait on stage and bides his time. The weapon throw for good measure. Flower can't get back. And Marimoo with the 10-0 record now onto Flower.
I was going to say no one beats Flower, the 9-0.
9-0.
Nine times, but it looks like he is going to be able to do it. Such a close game. If I'm Flower, though, I'm still kind of proud of myself for making it look this close. He was literally one interaction away from finally getting his first W on Marky. Wow. Marky just too clutch at the end. He's just too clutch.
The way that he just plays in these last stock scrambles, man, I mean, and you have to, the way it ends is like so poetic in a way too, because it's in that entire last game and even a bit of that last set, those unarmed down signatures ended up just proving to be something that Flower was not ready for. And he was able to land down sig after down sig after down sig unarmed. And Flower ended up losing the match because of it, right? Like, just got to give it up to Marimoo, man. He plays his heart out when it matters.
Yeah. As you said, too, he takes those big swings, and they always seem to work out for him. You know, some of the stuff that, like, if it missed, he should be getting hard punished, but it never misses. So at that point in time, you know, you got to see the confidence my man has in his gameplay to go ahead and come back, get that, like, kind of come from behind win, if you will.
Yeah.
Like, I think it was looking very much into the way of Flower this time around, that 5th game, but he still managed to find the the good edge guard that he need as per usual to go ahead and get that stock. 544, 529 damage. That is right down the middle when it comes down to the damage that you saw on this screen. Again, looking at it though, bro was almost all gauntlets, which were like the problem I'd say in this matchup for Flower. I think it was mostly the gauntlets versus bow matchup, which was kind of a struggle for Flower. Flower did keep that hammer in hand, though. 277 damage on the hammer, so good on him to kind of recognize where he's getting the damage, but it would have been nice to see that hammer even more than I currently saw in that last game. I think he had the bow for like the first minute. And I was like, yeah, it just wasn't looking good. The bow versus gauntlet matchup was not looking good, but regardless, still good stuff to Flower. Is going to still be obviously in the bracket. Just going to be on the lower side of things now. But getting those 2 games on Marky, almost getting the game, and you're getting close.
Yeah, getting close. That's the worst, though, I think, when it's like, when I get close to beating someone that I never beat before, I don't want it to look that close. Because it's one step away from winning, which, you know, maybe sounds weird to say, but it's like the heartbreak hits a little bit harder then. You know, you want to get so good to the point that the next time you beat them, it's just like you beat them. Even if it's cleaner, you know, when it's that close, it's like, oh, man, you just want to win so bad at that point. But going to have to try to do it through the elimination side of things, because we're hopping over to our other match in the winners semis, and that's going to be Balloon Boy versus Rise. So that's going to be PR number 2 versus not number 2. You know, Rise is up there. I don't remember the number, but he's up there, but not that up there. And that's kind of the important part for y'all to know. And, you know, hopefully, I mean, Rise is on a tear today, right? You know, if we were able to see it get that close between Marimoo and Flower, it might be able to get that close between Rise and Balloon Boy. You know, everyone's been showing up in all regions across the board. We had a pretty wild showing in EU. Maybe we get the same thing in North America. Yeah,
and I think honestly, man, you know, Balloon Boy Rise, it's just Taros, bro. Like, you never know.
True.
Taros could just continuously find those stomp stairs in a way that is going to get them those 3 stocks first, or Balloon Boy is just going to dance around like we saw him dance around his last opponent. I mean, he obviously some of the best movement in Brawlhalla out here. Running the VV slate, aka Mega Man, to excellent proficiency. We'll see what we get here, and if so we're not going to Demon Island this time. We are going to the small fortress of Lions for our first game. I'm hyped to see this one too, because yeah, as you said, Rise going on a tear. Balloon Boy has always just been, you know, a fantastic player to watch. Let's get it.
Yeah, and this one, you know, a similar-ish story to the last one in terms of, seems like Rise has never been able to successfully best Balloon Boy in tournament, but they've also played significantly less with a lifetime history of a 2-0 record in the favor of Balloon Boy. And so definitely hasn't had a whole lot of chances, just wasn't able to successfully do it in the past 2, but today could be the day, similarly.
Okay. Clean with it right there. Gets the downlight Sair. Downlight Sair's hitting again. And I mean, he is just running away with these Sairs real quick. Tries to go a little overboard with it with the side sig, but doesn't seem to matter. Can't get a punish from Rise. And ooh. Okay, bro, the blaster, as you said, you know, you said this last game, but it is showing true in this game too. When the blasters start blasting, and you're getting those hits, man, that's spelling imminent doom for your opponent.
Yeah, bro, like, he's not missing, man. He's John Wick up there, just bang, headshot, moving on. It's tough. I'm trying to see if Balloon Boy can just, you know, if anyone can slow him down. Rise, so far, hasn't been able to successfully do it. I feel like he was exhibiting a lot more aura in some of the earlier games we saw. There was just a lot more presence. I think part of that just naturally comes with the territory of playing Taros. There's always going to be a certain amount of respect that your opponents are always going to have to give you, just because of kind of the nature of the character. But, you know, I don't think Rise has really been able to tap into that, because Balloon Boy is showing absolutely no fear. Nice dodge.
And honestly, doesn't need to show the fear too, man. You already established that, you know, your offense is on point. Bro's about to get 2 stocks before we even get one. My gosh. What a catch here with the side sig. Rise. Yeah, he's not rising to the occasion right now. I'll tell you that right now. Bro is definitely getting kind of bodied. Does find a Sair here, but it's going to be on the other side, so not getting that stock yet. What a way to get back to the stage with the neutral air. And now reversal of fortune again. Tries to drop that down or the ground pound on him. We do get a ground pound here from Rise, though. Finally getting a stock. Took a little bit, but geez, I mean, like the way that Balloon Boy is playing, as I said, and just so much confidence in his gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, Balloon Boy basically, you know, playing the end of that last stock as if he was like, can I make this 3 stock happen? He tried to go for a bit of a flashy play, maybe get the clip, but now sent down to his penultimate stock. Rise swinging hard, though. I mean, this is the power of Teros. You can never count this legend out. Look at this damage. Wants to get that nair near the top, but Balloon Boy blasting him twice for it. Catches the landing as well. X-pivot nair. Oh, man, this is tough. Rise can't even have a chance to get back down now. Bounces off the stage. Scoops and off stage. We won't even be able to touch. And just like that, final stock. But I mean, we're in the deep red.
Yeah, we're in the deep red. I mean, I always want to say, like, it's possible. And it is possible. This is Teros, by the way. But, you know, it's really just a matter of time.
D-Light recovery, though.
Yeah, D-Light recovery kind of handles his business. Honestly, he's got a lot of downlight Sairs, too. He's been getting, like, you know, just raw sigs. Well, there's a lot of options for Balloon Boy to get the stock. But it's going to be the down air Sair. Not enough to get past that blast zone just yet. But Rise, he's got to start trying to get some damage in if he wants any chance to get a comeback. Nice, okay. Can't get the neutral after that, but still, nice little start.
Yeah, if I'm Balloon Boy, I'm just trying to make sure I don't end up in the light orange, because that's where Teros' hammer side sig will actually just knock me out in the corner. But outside of that, there isn't a move Teros can do right now that'll KO me outright. That's the game right there. That's that gravity cancel D-Light punish off of a whiffed attack from Rise. And
yeah,
that's going to be Balloon Boy taking game 1. But I have to give it up to Rise, because that game was looking like a body bag and a half, and he brought it all the way back.
Back to last stock. And honestly, I mean, as you said, if he had got one more hit, that was basically a last stock, hit situation with a good side stay coming out from Teros. I think instead of that Sair at the end, a Nair would have been probably a nicer option just to kind of cover a lot more. But I think he believed Balloon Boy was going to be behind him. And Balloon Boy drifted a little forward, so was able to avoid the Sair, get the punish on the ground. Let's go ahead and keep it moving here into the second game, right back to the Fortress Alliance. Yeah, very hot start for Balloon Boy, but I do think Rise is kind of digging into that lead at the end, so maybe he has a little more momentum now going into the second game.
Now let's see here. Balloon Boy with these battle boots, starting up a little bit of a punish here. 2 neutralites unanswered. Rise not swinging yet. Swings one time, but it's not going to find the mark, and that gives Balloon Boy a chance to get a little bit of extra damage, but does find a side air for his troubles. Rise trying to keep things close and competitive. Wow, what an interrupt on the down signature there.
Yeah, I mean, that's the Balloon Boy special too, but he managed to find a way to beat it. Quick neutral air. Go ahead and stop before it slides too far down. Balloon Boy, though, still. Blasters be blasting. He scooped up there, but nice, okay. Downlight Sair. Downlight Sair right there for sure, but
he's just throwing out attacks here. Nothing really going to get punished here from Balloon Boy. Sure enough, I'm sure that N-Sig might make an appearance too if he catches Rise jumping. But Rise forcing Balloon Boy off stage, goes for the ground pound. Nice delay and gets the chase dodge off of that. What a turnaround from Balloon Boy. I can't believe that.
Absolute crazy turnaround on that one, man. If that missed, I think he just lost that stock too because he started sweat beads. I don't think he was actually touching the wall after that. But so real confidence, real awareness of the game state and how to turn that into a stock two. Weapon toss is going to go ahead and take that now. We are looking for Rise to try to get back into it. Wait, ground pound.
Whoa, what a wake up, bro.
Not the spot you want to get hit. Sair hitting off that corner, blast him straight to that blast zone.
And one of those situations where Rise just did not simply have enough damage there to be in hit stun long enough for Balloon Boy to really get a chance to think about a follow-up. Just wakes up immediately with that jump side air and takes the stock. And now we have ourselves a game where it's fairly even. I mean, Rise gets huge hits there with that side air. And now Balloon Boy trying to close the stock out before any more bleeding happens. Whoa, what a dodge, bro. I can't believe it. That move's so active, but Balloon Boy finds a way. With a weapon throw to try to set up, almost gets the side air. Balloon Boy again with perfect defense, but not this time around. The down sig is going to be the answer that gives Rise a little bit of a lead, but for how long?
Yeah, a good punish, though. I love to see it. That's definitely one of the Teros classics, and I feel like that's when, the Teros got a little bit of momentum on its side when they get the down sig for the stock. Now, it's all up to Balloon Boy to make sure he doesn't take too much damage, and he surely does not. The downlight recovery finds that immediately. Even game.
All right, now what else? What is Rise going to do here? Waiting for that weapon spawn. Spawns on the left side. Balloon Boy gets a bit of a juggle. Not even going to try to bother. Just a weapon star from, says he doesn't need it. And still with great accuracy on these blasters as well. Wisp one sider there. Hold on now. The accurate one looking like Rise with some of these swings. But Balloon Boy so quick to turn things around with these gravity cancel side lights and D-lights. No punish. Wow.
Okay, I'm surprised that missed. Like straight up grazed his ear or something. I don't know, but doesn't get that stock just yet off the downlight recovery. Tries to get the reversal insig, can't find it. Great awareness. Okay, got him in the skies. He's looking for these stomps to get one more. I mean, that stomp Sarah up there would have definitely taken this game, but he needed that off that platform. Another one. Oh, Sarah misses.
Huge break for Balloon Boy, too. That damage definitely would have mattered a lot in terms of Rise's ability to close this game out, but finds another side air. Balloon Boy has no weapon as well.
I like the fact of cycling for another hammer. Does swap those hammers out. He's going to keep that same hammer in his hand.
Nice.
Oh, and there it is. Okay, the reverse nair does it up for Rise, getting that game. Love to see it. I did want to see a close set between them because, yeah, as I said, Rise is on tear. Balloon Boy is just that guy, but currently Rise at the very least. Off that last game, you know, he got a lot of momentum at the end of that last game, and he carried it into this one to get a game on the board.
And I'm wondering, too, if Balloon Boy even meant to get hit by that nair there. Like, there's part of me that thinks he maybe wanted to dodge to the right and was next to that platform. No, he dash landed on purpose. He just got caught on movement. He didn't even have to dodge. Yeah, that was just great played. You know, try to use that snap movement from the fact that he actually didn't have a dodge to try to catch Rise out. But Rise not falling for it, placed the hitbox in the right spot and caught Balloon Boy. And now we have it 1-1 on the board here. That's what I'm talking about, man. These people, they've been practicing in the offseason. Balloon Boy still looking crispy. The blaster is still finding the mark, but we're going to need a little bit more than that because I can feel the momentum slightly going in Rise's favor. But, man, edge guards, that's the difference between these PR1 and 2s, man. The way they're able to play off stage is just so hard to deal with.
Yeah, but still, good way for him to get back to the stage. He was able to touch that wall so he could refresh all his resources before getting hit with the downlight ground pound. So, able to make it back. And now it's just up to Rise to try to get some more damage here. Potentially even a stock. A Stomp Stare here would be absolutely devastating. Oh, okay, Stomp Nair instead, but would have been devastating if he found it on the left side. We do find the recovery here from Balloon Boy. And now it's all up to Rise. Find a weapon and potentially get right back to this game. Oh, man, I think GCD light into recovery could have taken a stock that high up too.
Let's see, Balloon Boy gets caught by a falling side air. It's going to keep the stock count even. Let's see if Rise is able to go ahead and maybe even put a lead for himself in the set overall. That would be huge against Balloon Boy. Balloon Boy, man, he's so good at getting these downlights. It's a button it's a bit scary to land because, you know, you miss it, you're standing still for a moment there, but that's the thing. That's the key part. If you miss it, Balloon Boy just does not be missing it.
Definitely do not be missing it. Downlight Sair finds another one. Okay. Yeah, we have got like no damage. You know, Rise finally getting a weapon, but is it too little too late? He's already taken so much damage. He's going to have to find his way back into this game quite safely. And he can't do it. The sidelight, the Sair on the jump catch. Another one. Bro was sweat beating, didn't know where to go. Well, he's going to go to that blast zone. That Sair's going to find another hit, and now Balloon Boy, very, very solid lead here onto Rise. Rise desperately trying to get into that recovery. A little ill-advised.
Let's see, Balloon Boy with the opener on that end light. Gets caught by Rise. But Rise actually just arms himself with that weapon throw. The weapon actually falls off the stage. Doesn't matter much, though. Here comes another weapon, but it's an axe. Haven't seen too much of the axe from Rise, but we have seen it get the job done. We've seen that down sig make connections, and we've seen him get a good chunk of damage with juggles from these neutral layers like we're seeing kind of right now. But he definitely wants that hammer, and there it is. Balloon Boy, wow.
Okay. Drop the ground pound on him real quick. Oh, a little too late on the draw for the Sair. That would have been a great Sair to hit too, but I don't think he believed he hit that downlight in time. So,
whoa, tries to go for the flame sword, gets interrupted by the weapon throw, and then combos that one into a neutral air. So we have ourselves a tight battle yet again, but once again, pretty large deficit for Rise.
Yeah. I mean, it is last stock. I won't say the battle's too tight, but it is something he can potentially get back. Not anymore, though. The downlight recovery, he's just too consistent on finding them. If it's off the gravity cancel, if it's off the ground, it doesn't seem to matter. He is very good at finding when he needs in the downlight into the recovery. Boom! And now we are now 2-1. Balloon Boy trying to walk away with this quickly and see his bro Marky in the finals, man.
Yeah, so let me get my run back. The Balloon Boy, you know, has had at this point so many sets with Marimoo, where Marimoo just narrowly gets the better of him, that I'm sure he's feeding to get another set against him, but has to get through Rise first. Rise, doing a great job in that second game. That third game, though, the gap became too large. And then you could never really come back from that. And so hopefully able to keep things a little bit closer here in this game number 4 for Balloon Boy. Gives himself a nice spot in the winners final. So we'll see.
Okay. Yeah, there we go. All right, trying to go for a big read right there. No punish, though, luckily. But Balloon Boy, yeah, the boost getting a little active here. As you said, in that last game, the axe was definitely not showing up. Man got 88 damage off it in comparison to 231 on the hammer. So the hammer was making the waves. In the game before that, though, the axe was making the waves. So maybe, always love seeing it. Hasn't been able to hit it just yet, but yeah. If you get scooped up by that, you're definitely seeing that blast zone. Speaking of, lives to see another day right now, but...
Oh, wow. Okay, huge opportunity for Rise. Only gets one hit for it. Balloon Boy in hot pursuit. Forcing Rise into the corner. Rise just slides right back onto the stage. Balloon Boy sends him packing yet again with the D-Light's air. And Rise just can't find a meaningful opening here. Throwing everything he can at Balloon Boy, but nothing's connecting. Wow.
Well, get him out of here, bro. Like, as you said, nothing's connecting, but it's always connecting for Balloon Boy. Bro is continuously finding these recoveries for the stock. Rise, okay. Reverse ground pound here, and the weapon toss going to go ahead and seal the deal there. Keep this game very close. And the weapon starve 2 keeps the hammer in hand. Got to get some damage on here. A little hard to, I guess, weapon starve Balloon Boy. The movement is just too nice here from Balloon Boy. Managed to get around Rise, get that weapon, and a hit as well.
Okay, beautiful gravity cancel D-Light yet again from Balloon Boy. The advantage state has just been so oppressive. I mean, it's like 3 or 4 unanswered blows there from Balloon Boy. Again, the gravity cancel D-Light just catching and reading the jumps from Rise, like not really getting a chance to position himself where he wants to against Balloon Boy. Another down light into the recovery. Gonna stick with these blasters because if I'm Balloon Boy, why would I stop, man? Everything's landing. I got infinite bullets too.
And the accuracy is on 10 for sure, man. He's in the last game alone, he did 454, had the pistol or the blasters 70% of the time. Bro knows his win condition, and he is winning off of it quite well. Okay. Now Rise, though, he's still looking for the reverse insect, just has not been able to find any of them just yet. Meanwhile, finding a lot of these shots, Balloon Boy, yet again, the down lights are hitting. Goes for a ground pound, doesn't get punished for it.
Oh, wow.
Oh, this might be it.
It might just be.
Oh, okay. Tries to swanton bomb that one. Rise put himself back off the stage in a bad way. Does live that one. But, man, almost thought that was going to be... What? Oh, okay.
Excuse me?
How did he snuck under it? Snuck under it.
Where's the turbulence at?
All right.
Ain't no way.
What is
All right, bro. I don't know what happened here, but, Rise, he's cooking up, I guess. We get one more end safe from... All right.
Ooh. Still not enough to even get past the blast zone. Damn, man. Like, that's how far back you are, Rise. I mean, Balloon Boy just kind of playing with his food right now. Rise trying to get that final hit. Not going to find it, though. Just a quick recovery, and we are moving into that grand finals with the Balloon Boy W. Last game, absolutely a slaughter. They even started messing around at the end. That's how you knew the game was over, bro.
That was
oh man.
I mean, I'm sure they were both just like, bro, did you see how this down sig just whiffed? Yeah. He was like, there's no way, bro. Like,
I should not be here right now, actually. So either way, Balloon Boy taking it, pretty handily in that last game. I think the games before that were all, pretty close competition. But yeah, that last game absolutely decimated him. Again, looking at the stats here, a lot of damage on the blasters, 446. We only got 200 on the hammer and 85 on the axe here from Rise. So, yeah, he just really didn't show up that much in the game. You can tell, obviously, by the damage numbers as well, 572 to 359. Not really much to write home about for Rise in that last game. But as I said, man, Balloon Boy just Mr. Consistency. He looks too good. His movement's too great. And the blasters are insane today.
Yeah, today. Last week, the month before, Balloon Boy, his blasters are just on a completely different level, and people do not have an answer. There's only one person whoever consistently has, and his name is Marimoo, and he's waiting to fight him in the winners final side of things. And so that's really going to be a tough one for him. But then
you said it right, man. It's these top players, just the way they can make sure they secure a stock off this stage.
Yep.
Man. I said, I misspoke and said Agnos from SA. I meant EU, but like Agno-esque edge guarding from Marimoo showed up, and then Balloon Boy doing the same thing. I mean, if it's not off the stage though, he's finding them, off the top because he was getting so many downlight recoveries. Didn't matter where it was, he was finding them. You've got a sidelight recovery, yeah, bro. I was like, bro, he knows how to get into that recovery. So that is going to wrap it up for us. We will have a lot more Brawlhalla, well, maybe a little bit more Brawlhalla, but enough for y'all to enjoy the next few matches as we will be getting a little caster swap, and then we'll be right back with the Winter Champ singles. Stick around.
Get my silver yes, bro.
Wait.
You were always for me, waiting for the right story, waiting for you. Slow it down for a minute. Let's just enjoy the ride. 'Cause we're living in the moment. Don't let it pass us by. I've been looking for a start. You've been running around my heart. Then you pulled me in and held me in your arms. Now I'm never going back to how it was. You give me that feeling down inside my bones, yeah. I just can't control it. You got me believing that this love is real, and it makes me wanna feel it. You give me that feeling. This love takes me higher than I've ever been before. Your spark shines brighter. You always leave me wanting more. I've been looking for a start. You've been running round my heart. Then you pulled me in and held me in your arms. Now I'm never going back to how it was. You give me that feeling down inside my bones, yeah. I just can't control
And welcome back to the bottom side of the bracket here for the North American Winter Championships Singles Edition. It's me and Duke back on the desk. We're ready to bring you the bottom side of this bracket. We have one match currently going on, I believe, on Pro Brawlhalla right now before we solidify that full side of the bottom bracket that we'll be working with. We do have Guichabou and Bunny down there. We're going to see that set. I believe maybe we have a schedule graphic we're going to throw up, or maybe not just yet. But we also have Draggy down here. This could be a huge weekend for Draggy. He was one of the people I was looking at as like sort of the new group in North America. It's like Rutsme and Draggy are two of the big ones I'm looking at. Darwin as well. Unfortunately today wasn't a strong day for Darwin, but again, it's how the Winter Championship goes sometimes. We'll see what happens throughout the rest of this year. But Draggy's still in this one. On the bottom side of the bracket, the other people here are all like household names at this point. We have Flower waiting for the winner of Draggy and his opponent, and then we have Rise down here, who we saw earlier on the Taros, and then of course like Guichabou's a household name and Bunny's a household name at this point.
Yeah, and there you see in that schedule graphic, like you were talking about, Guichabou versus Bunny is going to be the first match. Still waiting to find out who Draggy is going to be fighting over on Pro Brawlhalla. And then, of course, the winners of those two sets go on to fight Rise and Flower. So that's why there's so much to be determined, because we will determine it here in just a little bit.
Of course, we are now getting into our top 8 with this one. And keep in mind, we mentioned they were on the elimination side of the bracket. And the key word here is elimination, because if you lose your set here, your day is done. Your Winter Championship singles run is over. You have to either turn your computer off and go do your homework for school on Monday, or maybe you just watch the rest of the tournament, because who cares about homework? Am I right? Homework's lame. Boo, teachers. We hate teachers. Boo. But we're getting into this next game right now. It's Guichabou versus Bunny. We're going to get to see one of the best guitar players in the world, definitely the best in North America, going up against Bunny, who's been doing really well on the Rayman, has been doing really well on the Rayman for a long time. I know Bunny's like a favorite of a lot of people out there just because she's really, really fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, she can be very explosive in the offstage. That's something that we saw in the match earlier with her versus Marimoo. But of course, Guichabou, we saw earlier as well, started off with the Linfei and then swapped over to the Asuka.
Look at them swapping places back and forth. Like Guichabou is like 2 jump heights up, and then Bunny goes to the 2 jump heights up spot. So they're just kind of like jockeying back and forth, both playing like really close range weapons right now, really string heavy weapons. D-Light into the side light, into the weight. I wonder what she was looking for there. Maybe a neutral air after that, or maybe she was trying to land to get the neutral light, but she got interrupted by Guichabou with those low startup frame guitars. Nice 2-piece, 3-piece.
Ooh, spot dodge. Sitting on the corner here, 1 exclamation point. Bunny's got to come up soon. Okay, that hit will reset that timer. She's really sitting on this wall. Goes up, and Guichabou just completely takes control of that one, gets the first stock.
Now, one thing that's going to be like even better for Guichabou on this character is like he will add up the damage on the guitars and then usually swap over to the cannon, just like we saw when it's time to KO. He has all of the exact same KO tools that he's pretty much always had on this legend that he uses really well. But now, okay, nice side sit to even things up. But now he has a little bit force on the cannon side air, going to give you a little bit more KO potential on that in case that's the one he finds.
Well, right now, looking for any sort of weapon. Bunny covering, hits the neutral air, and then backs away. Guichabou back to the classic, the guitars, as Bunny able to get the pickup and that neutral light.
Yeah, that was a great 3-piece from Guichabou right before that. He hit the D-Light recovery, and because Bunny was low damage, you see the neutral air coming out after that, so you can get the follow-up right after, rather than having to like wait for a later juggle opportunity because they're more damaged.
All right, position swap, burn dodge. Bunny able to capitalize with a side signature, but Guichabou back on stage, getting more damage built up.
Yeah, Bunny did a great job charging up that signature just enough to get, you know, the quicker version of it than a full charge, but also still getting extension on that fist that goes further the longer you charge the move.
Oh man, Guichabou was able to steal that weapon out from Bunny's hands. Bunny now able to pick up the axe. I think she was looking for that swap a little moment ago.
Oh, tried to land with a down air, and she's going to eat a 3-piece with a D-Light recovery in the other direction after that first D-Light, getting the KO off of that. So Guichabou able to do it with the guitars, didn't even have to swap over, didn't have to like sit on the guitars for a while and fish for that recovery option that you know guitar players are looking for.
Yeah, that was a great read on Guichabou's side, went for the double downlight, read that sideways dodge on the side of Bunny, and then was able to convert that into a KO with that recovery. Guichabou threw away the weapon, doesn't matter, comfortable with the cannon.
Floating up high. Bunny's going to play very conservatively and just stay on the ground, even as Guichabou goes over to the wall.
Ooh, okay. That was a great spot dodge through the neutral air, but Guichabou not coming up afterwards. Bunny still manages to clean up the stock with that side air.
Just barely enough damage added up on that. Going to cycle out the weapon, stick on the axe over here. Guichabou without a weapon, going to be at the disadvantage here. Neutral air. That charged up ground pound is going to give plenty of time for Guichabou to move over. Grab the guitar, side light. No half pipe opportunities here.
Nice dodge up there from Guichabou, still in position, was able to get that down there, so just finding extra damage, stays low, not going to get caught by that NSIG.
I appreciate the attempt on the read there, just in case Guichabou wanted to like go out and high. You saw where Bunny was when she finished that signature. Oh, the neutral signature, not enough to KO off the top. One more major KO move probably will do it. Guichabou finds contact, but look at the axe damage coming out from Bunny. Little bit of a bold move there. Maybe should have stayed on the ground and punished the landing attempt, because that's going to happen yet again. The D-Light recovery grabs coming out from Guichabou have been so consistent so far. You're seeing the well play come out from Bunny. We're going to be moving into this next game, but before the stage banning goes through, look at some of these replays. There's the side signature. The rest of the KOs were done with the Katars. There was the D-Light into the other direction. D-Light, kind of like we see Gauntlet, side light, GC side light the other direction. But yeah, these D-Light recoveries. Got the dodge, and there was the recovery.
Yeah, that's Guichabou just doing those double downlights, catching Bunny both times, dodging to the right. So maybe Bunny's got to be careful about the way that she is dodging.
First weapon is going to go to Bunny. Gets interrupted by the neutral light and the side light. Here comes the cannon's first weapon for Guichabou. Side light, okay, the instant GC side light attempt. These charge up ground pounds, that one did actually hit. Is Guichabou going to be in trouble here? Great weapon toss from Guichabou, just kind of like interrupting the momentum that Bunny had in that moment. Again, everybody was low damage, so no one's in like huge danger of being taken out, but obviously those opportunities can really snowball if another bad thing happens.
Yeah, I mean, a stuffed recovery, and Guichabou would have been in a really dangerous spot, especially, like you said, after throwing away that weapon. Now back onto the stage, Bunny burning the dodge.
Yeah, Bunny's got to be careful. Some of these gravity cancels coming out just really are not throwing Guichabou for a loop whatsoever. It was like the gravity cancel neutral light towards the end of last game, right below the soft platform on the right. Really didn't do anything.
Okay, some neutral game coming out on both sides. Neither one really wanting to break that neutral yet.
Going to see the weapon toss. No, the side air initiation.
Okay.
She was able to get back. Did disarm himself. Neutral signature on wake up once that weapon pickup came out. The ground pound and enough time to get back and away. Neutral sig almost enough. And the neutral air follow up, chasing into the sky. KO off the top of Fortress.
Yeah, just doing some stuff that you can only do because of high dexterity with that Lin Fei. He's able to kind of bait with some of his actions, like that NSIG. That time not going to pay off, but you see him just start to throw attacks out that aren't really going to hit Bunny, but he's able to react in time in case Bunny takes that bait and comes in for the punish.
Yeah, especially that cannon ground pound that we saw earlier, because you're going to bounce up a little bit afterwards as well, so you can be in the air, which a lot of players really love, being in the air after their move whiffs, because if the other opponent is not ready for you to be in the air, you can jump and get away. You may not even have to burn a dodge. Just a simple jump will do it.
All right, back to the guitars. Bunny the healthier of the two right now. Neither of them, again, really wanting to throw too much out.
Yeah, the pace really coming down to a crawl. It was really only that weapon toss that opened up that initiation for the neutral light, and then we just reset neutral air. But again, Bunny backs away instantly.
Oh, Bunny disarmed. Guichabou going to take this as an opportunity, go a little bit more aggressive, but doesn't find any hits there.
Throwing out a lot of these low damage signatures. Bunny's really only in the yellow at this point, so maybe a little bit above 50 damage, but the neutral signatures are still coming out from Guichabou. Still a lead in Bunny's favor. Has the axe going to play very grounded, looking for these approaches coming in from Guichabou. Again, another neutral signature, sidelight, side air recovery.
Nice.
And the neutral air off the top, almost got another one.
Ended up a little bit too high on that one. Bunny got away from it. Still some great damage build on the side of Guichabou.
I think Bunny really has to be careful on these neutral signatures now, because we saw the first one, Guichabou was nowhere near to punish it. That second one that came out, Guichabou was a little bit closer. Didn't find a punish, didn't have the time to or the positioning, but was definitely closer than the previous one. Right over the corner. You got to expect that from a Lin Fei player.
I mean, that's one of the things that makes Lin Fei so good, is that ability to cover those corners with those down sigs. And what's funny is Guichabou's been showing those. Like, he's like definitely saying, I will do this. But Bunny, once again, wanted to sit on that wall. You saw the double exclamation points, and Gui took that as an opportunity to attack.
He's done it throughout his entire Lin Fei career. I mean, he was doing it earlier in the set, like really early on in the set with the cannon D6s over the corner. So you know that's going to be coming with the guitars as well.
Okay, didn't dodge out of that one. Bunny able to get the recovery. Decent damage built up here.
Okay, nice little unarmed recovery, and the neutral light is going to send. Oh, I didn't think Bunny was going to be able to get hit by that neutral signature again. That is something that Bunny has gotten hit by so many different times. The side air, the jumps get away, side light, back down to the ground for Bunny.
Another neutral signature. Things getting a little tense here for Bunny, as Guichabou just starting to swing for the fences, throwing out neutral sig after neutral sig. Maybe recognizing Bunny likes to go a little high or sit on these walls. Guichabou's got great options for both.
Oh, you're seeing the exclamation points come out. You saw all three come out. Holy cow. Bunny's going to get back, but Guichabou knows the situation he's in. He can keep throwing out these neutral signatures, and there's not too much Bunny can do. Almost dodged right back into that follow-up side air off the stage. And that should do it, and it does, even at the 45-degree angle on the Fortress of Lions. And now Guichabou is up 2-0. Really leaning on that heavy button, and Bunny has to respect it every single time.
That was a great reaction at the end there. Got the pickup, jump, immediately spot dodge to avoid the weapon toss, and then canceled it for that gravity cancel side sig to get the KO. That's a lot of things that Guichabou did in a very short amount of time, and all of it worked out.
On it. That's the great dodge to get through the side air, jumping up. Here's the weapon toss, and there's the dodge and the turnaround side signature to get the KO. Beautifully executed by Guichabou.
And here we go, game number 3. Bunny has to find a way to get through Guichabou now.
Simple neutral light into the neutral air, a little bit more aerial game, a little bit more aerial chase coming out from Guichabou on the Katars, at least so far.
Oh, nice read there with the ground pound. Bunny burned a dodge, so Guichabou's going to get so much damage. Didn't quite get the right read, but this is a great spot for Guichabou.
Nice 3-piece from Bunny, bringing things back a little bit, well, not necessarily in her favor, but a little bit less in Guichabou's favor as the beautiful weapon toss comes out, lasered in on Bunny. Guichabou's going to go really far down for this.
Maybe a little bit of a bait, kind of recognizing how Bunny likes to play. You saw Bunny respond with the ground pound attempt. Guichabou manages to get that KO, though, and again, back to the Katars.
And I love how many times Guichabou was using the neutral signature on the cannon before. That's really what I expected to be the KO move that Guichabou was going to search for. And if Bunny is expecting that as well, out comes the neutral air, way faster, way less reactable than the neutral signature. Down our side light, okay, getting the turnaround. No, even waiting on that just in case. Guichabou was really looking to add up big damage there. I got to respect that.
I mean, and that's a testament to Guichabou's experience with the Katars. He did catch one dodge at the very beginning of that sequence, and then the second Bunny had the dodge come back up, Guichabou pulled off the gas pedal.
That's really a lot of control in that moment, and knowing like what you can get and weighing that with like, oh, am I going to be too greedy here? Really keeping a lot of timings in your head all at one time that are your character in your control and also on the other character out of your control.
All right, weapon advantage to Bunny. Still a stock behind, though. Gui, where's the N-Sigs? Yep.
Ooh. So many of the moves on Cannon's kit, and then especially on this legend who has such a strong signature kit, such a safe signature kit, that it like any of the moves, if you pick like the one wrong one, you won't KO. But any of the other moves that you hit are likely going to lead to a KO. Clash out there. Is it going to lead to the KO? Great turnaround from Bunny.
Guichabou still able to get that wall touch, still surviving on this first stock. Bunny just needs one big hit to take out Guichabou's stock. That'll do it.
Does find the KO there. This game hasn't slipped away from Bunny yet, but it's definitely looking like it's headed in that direction based on the way Guichabou has played so far. Already up 2-0 against Bunny here. There's a side light. Nice in-light catch and the side light recovery.
Oh, just an immediate ground pound from Guichabou.
On the wrong side of the stage, that KO Duke.
There was so much damage built up onto Bunny, and this is the final stock here. Like you said earlier, elimination side tournament stock here for Bunny.
Guichabou can really slow things down here. Doesn't have to play at any pace he's not comfortable with. Now he's going to chase into the air. There's a side light, the wait, side light. There was no dodge again from Gui. He is really holding on to those dodges, really trying to play smart with that rather than just panic dodging right away.
Nice read on Guichabou's side. Threw out that neutral signature as Bunny went for the slide charge side sig. Just to dodge away.
There.
Oh, spot dodges right in it.
I believe. Really awesome choice from Guichabou to go for the side signature there for the perfect timing on that. If you would have just gone in for like the D-Light neutral air option, the D-Light would have came out while there were still iframes coming out from Bunny. So really great choice on that. The timing was fantastic. Now we get the D-Light neutral air and the down air, and that set is over just like that. Guichabou sending Bunny packing very quickly. Huge 3-0.
And you love to see the expansion that has come from Guichabou. Back in the day, we talk about him being the main Qatar player, but it was almost to a fault where he only played Qatars. And then we talked about this earlier, right? Is Guichabou started to get better at the unarmed because Sandstorm really forced that engagement. And now you're seeing Guichabou after playing Queen Nai kind of realize, you know what, I got to learn the other weapons. So the cannon really came to play in this set.
Yeah, this is why even when Guichabou moved away from the Lin Fei because she wasn't feeling quite right for him, this is what I always wanted in the back of my mind because he is so adept with this legend. And I think this legend can do a lot more things that Queen Nai can't because she's slow, because her signatures aren't quite as safe. She doesn't have as many safe signatures compared to the Lin Fei. He can just do so much with this legend, and we see that all across the board, whether it's him KOing with recoveries on Katars, baiting out with the D-Light the other direction, D-Light getting those D-Light reads on that, whether it's him going off stage with his weapon, whether it's him KOing with Cannon on stage, whether it's just like the bread and butter standard that you can do on any Cannon legend with the D-Light neutral air, whether it's the signatures, like he has a finger in every single pie of the way that you want to do damage and KO with this legend. This legend, I think, fits him so well, especially in 1v1s. His Queen Nai is fantastic in 2s. He really shows what that legend can do in 2s, but this is why I love the Guichabou Lin Fei so much in 1s.
Yeah, I mean, his Lin Fei is something special. Even, like, the thing that I always remember with Guichabou specifically is, like, he was the first real Qatar player that I saw who, after getting that, like, recovery off the read, would go for extra stuff. Like, he'd go for gravity cancel, downlight, or we saw a couple times he would go for a recovery into neutral air into another recovery. So he'd really try to push that extra damage whenever he got the opportunity.
So definitely a really tough set for Bunny. She is going to be ending her singles run here for the Winter Championship. She can really the only thing she can really do at this point is practice for next week. I don't know who her teammate's going to be, but yeah, there's definitely a week until the doubles championship for the Winter Championship. But Guichabou is going to be moving on. He's not going to have too much time to breathe. He has a little bit of time to breathe, but not too much. He's going to be facing Rise, seed 14 for this. But before that, we have Rutsme versus Draggy. These are kind of the two up on a quote-unquote up-and-coming players in North America. They're not your Marimoo, they're not your Balloon Boys, they're not your Guichabous, but then they're not like also the old guys who are like gaining even more relevance again, like guys like Radish or even like Megd a little bit, maybe not this tournament, but Megd in general. So yeah, this is sort of the new group in North America of Rutsme and Draggy.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that means Rutsme did beat out Brawlhalla to get here.
Yes.
Which means that we got to see that kind of great sword mirror match that happened on Pro Brawlhalla. But Rutsme here now going up against Draggy, someone who you've been talking about, also notably took out Megd in the elimination side of things, and he's playing 7.
Yeah, we have two a little bit unorthodox legends. Of course, one of them, the Mako from Rutsme, is definitely relevant in today's sort of legend pool, given that we're in quote-unquote Qatar meta here. Meanwhile, the 7, you have like the handful of 7 loyalists out there who are like, there is a reason to play this legend. Let's see if that reason comes out from Draggy here.
Right now, Rutsme on that greatsword, something we've definitely seen him play for a while. One of the reasons why Flambeau has been such a big fan of Rutsme.
Now, he is more of a guitar-focused player for sure, but he specifically said that like he's having a lot of fun with Greatsword right now.
That was a great spot dodge. Able to get a 2-piece afterwards. Not able to hit that neutral light. Draggy, yep, into the side air. That's going to be the first KO.
Man, the 7 in the black color scheme, that is just a void of darkness. Straight up covered in Vanta black here.
That's your sleep paralysis demon right there. Ooh, the N-Sig will go over the corner, and that's going to be Rutsme even things up.
Yeah, great catch on that. I haven't seen too much of the Rutsme Mako. I've seen more than, in previous years, given that he's a consistent placer this deep in the bracket. Oh, great spot touch to get through the downlight. Almost got the neutral signature read after that as well.
And Draggy able to dodge through it. Rutsme, 2-piece. There's that dodge up. Rutsme just watching.
Yeah.
Trying to get a read for how Draggy's going to react, so potentially goes for more neutral signatures later.
Yeah, you really saw him stick straight to the ground, going to end up falling out of that. Okay, downlight down air.
Oh, what a read. Rutsme just perfectly placed that one, went low. Knew Draggy was going to go for the wall. Gravity cancel N-Sig. All right, Rutsme goes a little low. Spear ground pound on the side of Draggy. He's going to look for more. Wants to even that stock count out. Rutsme just wants some more damage on the Draggy.
Now, despite being sort of up and coming and relatively close in seeds, these two players have never fought each other in an official tournament. So I wonder what the matchup experience is for Rutsme playing against a 7 and then also the other direction of Draggy playing against a Mako.
Yeah, I mean, two kind of niche characters. Not sure how much experience they got against either, but right now, Draggy with the downlight neutral air. He's got his classics.
Now, one thing I am a little bit worried about, again, this is game 1, so we don't know if this is going to be a sign of things to come, but Draggy's having to do a lot of damage, it seems like here. We'll see his total damage numbers at the end of the game, but it feels like we're at 180 damage per stock, maybe even beyond that on average.
Oh, great patience on the side of Rutsme. Once again, he's just kind of letting Draggy do something off the neutral light, and that time he just reacted. Nice neutral sig. One more. Oh, one for a side sig. This could be big.
So bold. You have a dodge off a cooldown. There it is. I didn't know if we were going to see a gravity cancel for movement.
Good spacing on the side of Draggy. You can see Rutsme a little bit more cautious now.
Dude,
He almost let that slip away.
Anytime Draggy throws out that signature, I see him being in the air, and I feel like we're going to get a Rutsme dunk off of it. Like, I feel like it's around the corner. He's got to be careful. The backside of that barely making contact. Going for that. I think he wanted the KO off the left rather than the gravity cancel neutral heavy off the top. So I don't know if he could have won the game right there with the GCN heavy.
Rutsme really careful here. Almost went for the...
Oh, no! The game just barely slipped away, and 597 in total coming out from Draggy, so almost 200 damage on average. Going to be above that 180 mark, exactly as I said earlier. So on Small World's end, with a weapon that can consistently KO, this is where like it's not necessarily a red flag, it's not a green flag, it's not a red flag. I'd consider this a beige flag.
Okay.
We'll see how he responds if we go to any other stage, or even just as this game goes on this stage specifically.
I really want to see Rutsme force the vertical force the vertical game specifically with the Katars, because multiple times with his Katars, he was losing out in that horizontal spacing, and Draggy would just counter punish. That's how that game ended, and you saw it happen earlier as well. Nice side air, doesn't get the down air. Draggy actually with the counter punish.
Fantastic spot dodge. I believe it was a down dodge, excuse me, to get through the recovery that Rutsme threw out with his great sword.
Ooh, weapon toss to stop the side sig. Rutsme patient, but he hasn't touched the wall. Still barely touches it. Draggy with the down air.
There's just enough control that you have in the air for him to fade away that signature just a little bit to get away from that recovery from Rutsme. Otherwise, he was cooked.
Rutsme not able to get the weapon pickup. Right now, Draggy Waggy just doing so much cannon stuff. Sorry, he dropped the Waggy, excuse me.
Yeah, he's just Draggy now.
Yeah.
Got to go nonchalant with it. Don't want to do baby talk.
Side sig on the side of Rutsme. Can he finish this off? Doesn't go for a side air. There it is, but
nice
wall touch.
Air.
Yeah, okay.
That's going to be it. You saw Draggy holding right. He was ready to be done with that stock because it was guaranteed over. Doesn't want to belabor the point, so hopefully he can get back to the stage and grab a weapon. Now Rutsme was able to swap it out very quickly, but a great swipe there.
And once again, the
bottom side of it!
Draggy's been looking for that one. Rutsme eats it. This time in position for a punish, just a neutralite.
Yeah, he's looking for, I think, the longer string out of that rather than just going for the dunk and getting, you know, I don't know exactly how much damage it does, but let's say around probably 28 damage. You can get that one, but he potentially could be falling behind here. Draggy with a nice lead. He's only in the yellow on the second stock. Meanwhile, Rutsme coming in on final stock. Draggy already up a game here. In light coming out. Almost got the turnaround side light read. Down light into the down air, the side light.
Draggy just starting to find more momentum. Rutsme pushing it a little bit. Oh!
We got the interruption on the recovery, and Rutsme was like, yes, this is my time. Out comes the spot dodge because he was looking for a dunk, and Draggy dropped the hammer on his head with the ground pound.
What a great play on Draggy's side, recognizing, you know what, Rutsme has been really fishing for this neutral signature. I got a really good response, and it's going to be that ground pound.
Yep, there's the interruption. He was, oh man, he was I don't want to do the pun, but he was a shark in the water waiting on that spot dodge so he could grab the dunk and send Draggy down. What a great response. And he had to do 100 less damage that game coming out from Draggy. So his KO potential, or his KO efficiency, excuse me, is so much better that game.
Rutsme fading back a little bit right now. Draggy up 2 games. Once again, elimination side, Rutsme's really got to bring the gameplay.
Now, Draggy's starting off with a spear here. Last game, he did literally 0 damage with a spear, so he potentially could be looking for the weapon swap, or he's just going to keep poking.
Okay, recovery into the neutral air. Rutsme finding some damage here.
Side light, end light, and the recovery after. Rutsme kind of stuck around in case there was anything more he could get. He's not going to go for the double recovery or anything like that. We haven't seen that coming out from his Katars just yet.
I do like that he did something after the neutral light. Okay, that time he waits, able to get a lot off of it. Fantastic reaction with that down air.
He's definitely bummed out that the recovery towards the left side wasn't able to KO.
Yeah.
Draggy with a little bit of a lead here, now swapping back over onto the cannon. He did most of this game so far with the spear, but now he's on his comfort weapon. And he couldn't get a finisher off of that to turn it into a stock. And that Draggy was just a little bit above the waves.
They're not going to hit. Rutsme once again just fishing for something to finish off Draggy. The neutral air is not going to hit, goes for the recovery. Rutsme needs literally anything to finish this stock off of Draggy.
Is he going to go for a dunk? Surely he doesn't go for a dunk here. Just going to end light and wait. End light and wait. He does something on the next end light. He's got to.
Dude, Endlight doesn't care. Oh, okay, down sig will do it.
Using some of that control that you have to be able to move forward towards the right side of the stage.
Yeah, chasing Draggy with that one. Still took a little bit of damage there. Nice. Draggy with the down sig. Great dodge on Rutsme's side. Also reads the dodge from Draggy, but Draggy's just got such a damage lead right now.
And it feels like we're basically seeing a carbon copy of the previous game. Draggy on second stock in yellow, Rutsme now on final. So huge lead Draggy's way. We see Draggy go all the way to the right side of the stage, even touch the top corner of the wall before then going back over, maintaining stage control. Again, dodging away so he doesn't get caught in the half pipe.
Nice.
Okay, this could be the turnaround that he needs. How much does he have? He didn't have a dodge off of cooldown in time, but he tried everything. Rutsme, great job bringing this one back.
Yeah, great response there. And that time he waited for Draggy to do something before going for that gravity cancel neutral signature. Draggy was going for the classic side air towards the stage, and Rutsme went low and hit him with that neutral sig.
Down air, Rutsme completely disengages. There's a side light, neutral light. Turnaround recovery. Look at the run. I don't want to say he's sharking because he's playing the shark, but he went to the left side, then all the way back to the right side. Ooh. Tried to go for the read there, but Draggy was just too high. He would have had a fast fall, and maybe even then he wouldn't have found himself in danger of being hit by that signature.
Draggy outspacing that down light. Starting to find hits here. The down signature. Rutsme disarmed. Bad spot for Rutsme. Goes for the neutral air, and Draggy's going to find the hits with the side air to close out the set.
Started it off with a side light, followed it up with a side air. That was definitely going to KO here, even before the patch that gave it a little bit more power on the end of it, especially on that stage. So yeah, man, Draggy played great. Draggy played really, really great that game. He even did less damage that game than he had to do the previous one. So the KO efficiency started off as sort of a beige flag, turned into a green flag, and then turned into an even greener flag. So great work from Draggy here against a very, very tough opponent of Rutsme.
Yeah, and I love that he played so much cannon. Like you talked about, game 2 did 0 damage with the spear. Game 3 also had a fair amount of damage built up with the cannon. And that's something that's really cool to see because for a while now, people have been like, cannon's pretty much only a 2's weapon. So you love to see someone do well with it in the 1 space as well.
And this tournament, I believe, is Draggy's first top 8. He was already in the top 8 during that set. Yep. He's continuing to push that forward. So he's already gotten his best placement so far, and he's continuing to beat that with every set he wins in. So congratulations to Draggy on that. He's going to end up going into Flower next, who he is still somehow seeded higher than. Draggy coming in seed 7, Flower coming in seed 12. So that's definitely going to be an interesting one. Do you have any more thoughts on that last game? I want to see a lot more Draggy this year, and I want to see a lot more Rutsme this year. So I hope they keep consistently placing, just because I don't have like an encyclopedic knowledge or anything on these guys. I don't have a lot to pull from. So I'm hoping this year is going to be the one where I can really learn more about these players beyond just what I see on the community tournament that I can catch.
Yeah, it's cool to see people who like to focus on off-meta legends. So I am really excited to see how they do across the year. Like we saw, they had a really good finish to last year, which is why their seeds are solid. But of course, this is the start of a new year. Either way, like you said, it is going to be Draggy going up against Flower in just a little bit. For now, we're going to take a short little break. When we come back, we'll be bringing you Guichabou versus his opponent. Stick around.
the sky. I want it with me, I want it, I want it, I want it, we're losing caught in the middle. You were always for me, waiting for the right story, waiting for
Two sets to go to determine who's going to be in our top 4 alongside Marimoo and Balloon Boy. Up next, we've got Flower versus Draggy. After that, it will be Rise versus Guichabou. Some great sets on the way, and they're on the elimination side, so you know they're going to be tense.
Now, Draggy having an incredible seed going in today. I believe he's seed 7 that we mentioned earlier. Lifetime history between these two players, though, not a lot. You can see right there, it is 1-0 in the lifetime history, and that is Winter Championship North America 2025. That, of course, was a victory for Flower. As you can see on your screen, it was a 3-1, and in that tournament, Flower ended up placing 3rd compared to Draggy's 25th. But if we look at the most recent tournament that they both played again in together, they didn't play against one another, but still, that was the Brawlhalla World Championship, of course, last November, and that was a tough tournament for Flower. He ended up coming 33rd, so he didn't even make it top 32, which is why his seed is a little bit lower than one might expect, given the household name nature that Flower brings to the table. Meanwhile, Draggy, top 16, amazing placement in 13th place in 1v1s. Huge placement for Draggy. And he's keeping that momentum going into this year. It seems like he worked in the offseason, or maybe he took the break that he so well deserved after an amazing finish at Brawlhalla World Championship 2025. So yeah, Draggy, he's on a great path right now. Let's see what he's got against Flower.
Yeah, well, we know that Flower is pretty much one and done. He's going to be on that Yumiko like 99% of the time. I think he had a little bit of a character crisis at the end of last year, but now he's kind of back to the Yumiko as far as I've seen. On the other side, we know Draggy Waggy has Cannon, but it could be a lot of Cannon characters. You see Sidra on the screen. Obviously, we saw the 7 just a moment ago, and right now he's currently locked in on the Amethyst, which is level 96. So he definitely plays Cannon.
So we definitely expect Flower to be going into this weekend with the Yumiko, as we've seen on the Twitter clips and all that, but he did specifically mention that he might be going in with a Kaya pick specifically for high-strength legends.
Okay.
I don't know if that just means Taros. Zol might be a little bit of a different story, so we'll see what he actually chooses if he does go into that Kaya, or if he tries to just run it one game with the Yumiko and then be like, okay, he's hitting me really hard. I need a little bit more defense. I need a little bit more chunkiness, so I'm going to go in with that Kaya. So we'll see what he leads with once he gets into the lobby here.
Yeah, that is going to be interesting. I think of all the weapons in the game, there's a couple that just feel way chunkier when it's on a high-strength legend, and I feel like Cannon is one of those. Axe tends to be one, Hammer tends to be one. I think Cannon's another one of those where like you put someone really strong with a Cannon, and they just hurt.
Yep. Okay, he is going to start this one off with the Yumiko. Let's see how we get into this first game. We have Demon Island, Fortress of Lions, and Western Air Temple. So we have 1 soft plat, 2 soft plats, and no soft plats as the option. But we're going to the small Fortress of Lions. So we're going to cut it down the middle, do a little bit of a compromise here, a little bit of unity here in the middle, going from 0 soft platforms and 2, cut that in half, and we get 1.
Yeah, it's interesting because I was thinking for a moment, like, why would Draggy want to go to this map? And generally speaking, I'm used to Cannon players wanting just, like, no platforms. But on the other side, you have to deal with Flower, who's playing Yumiko, notorious for those down signatures. So you might want a platform to get away from it.
And also, if Draggy's the one on the ground, he can I think the neutral signature on Axe is, like, the perfect height for that soft platform. Nice little whip crack going over the corner. You saw the down sig come out from Draggy. Man, he already has Yumiko in the orange here. This is so scary. A little bit of a perk a pivot on that down air, but he's able to land back on the stage. Draggy was too low to get hit.
Ooh, Flower.
KO. Dude, that sent him off screen. It started in orange. The neutral air almost KOing, and that second one does. I would not be surprised if we see the swap over to Kaya almost immediately from Flower.
I mean, I don't think that was the worst thing in the world. Mostly Flower just wasn't expecting that side sig to go as far off of a gravity cancel. If Flower had kind of just moved back, things wouldn't have been so dire. Right now, he has to find a way to finish off Draggy.
Shout out the Cannon from Brawlhalla Combat Evolved. Make sure to pick that up before it's gone forever.
Big, true sidelight. Nice dodge burn, but Flower not able to get much after it. Scoop up.
Nice.
That'll KO.
I do love that as the option. You throw the wisps right in front of you. Either they run under it because you can do that, or they stay back in that spot and they wait for those wisps to go away before they engage. All of a sudden, you're right in their face with a down air scooping and throwing off the top.
Yeah, I mean, the wisps, they force something. They force you to either stop or try to find a way around them. All right, just a side light. Ooh. Was maybe trying to catch Draggy there, but he manages to dash jump in time. Once again, that high strength, nice side air. Oh, he wasn't expecting it to hit.
There's definitely been a few of those from Flower today, and I understand how that works. Like sometimes you just go for, okay, gets the KO with that extending off stage, but yeah, there's definitely sometimes where that just happens. That's not necessarily a mistake from Flower. It's just the way it goes sometimes when you're using those trap signatures.
Yeah, especially because it's the last hit. All right, nice side air. He's in a great position, but he misses the weapon toss.
He also
going to disengage.
GC downlight. That was a free one for him right there. He just couldn't quite place it in the right spot. He had the right idea. The double D light as well.
Hit it true, so there was a DI from Draggy to the right. Not enough damage for it to really be a threat. Downlight, neutral air.
Look, it feels like he was behind him when that D-light hit. I think he was more like 100% stacked if we look at the hurt boxes, but still, the fact that picked up so stacked, got the KO off the top. Okay, neutral air, that didn't even send off screen. That one finally sent off screen.
Flower just looking for some more neutral airs. Draggy comes in.
We only got the 2 on that. Usually they'll extend it all the way for the 3 blasts.
Ooh.
And the side air and Flower. If that first stock was any indication, I expected the Kaya swap, but the way the rest of the game went, I think we're probably going to see that Yumiko.
Yeah, that's what I was feeling. I was like, he's not playing terribly on the Yumiko. He got chunked a lot in that beginning part, but really it was just like that one misstep of not fully knowing the matchup. But after that, he started to find his flow state. Even that final side air, like that's something that you have to know will hit stacked, and he had just a great reaction for it.
So we went from 1 soft plat to no soft plats as we go to one of the stages that was available to play in the first set. Draggy really sticking to the ground, goes just a little bit up, but it's to gravity cancel that downlight. Almost gets the catch on that neutral sig read. Neutral air's coming out from Draggy, only hits 1.
Yep. Flower tried to get saucy with it, eats the downlight neutral air, second neutral air as well. He's staying high, and Draggy goes off stage with that side sig. Just the neutral airs.
Dash forward, dash back. Okay, now he rips the 3 instead of just waiting on the 2. I think Flower might have expected the 2. He's just, dude, you can KO so early, especially on Zol. It makes it so scary because it almost seems like whatever color change you're at, it feels like you're just 1 color change later. So if you're in yellow, it feels like you're in orange. If you're in orange, it feels like you're in red because it's like 2 hits and Draggy gets that color change on you.
Flower is staying out there, does come up with that side air. But yeah, he's got to start respecting the damage output of Draggy. Doesn't hit the stomp. Neither of them swinging. It's going to be Draggy with the neutral light.
Draggy can just live off of these neutral lights, single hits, until he has Flower and KO damage. Oh, what a late D-light from Draggy coming out there.
Still nothing on the side of Flower. Draggy misses that down air, but Flower just wasn't in position. Stomp side air does disarm. Opportunity here for Flower. Nice. Follows up off the Wisps.
He was definitely ready for that one. Oh, the down air is going to interrupt the recovery.
Still not enough to KO here, though. Doesn't get the scoop. Draggy, another neutral air, and Flower could be in trouble.
Neutral light is going to be enough to KO. Now that is a KO move, technically, on the hammer. Of course, we saw Kaina go for that several times in the South American 1v1 Winter Championship yesterday. I don't think he was able to find too many of them, though, and in fact, the gravity cancel one from the middle of the stage did end up getting him punished, and he lost the game off of that. The bow coming in from Flower here, the D-light in-light. There's the side light setting up. He went for the jump down air read. Draggy didn't touch the wall right away. Flower felt safe he could move in.
Ooh, didn't expect Draggy to keep going to the left. Threw out that side light, which would have caught Draggy if he decided to come back in. But because Draggy kept going left, the downlight would have been the better option, but that's hindsight.
Now this could be a potentially scary lead if you're a Flower fan out there. He does have the hammer though. That's been his main comeback tool here compared to the bow. Getting away from that neutral air, running all the way to the left side of the stage. Going with a side sig. Draggy was too far behind him.
Man, that cannon downlight from Draggy is just such a great response to any whiff that Flower throws out, because Draggy just hits that into a neutral air, and like you said, just
Flower not afraid to extend very far off stage and really low. Hammer players love to be there for that exact reason where they can reach up with that hammer recovery and get the KO, but he's in the later stages of orange and he's just done like that, and that's a JV2 for Draggy. Do we see the swap onto the Kaya, or is he going to stick with the Yumiko?
Or at the very least, I'm expecting a Demon Island ban. The map did not really work out in Flower's favor. Just so much horizontal space, and Draggy was able to utilize that. A lot of things happening with that cannon downlight in particular.
Man, those in lights, then waiting for the side light side air after the burn dodge from the GCD light that came out from Flower. And you see 513 damage coming out from Draggy. Really solid KO efficiency here, especially on a sort of larger stage when we're looking at Demon Island. 5 signatures. He wasn't able to find any connections this time, like he did in the first game. I believe he found maybe 1 or 2, but it was a high impact as it was. I think it might not have been a KO, but I think it led to a KO.
There was a side sig that led to a KO. We're going back to Demon Island. That last game, it was mostly like the cannon down 6 to just cover corners. Like it was like if you go into it, it's great for me, but mostly you're just going to sit out there.
So moving into this next game, we're back on the Demon Island.
3, 2.
Hopefully Flower can have a little bit of a better time here. We're just tied 1-1, so it's definitely not a lost set by any means for Flower. He's going to be looking for this first weapon. Here comes the hammer, side light, in light.
Ooh, was expecting Draggy to go high. Went in with that neutral air. Now Draggy's starting to get some chunks off of Flower.
Oh my gosh! That almost
still going.
Get going, and that's the disarm. We don't even have the dex changes in it. That's the disarm.
Flower's nervous. Double exclamation point. Catches the landing and the down sig.
Oh.
Draggy starting to pop off with the cannon now.
A rare Zol 1 blast. You almost never see that. They always go for 2 or 3, and he did the 1 blast. He said, I need a 1 blast.
Oh, Draggy almost didn't touch the wall there. Still had enough movement.
Dude, Draggy's playing swaggy here. Dude, he was pixels away from getting caught by that neutral signature.
Had enough movement to get away from that neutral signature. Flower really needs to find a way to finish, and it's going to be the side sig. Is he going to stick with the hammer this time? He tends to stick with the bow at the start of his stock, and yep, that's what he's going to do again.
See if he can keep Draggy weapon star for as long as possible. Neutral air. He's not going to... That was a bold move. That was a really bold read that he went for. He didn't want to strip the field. He didn't want to throw his weapon up and pick up the hammer. Hopefully that's not going to come back to bite him. Almost got that down air right over the corner. His timing was right. His positioning was not.
Yeah, I mean, he's done that twice now where it ends up on the stage. I don't know if it's intentional or if he's just kind of not quite hitting the movement that he wants.
A lot of jumping around. Does hit the side air, sending Draggy over to the right side. Downlight into the side air.
Down sig just covering the corner. Oh, Draggy goes up into it, but once again, Flower not expecting him to.
It's that weird corner pickup. It really only lifted him just above the stage. So like that jump side air that came out afterwards, way, way, way too high.
Okay, caught him that time.
Insane timing.
Yeah, that was just like someone reading the code. That was Flower throwing out the down sig to catch that gravity cancel side sig of Draggy.
Okay, in light neutral air, weapon toss up. Now he's going to strip the field.
He's red though. He's got to keep Draggy from getting a weapon. Nice recovery.
Dude, the
pressure. Chase dodge doesn't even need more.
My gosh.
Flower with the 2 stock for game number 3.
Feeling really confident now the way he was moving on that last stock. Hopefully they don't move into this next game too quickly before we get to see that. Demon Island is gone from the banned stages list. Ooh. Man, beautiful timing on that. I don't know if he specifically expected the GC side sig to come in. There's the recovery. Even chase dodge down and he didn't need it. Had the recovery or the ground pound just in case it was necessary, and there was virtually nothing that Draggy could do to contest that.
Yeah, and that's the short walls of Demon Island, which is one of the reasons why Draggy banned that immediately. We're going to Mose Eisley now for game number 4. Dude, Flower's been starting off just hitting a recovery at the start of it.
So one thing that could be a little bit difficult for Flower here, if he has the bow and he wants to go for those neutral air KOs, it's going to take a lot on the bow to KO on Mose Eisley, but he has a lot of options as we've seen him use throughout this entire set. Man, that's a lot of damage coming out.
Yep, that was a great play from Draggy to go underneath that down signature. Oop, doesn't hold it too much.
Yeah, I feel like
Flower.
that was a bait.
He's in trouble. Oh, he's going to go back in. Weapons disarmed. Flower went for the push-off column.
Completely stripping the field back over onto the cannon. Yep, D-Light neutral air is going to KO here. Not a problem. Draggy also put up a lot of damage on that stock, so it wasn't just because he's a very high-strength legend.
Ooh, okay. Great turnaround there on Draggy's side. Got that side air for extra damage. Flower jumped up, but still got caught. Neutral sig reads the jump.
He started off with a side light into the turnaround side air. Again, that turnaround side air didn't make a connection. Flower caught him jumping in the air with that neutral signature. He went for that like a couple times before. This time finally made a connection. They're reasonably even here. Inlight's going to help Draggy out. There's the 3 blast, and Flower's just going to get over it. Not going to count the D-Light.
Okay. Able to land on top of him with that neutral air. Gets a side light, down sig, and he's ready for the reaction. Just a side light. Couldn't get more.
Yeah, you don't see him go aerial this time like he did previously because he knows how low that picks up.
Big neutral air hitbox catching Flower, who's moving over.
2 exclamation points coming up, but he does get here in time. Touches the main stage, does eat a down air, not going to be the KO just yet.
Downlight.
Playing very aerially so he doesn't get caught by the downlight. There it is. Man, dude, that hits so stacked.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such a good hitbox to set up for that neutral air. Flower has to really play around that when he's in the red.
Man, good job copying Draggy's movement there, but staying just enough out of his effective range so you can find the unarmed hits. The down air, that is going to disarm and a follow-up down air. This should be it. He's going to have to take everything to get back. You saw the dodge come out. Those iframes were done. Flower times the down air, gets the KO. That was a great trap setup, too.
It was a little cheeky just because, like, if Flower didn't do anything off of it, that could have just saved Draggy. But obviously, Flower was trying to set up something stylish. Ooh, goes into the blasts.
Yeah, I'm glad he ripped that 2 blast when he did rather than going for the 3. Otherwise, the blast would have came out too late, not gotten the hit. That's going to be the recovery interruption. If we could get a solid hit here from Flower, Draggy's going to get back onto the main stage. Neutral air comes through whiffing. There's the in light from Draggy the wrong way. He started to hit those in lights the wrong way here.
Okay. Caught the dodge with that neutral light. Double neutral light into the recovery.
Ooh, Draggy was just a little bit too aerial for that D-light. The side light coming through, but here comes the neutral light from Draggy. Another neutral light right over the corner. Juggles coming in with the neutral airs. Down air. Can he get the side light? Is he looking for a side light? No, just another down air.
Okay, good side light. Draggy burns the dodge, but Flower wants the easy KOs, the consistency that Hammer can give. Neutral air.
Man, that's
One
Most
more hit.
Eisley right there. Keep it
Scoop up.
Draggy alive. That's Most
One more
Eisley
hit.
right there. Keep it Draggy alive.
Oh, he's on the bow, though. The neutral air is not
That's
going to
Mos
do
Eisley.
it. He wants the weapon. Draggy's able to pick up the X in time. Throws out the Sig. Another neutral air.
Oh my gosh, dude. That's exactly what I was talking about at the beginning of this game. If Flower loses this because he's not able to get these neutral air KOs off the top of Mos Eisley, that is going to be heartbreaking because that'll push it to a game 5.
Avoids the downlight.
Yeah, he was just so high after that.
Another neutral air. It'll
Finally,
do
dude.
it. Flower able to win 3-1.
Gosh. How much damage was on that final stock? Like, his KO efficiency, if you average it out throughout the game, was incredible for it being a Mos Eisley game. Like, it's 569 damage in total over the entire game. But still, he had to be like 200 plus, maybe 210 plus on that final stock before he finally got that KO. That was tough. That was that's Alex Honnold right there. That's the 30 hours of Alex Honnold interviews that he's been working on to keep it locked in so he could find that KO, win the game, win the set, 3-1 against Draggy.
Yeah, he definitely had to stay locked in. You saw in that final weapon toss juggle, he went to go for the pickup, likely really wanted that hammer, but he ended up picking up the bow, and he didn't collapse under that pressure. Instead, he was like, oh, you know what? I got to do what I got to do. Try to go for those neutral airs. Eventually, it pays off, and Flower able to continue on. He's going into the top 4.
Yeah, that's huge. He's going to be waiting in the Elim semifinals for the winner of our next match coming up. We're going to have Rise versus Guichabou here. That's going to be a really interesting one because Guichabou is going to be coming in with the Katars that we know. We did see him in the lobby a little bit earlier before we swapped over. He is, at least he did have the Queen Nai locked in. You and I can see him locking in the Queen Nai right now. I think this could be an answer similar to the way that Flower told me he has the Kaya for the high strength. He's going to be going into Rise, who's been playing Taros all day, so that could be the higher defense coming through on this Queen Nai to deal with the really high strength that Taros brings to the table.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the case here for Guichabou, is he wants to have that extra defense. He wants to make sure that the damage kind of neutralizes out. Obviously, right now, he's in the movement speed stance because Queen Nai is really slow, but still 7 defense versus base 8 strength. Like, you kind of mitigated a lot of that strength.
Yeah. So moving into this next one, we're still waiting on Rise to get into the lobby here. Let's see if they have much history. I would imagine they might not between these two, Guichabou and Rise. What PR is Rise coming? Yeah, PR 16 coming in from Rise. They have no history together in official tournaments whatsoever. I mean, typically, like, Guichabou's been closer to the top, whether he's like 9th or whether he's like 4th and 5th. And then, I mean, Rise, if we look at the World Championship, Rise 33rd place, which again is solid. We've known Rise as more of a 2v2 player. And then some of his other ones is like 13th place, 17th place. That's kind of where he was hovering, 13th and 17th, like in and out of the top 16 before now. Kind of moving in, it was the Autumn Championship in North America where Rise had that ninth place, almost pushed into top 8. So his ninth place is going to be his best placement. The fact that he's already beaten that today, really great way to start the year here at the Winter Championship.
Yeah, fantastic performance so far from Rise, coming into the top 8 on the top side of things. He's been really making people work for their money. I think he who did he play against? Balloon Boy. He was doing solid against Balloon Boy in that top side with his Taros against, I mean, we know Balloon Boy.
Yep. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, this is his first set on the bottom side. Let's see what his previous victories were. There was the game against Balloon Boy, which is obviously the first L that he took that got him down here. Before that, it was a 3-2 against Rutsme. So he was really getting a huge upset there onto 6th seed Rutsme. That's 14th seed Rise into 6th seed Rutsme. That was a game 5. And then right before that, 14th seed Rise into 3rd seed Stingray. That was a 3-1. So a great victory there. Rise has had one heck of a run today. We'll see if he can continue that momentum or if it stops here, still in a historic finich for him.
Yeah, we'll see what he can do right now. The first thing he's got to do is boot up the video game and get into the lobby.
Yeah, where's the cross pointing at his watch or whatever? Where's the bunny with clock?
Is there a wedding for Rise's sister that we got to be aware of?
I don't. Who knows? Who knows why he's not here in the room? No one really knows why he's not here in the room. We're waiting on his computer to restart. He had some.
I couldn't tell if Toast was like doing a bit by saying his computer exploded, or if this is. Oh, he says he's not doing a bit. Like genuinely. Okay, we're getting news. Rise's computer genuinely
Could be a bit.
was having
50%
problems.
50% chance this is a bit. It's at the end of the day, this is really a coin flip on whether or not this is a bit. There's really no way of knowing for sure. We're going to have to leave this one up to the streets. And the streets are cruel.
Yep.
If you're in New York, the streets are cold. So
Very
stay
cold.
inside.
Or Chicago as well. I guess the northern part of America. And I guess into Canada, it probably doesn't just stop at the border.
No, I think there's a line. I think they respect that. Looks like, oh no, we had Pingu in here for a second. It was
Got baited.
For just a moment, we had Pingu. But yeah, Guichabou was just here. He's just waiting with his level 100 Queen. Now, you're seeing on the bottom of the screen, it's not a bit. But as they have told you, you can't trust everything that you read on the internet. So who knows if that is a lie or what? There is truly no way of knowing. The only thing we do know right now is how the viewers feel about this next matchup. They are really favoring Guichabou on this one, and I do not blame them whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, just history has shown that Guichabou is a strong player. Obviously did very well for himself at the World Championship recently, but also has just been around doing really well for himself. We've known him as the Qatar player, and since he picked up that Queen Nai, he's really started to find a lot more comfort in his positioning, and that still translated back when he goes back to the Lin Fei. So I think just Guichabou as a player has become much more well-rounded, and is obviously one of the reasons why so many people believe in him.
And you see the medal spread right there across the board. So this is far from the most difficult situation he's ever found himself in. His first gold medal was a little while ago. It was at the Trial of Balder. So it was all the way back in January, February, March, April of 2024. That was his first gold medal. But you can see he's found himself in second place. He's found himself in third place. So he's far from a stranger to the podium, and he's definitely far from a stranger to where he is in the bracket right now in these really, really tense situations. Definitely not the tensest he's faced so far.
Well, right now he's far from the podium because he has not quite earned the spot. He has to win this next set against Rise to go into the top 4 and then win there to go into the top 3 and get a podium.
So Guichabou's route on the bottom side of the bracket. He entered into the bottom side of the bracket here. His first set was against Seeing Shade. That was a 3-1. Congratulations to Shade for being able to take a game off of him before he ran into Bunny, 3-0'd her. But before we actually get into this next set, I'm sorry, we got to wait just a little bit longer, guys, but we'll be back in just a few moments with the thrilling conclusion here of me and Duke's block. Guichabou versus Rise. We'll be back in just a few moments. And we are back. It is cold outside, but I can feel the temperatures rise here in the Brawlhalla studio. We have Rise in the lobby. We're going to be getting right into this one. No introduction needed whatsoever. We have Guichabou versus Rise to see who makes it into the top 4 here at the North American Winter Championships.
We saw before the break, the community has a lot of faith in Guichabou. Rise needs to have a lot of faith in his PC right now because he said he fixed it, but we don't know what's going to happen as we get ready to get into game number 1, Guichabou versus Rise.
Rise is coming in with a Roman Reigns here, and his loading card is just the default loading card. I think he has the default avatar. It's just RZ for his name. No title, nothing up there whatsoever, no clan. That's the coldest loading card I've ever seen.
Honestly, I'm surprised he has a skin. Like, he just base Taros, and that would have just been, like, the most vanilla thing possible.
Okay, stop down there to open things up. Almost got the recovery off of that. Okay, he's coming in, like, he's hitting the ground running off of this. Even the double D-light, too. So it seems like the computer implosion did not slow him down whatsoever.
Yeah, maybe put a little bit of a chip on his shoulder as he's kind of just hitting the gas pedal, chasing after Guichabou, really going for those neutral areas, but
nice.
Guichabou with a double down light.
Okay, yet another side air, sending Rise over to the edge. This should be it. Yep, another one, but did he touch in time? Yes, he did. The gravity canceled down heavy. He stayed over towards the wall, so it was going to take a lot of funky movement in the right territory for Guichabou to really get punished there, even if he got hit with like a side air or something. He's still in the early stages of orange, so it wouldn't have been terrible for him. And if Rise wanted to go over with a hammer recovery, I don't think he would have been able to get back off of that. So great play from Guichabou, really shutting him down. And the side light too off of this, adding up more damage. He's a full stock ahead. Another down air, and the backside of the D-Sig off stage. Rise goes off stage, he gets hit by that. He stays on the stage like he did, he gets hit by that.
Down sig gonna whiff. Guichabou whiffs his own down sig. Weapon toss. Where's the side air? Doesn't throw it out instead. Tries to get a neutral light, but Guichabou manages to slip through.
Yeah, the timing of that coming over the corner, I really thought he was going to go into that neutral light. It must have been frames off.
Doesn't hit the side air, just a side light. Rise needs to finish the stock. That'll do it. Stomp into the side air.
Picking up that spear, I don't think Guichabou was worried about that whatsoever, even though he lost that stock, because now he's coming in, he can find that safer KO option, or the KO options that he's more comfortable with, which is the Katars.
Just a side light goes for the end sig. Guichabou able to get
Nice
high enough.
toss.
Rise dodges back into that one. A little unfortunate there. Think he had more in the tank.
Yeah, that's just that like classic 45-ish degree angle on the Qatar throw. Like so many Qatar players are so used to that on the classic. Like, oh, get him off stage, do the down air, and then do the weapon toss after that. Another D-light turnaround, D-light down air, not going for the recovery this time. Here's the D-sig, wants to set up the edge guard. Another D-sig just in case Rise peeked over the corner. Down air, okay, the D-light and the down signature. Holy smokes, man. Guichabou with a huge 2-stock.
Yeah, just absolute destruction in favor of Guichabou. Rise came out swinging, but once Guichabou was like, oh yeah, I'm the higher seeded player, I'm supposed to win this, like he really started to win that one out.
And we're moving over onto the small Fortress of Lions. Those D-sigs have been so strong for Guichabou. It covers so many different dodge angles that Rise has been going for. You can get it to spike over the corner if they creep just a little bit too high. Again, like I mentioned earlier, if they come back and get the dodge through, you have the backside on it. We love double-sided signatures here on the Brawlhalla commentary desk.
Yep, they can be very powerful. Rise, first one to pick up a weapon. Just going to try to cover, not able to deny. Oh, he gets through the sig.
He only took one hit off of that. So that's a solid trade there, potentially, for Guichabou. Even though he was behind, one hit is great. In light, okay, the neutral air going to barely miss going off stage. Guichabou's going to go over there, recover back onto the stage. Classic recovery opportunity to chase after your opponent when you have that 45-degree angle as a Qatar player. Great spot dodge, too.
Okay, just a neutral air. Rise really not finding any momentum now. Okay, 2-piece in favor of Rise, but Guichabou able to respond with a recovery. Down air, side light, down light, double down light, but Rise hasn't burned the dodge. Down air, doesn't hit. Oh!
Wow, he gets the KO off of that too. All of those active frames from the gravity cancel down heavy, that breakdance coming through here for Rise. He's going to have himself a nice lead here. See how long he can hold on to it. It is the spear coming in for Guichabou.
Not able to get the weapon though. Rise really playing away from Guichabou right now.
So it seems like Guichabou might be changing things just a little bit. You just saw him go for the D-light into the recovery, whereas he was using the down sig so much more previous. Now he's going to use that down signature to completely change things up. Great work from him on that.
Man, he just like slips that into the combo too.
Yep.
Like he does it on the ground, and that time he did it in the air, and I think Rise just is not expecting it.
Yeah, that's just like a really scary thing that you constantly have to deal with now because, again, it's a double-sided signature. It's going to cover both angles and a little bit aerially as well. If you're way in the air, it's not going to hit, but it is such an effective signature.
Ooh.
One of her most versatile for sure.
Okay.
He went to slide charge at that time. Rise shut it down right away.
Does hit the side air, over to the hammer. Guichabou not quite in KO percent. Downlight a little early there, so Guichabou able to get away.
Man, Guichabou touches the ground. He's instantly in the air. He doesn't want to get caught with a stomp. Go with a side air, go with a neutral air afterwards. Could even go with a stomp down air if you pivot it around. Guichabou knows that's
a dodge.
Oh, yes, the
chain dodge.
Beautiful chain dodge over the corner. Shades of wrench back in the day. Oh. And he gets the pickup off of that, too. I was like, why don't you go for the three-piece unarmed? He's like, no, I can get more. I can make sure it turns into a KO by getting the spear pickup and the D-light and then the stock after that.
Yeah, that was a great pickup for Guichabou. Rise tried to counter with the gravity cancel stomp on Wake Up, but Guichabou was out of there and got him with that downlight.
Weapon starving game working really well for him here. He gets hit by that unarmed recovery, but he's not even sent off screen. That's the defense he brings to the table. The neutral signature while Rise was aerial. That doesn't even send off screen yet.
Not enough. Downlight recovery, that time will KO. Rise didn't take too much damage considering he's up against a Queen Nine and he wants to play the hammer now.
Okay, a little bit of unarmed damage coming out. Going to be not the greatest trade. It was 1 for 1. Over onto the spear. Yeah, the side light into the turnaround neutral air. Didn't want to commit to the double side light or anything like that. The neutral air really is just like the safest option to find some damage here. Oh my goodness.
That was so early.
The first side signature he's used this entire set on the Queen Nai pick, and it's a GC side signature all the way up there, KOing in orange.
That was genuinely disgusting, and I wish we could hot fix that because that should not be allowed.
He's really far out there.
That's crazy. He's like orange.
I think that's low sparkinually kind of
normal. He was like 60 damage.
Well, I mean, that Rise just saw that and was like, oh, you want to play that game? Oh, you want to play that KO in orange game? I'm playing Dusk, brother. You've seen the clips online. You saw what Saphir was talking about.
Well, we'll see if Rise can do it as he does full-on swap over to the Dusk. Not looking too awkward with it as he's showing some comfort. Oh.
Could be the setup of something huge. Guichabou.
Oh!
The pacing on that. Guichabou going back on the stage, running like 20 to 25% towards the middle of the stage, and then all of a sudden just like runs back and is like, you know what? I'll do a ground pound. Here comes a Qatar ground pound raw out of nowhere. Finds the hit on it just because the timing was so goofy. What a switch up from Guichabou.
Trying to get the neutral signature there, trying to go for it again.
Careful, dude.
Rise.
You can't be doing that against Guichabou, and he throws away his second stock. Ooh, I feel like some of the vocabulary that that TK was using yesterday, I feel like applies to that moment.
At this point, he's just trying to get the clip. He just wants a clip.
He might get 3-stocked if he's not careful.
Hey, that's still a clip.
Not the clip you want, brother. Guichabou coming back, giving Rise plenty of room, but also still threatening. You're seeing him jump double over there to get above those neutral layers that are coming out from Rise. He jumps over the GC side. That's it. That's a 3-stock.
That's a 3-stock.
That is a 3-stock on the 3-0, and Rise is just out of here. Completely dumpstered. 232 damage is all it took. Guichabou unbelievably shutting down Rise. That's a brutal loss.
Yeah, just really got in the head of Rise. I think that final side signature kind of broke his mental, and he was like, I'll try to do something. Tried to do it with the Dusk, but he kept going for like gravity cancels, which we talk about. Like, it burns your dodge, and every single time that's like, okay, well, Rise is now in a really dangerous spot. And so time and time again, Rise just kind of got caught out by Guichabou.
Yeah, those are the desperation options. Those are the Hail Marys, no Ryan Gosling out here. That's really, really tough to see, to make it this far in bracket and then just get put in a body bag like that. That's brutal. We'll see how Rise responds from that potentially next week. Maybe we'll get some information from him on X, the Everything app. Would love to see what he says after that tough loss there. But that's Guichabou moving on into the top 4. Based on his words, he didn't seem super confident in himself, which is why I didn't put him in my top 3. But you can see on the gameplay there, man, he lets the Brawlhalla speak for itself.
Yeah, he put the Brawlhalla in the bag, and he did exactly what he needed to do. He also put the body in the bag, as, of course, he is now in the top 4, and we've got a pretty stable top 4 for us here in North America. We've got Marimoo, we've got Balloon Boy, we have Flower, and now we have Guichabou in our top 4 of things.
Yeah, it was definitely an interesting route getting here, but if you looked at nothing else other than what our top 4 is, you'd be like, yes, this all makes sense. This is very stable. This is kind of what we expected going into this one if you were just a numbers person at the end of the day. But it is the Winter Championship, so you know the route is fraught with just horrible, scary
blizzards and
storms, wind patterns and lightning.
A scary snowman popped out.
But we went through the road less traveled, as we always do on Winter Championship.
Robert Frost,
Thank you so much for joining us for our block, but the top 4 is coming up in just a few moments. Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss it.
You were always for me, waiting for the right story, waiting for you.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Winter Championship Singles. We're here on Sunday, which means it's North America, and we are happy to welcome you into the top 4 of things. We're going to be crowning North America's champion in a couple sets here. My name's PJ, joined by Slow Motion. How you feeling, Slow?
Feeling good. I've been saying it all weekend long. I love Winter Championship, PJ.
It's so exciting.
I love Winter Championship. It's so good. You don't know what's going to happen, and my predictions are still solid. So
Yeah.
I want to point that out. That my top 3 are still here, so I know more than everybody.
Yeah, I guess you might be the biggest winner of the weekend, but we're going to see
absolutely.
who actually...
This is the Slow Motion show.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
We're going to be getting into our match schedule just right now, but if you're here and you haven't already been here before North America, we're going to be getting our 2 best players within the region. This was your grand finals for BCX 2025, Marimoo versus Balloon Boy. On the elimination side, semifinal side, you got Flower versus Guichabou. Guichabou still in contention for the top. We'll have to see if he can make the losers run, as well as Flower, who's been making the run as well. But right now, this is kind of what we all expected. Marimoo Balloon Boy, and it turned blue as I said it. That was kind of cool. I see you, production. Shout out to production, getting things looking nice and easy for us here as we get into this very exciting match. This, of course, is the matchup to look at for all of North America, the wonderkind of North America. Not so much anymore. They're just kind of the best. They're no longer, the up-and-coming players. They are what the top looks like for North America. And yeah, it wouldn't be North America without a Mordex representing us in the region, as well as a Mega Man from Balloon Boy. You'll see the lifetime history here, 11-4 in Markimoo's favor. How do you feel about that, Slow-Mo?
I think this is the day. This is the day, PJ.
This is the day he gets a 1 underneath the gold there.
I really think so. I'm looking at the match history between these 2 players, and it's so brutal. You know, for every Markimoo's 1, there is a Balloon Boy 2. For every Marimoo 2, there is a Balloon Boy 3.
Yeah.
And it just seems to be this horrible pattern that has gone through if you are a team Balloon Boy. But we're going to set the record straight. It is the first meeting of 2026, and we're going to see what Balloon Boy and Marimoo are feeling here.
Yeah, we'll start off on small offensive lines to get the action started, and Marimoo and Balloon Boy will take to both of their most aggressive melee options here on the battle boots for Balloon Boy and Marimoo with a nice whip punish on that sidelight. It's what I expect to see from Marimoo if he wants to kind of win these bouts. He's been very good at playing parry and just kind of waiting and getting those strong whip punishes. That's what sidelight gives you on the battle boots, but Balloon Boy swapping over to the blaster.
I mean, he has been looking pretty confident on them all day long. We've seen Balloon Boy just kind of be in cruise control all day. Marimoo has had a couple sets where it looked like he might fall, especially that set that we had against him and Bunny. But he has made it here. He is on winner's side, and now he has the chance to try and continue the streak against the Triple B. But this Mega Man has been looking very, very good this afternoon, PJ.
You see the Leaf Shield already come into effect for Balloon Boy. He's been using that all weekend long to try to find landings, especially in the corner with that side sig. Nice disarm there with the side air. The recovery on the boots won't be enough to take it off the top quite yet. Marimoo still in contention for this stock, though, as the side light comes in and picking up a scythe. You just need a couple hits horizontally to close this one out. End light into end sig. Doesn't get the end sig, but a side light will catch Balloon Boy dodging the recovery. Unarmed will not KO, but it's getting quite close to that. And end light whiffs. The end light, as a response from Balloon Boy, the blade comes out with the side sig, but Marimoo will take that first stock with an end light, and both of them in the feeling out stage there for sure. None of them going for those big reads yet. Marimoo, the first one to pull the trigger on one, didn't find the right answer for that dodge, but still got the stock nonetheless.
This is going to be another battle for all time, it looks like, because this is super close, straight off the top. D-Light into Sair, going to tie those stocks back up. Just a little bruise or 2 against Balloon Boy's second stock, so everything is still very, very even here between these 2 players. Marimoo looking for a weapon. He gets the side air out on arm, picks up the gauntlets. Now Balloon Boy going to work with those blasters, but Marimoo toss him down with the nair. Can he go with the ground pound? He does, but Balloon Boy Sairs him at the very bottom. Downlight into Sair again, catches him with the neutral light, and Marimoo having a very hard time getting back up on the stage.
Yeah, he'll take quite a bit of abuse there in the corner, especially as Balloon Boy is getting better and better at holding Marimoo into it. The side air comes out, though. Big punish on the side stick. That's 2 for Balloon Boy, both not missing. The weapon toss goes a little bit too wide there for Marimoo as Balloon Boy gets the end light and is waiting with the GC end sig. Marimoo will read through that dodge and will read through that option, and the ground pound comes in for Marimoo, expecting Balloon Boy to try to take to the wall after that misplay off stage. The side light will have a dead zone, but that D-light into recovery will catch and find the KO. Balloon Boy now 2 stocks to 1 with a lead in his favor. Incredibly close set between PR number 1 and 2 so far.
I love it. These 2 players, when they play, it never disappoints. You guys can think back to just a couple months ago. There we go, Marimoo tying things back up. You can think back to just a couple months ago, the cinema that we all witnessed between these 2 players in Atlanta at BCX. This is the first time they've seen each other since then. in competition.
Absolutely. Marimoo now looking to put an end to this game with that downer off stage. The N-Light will start the action again on the stage, though. Sidelight waiting for the dodge, waits for the dodge accordingly. Nair into N-Light, and you get another guess for Balloon Boy there, and you're getting put in a bad spot. Nice landing for Marimoo there, getting a whiff punish on that N-Light whiff, but a side air from Balloon Boy keeps him back in this conversation. Sidelight recoveries are not catching. Big sidelight there. Marimoo jumps over that N-Light, down air, waiting for the option. Big recovery there, does not KO, not quite yet, and it's so close to getting to that point for Marimoo, but Balloon Boy will keep fighting back.
Yeah, Marimoo is doing fantastic here at the end of this game. He has definitely carved out a good position here out of this final stock as Balloon Boy is very close to being knocked out. Balloon Boy did have the lead just a couple minutes ago, but the side sig is going to even everything back up, and it comes down to the last interaction, PJ, and the tornado is going to get it done, and the Triple B takes game number 1, PJ.
That was exactly what you wanted to see there. He's been going for those signatures in the corners to catch Marimoo in them, and finally we see Balloon Boy actually cashing one of those in. The side six on the blasters were getting punished every single time or completely avoided by Marimoo, but finally that time, as I keep saying, having the ability to turn yourself into a weapon and turn yourself into the hitbox you need is so much more consistent than letting the signature move for you. Balloon Boy just needs to put himself in a spot that he knows he can hit, rip the down sig, and cover both options and find a way to get that input to KO, and that's going to be a great start for Balloon Boy as we go to Miami Dome as the counter pick for game number 2.
I forgot this map existed.
I know.
I don't think we've seen it at all.
We'll go half a year without a Miami Dome game slow motion. It's serious.
It is serious, but we end up at the Dome for game number 2. Balloon Boy coming out getting good early damage, and Nair is going to finish off that good combo against Marimoo. Marimoo was searching for the Dare, couldn't find it, but he did get the side light. Nothing else after that. Balloon Boy dancing around, getting caught with another side light off the scythe, but putting some good pressure against Marimoo. The ground pound, no! Balloon Boy is able to get back over. He does touch the stage. He's so good at finding those routes to get back up on stage time and time again.
Very important to take that ground pound and realize you're not KO'd yet, but giving an easy panic option to Marimoo will be the end of that stock. Balloon Boy holds on and still holds the damage lead. The battle boots online now, trying to go for a dash jump, turn around, side air to catch Marimoo dashing. Marimoo taking to the skies more times than not, though, and avoiding those options grounded. Side air is big for Marimoo, looking for that KO with that side air. Didn't find it. Balloon Boy side air of his own. Marimoo now holds center stage. Balloon Boy flips the situation. N-Light to send Marimoo off stage, picks up a pair of blasters. D-Light, a big threat now, down air off the stage. Balloon Boy will respect Marimoo, and he'll punish him for the respect with that Nair. Marimoo side light, waiting for the dodge, does not get it. Balloon Boy side sig. Another dodge gets read by Marimoo, but no timing. Another dodge read, but no timing and spacing that time, and Marimoo is struggling to capitalize on the side light. Open up. Balloon Boy somehow holding onto his stock, lets the N-Sig fly, does not find the connection. Marimoo finally gets his recovery, and they're fighting back to center stage. Both of them one hit away from losing just the first stock in this game, and Marimoo is the first one to confirm it. GC downlight, chase dodge recovery. Marimoo takes the stock.
That GC downlight was perfect. It was right there at the cusp of the hitbox, just enough to get Balloon Boy into the trap. The Sarah is going to send Marimoo all the way out. Can he find another one? He sits back with a neutral light. Marimoo stays out of the way of it, but somehow that recovery held on and did not drop, and that is going to put Marimoo on a second stock.
Looking so good so far for both of these players. They're both so competitive in this game, struggling to find these KOs early on and then slowly letting those reads rip. That's what it's going to come down to. Marimoo, big read there with that Nair. GC sidelight recovery, great open up for Marimoo there, who's happy to get any damage he can versus these blasters. When you make your way in, you need to make it count. Nair into GC, unlike Balloon Boy, already in a bad spot in the second stock.
Ooh, going way deep, stays out of the way. Oh, that's big! Marimoo saw the ground pound coming, though, so smart. And gets another one in of his own. Balloon Boy retreating under Miami Dome. Staying relevant in the stock. Here he goes, another dare. It misses against Marimoo. Marimoo comes back up on stage, resets the D-Light in a ground pound, and that is going to send Balloon Boy onto his final stock. Marimoo still very, very healthy.
A return to form for Marimoo on this stage. Recovery from Balloon Boy unarmed. It's still not over yet for Balloon Boy with chances, especially when you have that extra game lead here. Okay, a sidelight, side stick has not worked at all so far to cover the options. I like forcing Marimoo to respect it, but at some point you need to start capitalizing on the reads you create. Sidelight there, getting avoided by Marimoo, waiting for the options. Weapon toss come out, down air to cover the weapon spawn, does not get the down air. Marimoo picks up his scythe and N-Light there, but no Nair follow-up either. Balloon Boy still trying to poke away with these sidelights. No conversions off the sidelights are true, so you have to get a read. D-Light into recovery, will that be enough? Yes, it is. Balloon Boy whittles Marimoo down and takes that stock.
Back and forth, momentum changes yet again. Balloon Boy still holding on to those blasters. Marimoo kicks him away with the unarmed light attack. As Balloon Boy fadeaway Sair can't find anything, but does catch the neutral light on the blasters. The big Nair coming up. Marimoo getting somehow getting out of the way of it. Gonna be able to reset back into neutral. Balloon Boy biding his time. See the Sair get punished, but though the recovery, can he finish it off? No, Marimoo is gonna be able to get back down stage. Not enough damage was put against that stock.
And N-Light will come in through Balloon Boy and covering the dash underneath Balloon Boy with that N-Light. Sorry, the down air, and Marimoo with a big side air. Balloon Boy puts himself in a bad spot off stage. Marimoo looking to close out this edge guard. D-Light, side light recovery. It does not KO. Balloon Boy with still chance, but without a weapon, it's going to be tough. Marimoo cycles over to another pair of gauntlets. Balloon Boy will pick up his weapon, earning that with an unarmed nair to get some space. Marimoo side light, waiting for the dodge. Does not find the right dodge. Balloon Boy using that platform movement, but Marimoo catches it in the end. And we go to game 3 with an even scoreline, 1-1.
Oh, these are so close, PJ. Oh, my goodness. I cannot think of two players that are so fun to watch play against each other in current Brawlhalla.
Yeah.
We've had some players come in. We've had, the very epic matchups in the past, but I think this is the new age rivalry of Brawlhalla.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, incredibly close. They're going blow for blow. I mean, it just makes sense to have it in North America. A Mordex player versus a Blaster player. I mean, we've seen this movie before, but they keep making sequels and they keep hitting, man. You have to keep letting it play through. Marimoo, Balloon Boy going into game 3, both of them on even footing, as Balloon Boy, I think, is going to reset here and allow himself to get back in the right mindset to take this game number 3. I mean, it's so crazy how close that game was because it felt like Marimoo was kind of dominating that game, but Balloon Boy fights back, forces the last stock, picks up some blasters, and really punishes Marimoo, who gets so scared trying to find those KOs.
Well, it's so crazy. Like, when these two players fight, there's not allowed to be a lead.
Yeah.
Nobody's allowed to pull away.
No.
As soon as somebody gets about a stock advantage, whoever is down locks back in, straightens everything back out, gets us all even, and then the battle begins again. There's no advantage. There's no stock advantage, 2 stocks advantage. It is just blow for blow, interaction to interaction, down to the last wire.
I feel like at some point there might have been like Marimoo pulling away from Balloon Boy and kind of showing like, okay, there is a clear difference. But I think right now at Winters, they're both as close as maybe they've ever been. We saw that BCX Grand Finals that was so close and so contested. But right now, it feels like it could be Balloon Boy's year and can all start here at Winters. And we'll see this come through here as the bands strike over to Small Fortress of Lions for game number 3. Marimoo, Balloon Boy still on the Mordex and Mega Man.
Balloon Boy deserves for it to be his year, PJ.
He does.
He earned it.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to see it happen here at Winter Champions. That's just me being biased. Don't listen to me. I know nothing, actually. Marimoo and Balloon Boy, we are going to drop into game number 3. We're all tied up. The winner of this is going to take the advantage state going into game number 4.
Oh, my goodness. What it opened up for Marimoo there, using that weapon toss to cover the airspace, then immediately getting a nair into a GCN light. And maybe that could be signs of the times for Balloon Boy here. If Marimoo is reading those options, are ready to start the game. Marimoo unanswered damage, about 5 hits. Finally, a side air breaks the mold, but a nair into a GC N-Light again catches Balloon Boy. The D-Light will catch there. Balloon Boy flips the situation, though, with a down air of his own. And right now, this is where the blasters need to make some money, but a little bit too close on the ledge, getting punished for that side light. Marimoo doing so much damage in the stock, waiting for the dodge, gets the right read, but not pulling the trigger on those moves yet, not catching the reads.
Being very, very cautious. No, you're right. Being very, very methodical. Trying to not let Balloon Boy stay close, not be able to get those big blaster strings that he is very good at getting at. D-Light into recovery.
That was fast.
A lot. And speaking of D-Light and recovery, on the other direction, that's going to be Marimoo. Go ahead and putting in that same combo, dialing it in, and taking that first stock of Balloon Boy. But now this is the biggest lead either one of these players has had in this entire set.
Absolutely. This is where Marimoo needs to pull ahead. Balloon Boy needs to equalize quickly. And N-Light will start the action for Balloon Boy as Marimoo takes the wall for some reprieve, jumps over that nair. Balloon Boy fights right back with a side air into a nair. Fighting back, keeping the action to Marimoo, realizing you have to equalize the stocks quickly. The down sig will come out for Balloon Boy. Marimoo will wait for the side air, but a down air from Balloon Boy continues the action. Down air into N-Light again, and Marimoo gets disarmed and put off stage. N-Light to get back off stage. Balloon Boy now with a great edge guard opportunity will look to line up a ground pound. It's a down sig instead. Marimoo waiting out all the options and going for a recovery. Doesn't even chase dodge. Balloon Boy with a GC downlight into side air will close out that stock, and once again, there's no lead. There's no lead.
Corner, PJ. The lead is gone.
It was 3 hits of a difference for Marimoo in that extra credit.
Oh, it's so much fun to watch these two. Balloon Boy now trying to put some pressure on the left side against Marimoo with the neutral light.
Oh,
into
what a
side
check.
sig. Oh, that check Balloon Boy for sure. Okay, the down air is not going to hit. Marimoo is going to get a 2-piece. He whiffed on the nair. Balloon Boy going to slide out of that bad position that he was in. The neutral light throwing down the bases. Here we go, taking Marimoo off stage. Then we see the tornado going to go and finally connect. Finally some success with those signatures.
Yeah, we saw it in game 1, not so much in game number 2, though. Marimoo reading through those. The down air comes out from Balloon Boy. Nice recovery from Marimoo, just kind of denying the center stage from Balloon Boy, especially when you want to take to the skies to try to regain some footing. Marimoo will meet you with a gauntlet recovery almost every time the scythe comes online. Now a down air into side air from Balloon Boy, and he keeps this game back into his favor. Sidelight, but bounces Marimoo back up into the air, going for the big end sig. Balloon Boy beats it out with a down air, and he's now reading through it, and finally the side sig will catch and punish Marimoo, trying to cross up Balloon Boy. Stacking wasn't the option. Approaching through the ground wasn't the the option. And landing away for me isn't either. The side stick comes out for Balloon Boy, and Marimoo equalizes immediately with the recovery. And we go to last stock, game 3. A fresh stock for both of them. It's close as this set has ever been.
Oh, I love this so much. All right, Balloon Boy trying to take the advantage. So is Marimoo. The down air into neutral light. Okay, couldn't find anything much after that. Marimoo with the gravity cancel neutral light as well, though. Not a whole lot of follow-up. Balloon Boy smacking him back with a Sayer back on stage. Marimoo chased him down. We see the hopping across the center stage. Balloon Boy letting that side stick fly.
Wow.
He came back up with a nair. That was such a good bait.
So smart from Marimoo there, getting the nair, but not going for an immediate option like he's done the whole time. The ground pound comes out. Balloon Boy, no punish. The ground pound decider. Marimoo takes the game off of it. Balloon Boy tries to punish Markimoo's ground pound, but gets hit with a cider for his troubles, and Marimoo takes that game away in not a very exciting fashion. Just a steal option from Marimoo, waiting out the ground pound. Balloon Boy smelling blood in the water, but smelled it wrong. I'm not. Don't call the ambulance for me. It's for you. That was a crazy reversal for Marimoo there. Balloon Boy just thought that Marimoo had no more options, and Marimoo took that stock for it.
What was wrong with the dare? What was wrong?
I don't know. I mean, the down air would have been much.
It was a perfect option.
Yeah, it was much better. I mean, you don't put yourself underneath the geometry. That's very bad.
It was safe.
It was much safer.
Oh my goodness, that's okay. That's okay. We're all gonna just brush that one off. Balloon Boy's going to as well. He's restarting his game yet again because that's the issue right now for sure.
We'll have to see. I mean, we'll like. That's an unfortunate way to lose. The ground pound was the option, expecting Marimoo to run out of resources. Marimoo had one more jump in the bag. Sometimes you just kind of get like trigger happy. You're like, okay, I'm going to go for the ground pound. This is it right here. This is where I make my claim. And then that happens, where Marimoo is playing one of the best, if not the best, reversal weapon offstage in the game, in the gauntlets. Just a move to cover every mistake you make. And Marimoo, a player that will cover every mistake you make. That's going to go to game 4 now with Marimoo in the lead, 2-1. Balloon Boy getting put on winner's side life. Marimoo 1 game away from putting himself in winner's side grand finals.
All right, Marimoo trying to get this finished off. Balloon Boy seems to be having a little issues. Marimoo is going to give him a little space, make sure everything is A-okay. You guys should see an emote come out when everything is good. Balloon Boy, nope, he's going to go ahead and restart it. And that gives us a couple more minutes to talk about this great matchup between these two players, PJ.
Yeah, it's incredibly close. I think the last 2 games, Markimoo's definitely clearly pulled away a little bit in some of these neutral exchanges. But as much as Marimoo kind of just wins out with like those side light whiff punishes and just constantly getting the damage, we haven't seen a couple things. We haven't seen Marimoo make like a big edge guard read play. We haven't seen like, okay, he hits like 4 dodges and then ground pounds you off stage. We also haven't seen Balloon Boy completely stop Marimoo from playing the game. He can do that versus great gauntlet players where you just cannot play versus the battle boots where you're getting rushed down or you're getting poked away by the blasters. We're not seeing that yet. It's very, very even here. Even with the scoreline being 2-1, it could have easily went in the other direction. It could easily be Balloon Boy just winning the set right now, and the same can be said about Marimoo.
Absolutely. That is what makes these matches so special, especially when it is a winner's final situation. I mean, this could be our preview to grand finals. We could see, no matter how this goes, we could see this rematch here in just a little bit. Lots and lots at stake here. Both these players obviously wanting to get in the best position going into grand finals, want to give them the biggest cushion they possibly can, especially when they know what they're going to be going up against in grand finals.
Yeah, and before we get into this match, the continuation of it, we got to go to a short break, make sure everything's sorted out. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere with Winners Finals. Welcome back, everybody, to Winter Championships. Here we're in the top 4 of North America, and we are in the winners finals with Marimoo with a 2-1 lead over Balloon Boy. How you feeling, Slow-Mo? I know this has been very exciting for you, very thrilling for you, for sure.
A little nervous.
Little nervous? Okay, okay.
A little nervous. Hopefully, whatever issues he was having, he had to restart his equipment.
Yeah.
Get fresh. So we're gonna see if that helps him out at all, because it really looked like the Mordex from Marimoo was starting to heat up.
Yeah, I think so too. I think Marimoo was slowly kind of pulling ahead in the set. However, even though it's a 2-1, it could have been anybody's game for the first couple. I think the game number 2 is probably the closest it's ever been, but we are here anyway in game number 4, and we go back to Small Fortress of Lions, where the action will continue. Marimoo starting with an N-Light there, getting Balloon Boy already caught in that downer, and Marimoo is picking up right where he left off in the last game. D-Light, side light, waiting. Balloon Boy has to jump through Marimoo to avoid extra damage, but still Marimoo looking very good.
Absolutely, Balloon Boy. Boots on his feet. Good edge guard. Lets the tornado go all the way down the bottom.
No.
Marimoo punishes that, and that is going to be an early stock for the Triple B.
Yeah, and Marimoo looks really, really good here. I mean, he started off by catching Balloon Boy, trying to get back into the game there by picking up a weapon. Marimoo now chasing down Balloon Boy in the air with that nair, catches the down air with an immediate whip punish. The nair comes out as well. Marimoo slowly inching towards Balloon Boy. The side air will come out there, and the side air from Balloon Boy keep Marimoo honest.
Okay, the dare is going to be the wrong direction. He went ahead and threw the nair up just because, I guess. Marimoo coming with the side light, catches Balloon Boy. He retreats up on the soft platform, missing with the fadeaway Sair. Marimoo missing with the nair. The Sair is going to smack.
The N-Light will come out. Yep. And N-Light for Marimoo as Balloon Boy stuck on the off stage. The down air does reversal, and Marimoo avoiding that GC downlight. The nair will send off stage the weapon toss as well. Marimoo didn't even need to ground pound, and he'll happily trade that stock away. And it's 2 games to 1, and Marimoo 1 stock away from moving forward in the bracket. Balloon Boy there, taking a little second off that respawn to try to collect himself a little bit. He can still stay in this game, jumping around the platforms. Finally picks up a pair of battle boots. But we'll see if
We've been here before, PJ. We've
have
been here before.
We have.
Super.
Any given Sunday, every dog has its day. You know, do you believe in miracles? There's been many great sportscasts from casters greater than I that have talked about these comebacks, but it's going to be hard to do so when Marimoo gets an air there. A side air from Balloon Boy will keep him honest a little bit in the corner, but Marimu's had his way with Balloon Boy this entire game so far. And Balloon Boy is looking for a semblance of reprieve from the pressure that Marimu's presenting. The nair comes out there. The side air from Balloon Boy, a side stick will keep him in the game. And because Marimoo traded that stock away, Balloon Boy can find it there. He did not. Marimoo will pick up the weapon, and with the side queued up, he can just look for a signature of recovery. Nope, Balloon Boy with a side sig.
All right, that at least gets Marimoo down to the final stock, but Balloon Boy has so much work ahead of him on this one. He is going to try and get it done with the boots. We've seen a little more success off of the Doesn't Matter, because a Balloon Boy is being sent down to elimination finals. He will have to battle the winner of Flower and Guichabou here in just a couple minutes to see if he earns his right to go back up top.
Yeah, I definitely feel like Balloon Boy just wasn't in the best form there in that last game. And definitely go back and watch the first game 1, 2, and 3. But that game looked completely different than what we saw previously. But Marimoo was still happy to move forward there with a 2 stock in that game number 4 to win that set. We move over to the elimination side of things as these replays play through. Balloon Boy will have to play the winner of this next set, which is Guichabou and Flower.
Man, I don't want to make excuses for anybody, but I do wonder if he would have been better off just playing with whatever the little connection issue that he was having, instead of stopping the momentum and stopping the set to reset everything and then try and get back into the headspace.
Yeah.
I wonder if he traded a worse or evil for the other.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of what the case may be, we'll have to see if he can kind of compose whatever's going on for himself. We're rooting for you, Balloon Boy. We want everything to make sure it works out for you in that elimination side finals. With Marimoo moves forward, rightfully so, the BCX champion, the best in North America, sitting comfortably in grand finals through the winner side. Now, as Guichabou and Flower get ready to play, we're going to see which one of these two will have their chance to play Balloon Boy and then Marimoo in grand finals.
Man, this is one of those interesting matchups. You know, we've already touched on it a couple times today, I believe. But, you know, the Queen Eye pick from Guichabou, Spear's in a great spot. We talk about guitars all day, every day. It's in a fantastic spot. But then there is the Yumiko of Flower. Nobody pilots this legend the way that Flower does, in the way the usage of the Wisp, the traps, being able to find those openings. He is so good at this legend, and Guichabou is going to have to fight with everything he has to move forward here.
And I know Flower's been talking a lot about his mentality, kind of looking into, other very, very special people in their own rights. I forget the name of who he's referencing. I know Sparky brought it up a couple times. I feel like Guichabou might be the biggest mentality check you can face in Brawlhalla right now in North America. I mean, the Qatar demon himself is able to completely run through games if you're not ready for it, and Flower will have to play very poised and keep the game plan going, and so far he's doing just that with the bow.
Ooh, let this neutral sig go up. Guichabou ducks underneath it, but it cannot stay out of the way of the neutral light. The side light from Guichabou finishes up with the ground pound. Flower gonna step back. Sair is gonna disarm Guichabou. Weapon throw up. Flower cannot get over. Yes, he does. He's able to go ahead and get his hands on that hammer. Guichabou still no weapon to be found, and we talked about this earlier. Flower will starve you out.
Yeah, this is a run back, if I'm not mistaken, right? And where Guichabou down 2-0 went over to Lord Vrax to try to get a win. Flower will continue this dominant run through the elimination side. Looking for a KO there with the downlight, doesn't find it. Guichabou, Hail Mary down sig, Hail Mary end sig, trying to find anything to stick onto Flower, but Flower is just looking so good right now. GC side sig will come out.
No, I think you're absolutely correct. I'm pretty sure it was Guichabou that sent Flower down to elimination side.
Flower sent Guichabou to elimination
That's what I said. That's what I said.
The Nair will come out there from Flower to close out that stock. 3 stocks to 2 now. Flower just continues this game plan that works so well against Guichabou, nullifying these Qatars, getting the signatures out, and keeping the space contained. An N-Sig will come out from Guichabou. Flower will punish Guichabou dearly with 2 hammer Nairs, and the juggle will continue for Flower.
Ooh, Flower. Guichabou put himself in a bad spot, but had that weapon throw to be able to get him the spacing, and I take that back. Maybe that was the best spot Guichabou could have made for himself as he turns it in to a stock.
Recovery there from Flower, and as he picks up a hammer, Guichabou now trying to contend with these Qatars. A down stick into a side air. Guichabou getting forced into the corner immediately as all this extra credit just amounts to Flower now sending Guichabou that much farther on these side airs. D-Light into side air and N-Sig to close out that stock. Flower is just so poised. It just looks like his set right now, Slow.
It really does. There's no escaping that neutral sig. Man, that neutral sig is so effective, especially on re-entry on stage like that. Guichabou found out firsthand, but the Nair is going to get the nice bounce for Guichabou and send Flower downward. The Flower able to stop it. Weapon throw up. He recovers Guichabou into the weapon throw, catches him with a gravity cancel D-Light, or gravity cancel neutral light rather.
Nice down air there. The side air comes out as well from Guichabou. Nice little half pipe, but an attempt to catch a dodge down with a GC down sig. Won't find it there, and N-Sig comes out as well. No signature. Half connected for Guichabou, which is such a big shame because that's kind of why you're playing this Queen Nai compared to the Sakura. You're waiting to try to get a Qatar string into a signature. The down sig will be avoided by Flower once again. A side air gets winded up, but gets beat out by Guichabou's side light. The ground pound comes out. Flower ground pound of his own. I know you were talking about that earlier, about how we want to see more ground pounds from Flower. It costs him a lot of positioning there, though. GC down sig will close out that stock.
Absolutely, absolutely. Guichabou, Qatar's in hand. He has brought this back a little bit. Flower still needs to be aware here of what's going on and make sure he doesn't let this loss slip through his fingers, because Guichabou, if anybody can bring it back right here, it is him on this Queen Nai. Flower having a hard time. Looking for the perfect opening. The neutral light gets dodged through, but he scoops Guichabou up, throws him into the air. Guichabou trying to find a perfect opening, cannot get it, throws an air out in the middle of the air. The Sair is going to connect, stays out of the way of the wisp. Flower there, missing with the stop, catches him with the neutral, but misses the Nair.
Guichabou now chasing upwards, GC downlight into a down air. The down air comes out, Flower getting sent off stage. The side air does not connect, and Flower will reversal with a down air of his own. GC side light, that's the wrong option, and Guichabou punishes you with a 3-piece as you burn your dodge on a GC side light. Might have been a misinput for Flower. The weapon toss nullifies the down signature there, beating out the startup frames of it, and Guichabou now still in this game. The side air will stay alive a little bit longer because you're playing Queen Nai. The down angled weapon toss to keep yourself a little bit farther into this game. A weapon pickup there as more Qatars spawn in for Guichabou. Nice punish on that D-Light with a side light, but it's not enough yet. D-Light into recovery. Flower without a weapon. Guichabou now chasing Flower off stage. Charge, slide charge, N-Sig, and Flower gets mind-gimped by it. He worries too much about avoiding that N-Sig, and in the end, Flower loses his stock. He did not have enough resources to wait for it to finish, and that's what's going to happen.
I did not expect Guichabou to be able to take that game, but I tried to warn Flower. I tried to warn him.
It's crazy, man. Look at this. This is so unfortunate. So he burns an immediate jump and has to fast fall to avoid the slide charge N-Sig. And I don't know if a GC sidelight was the option. It's the same kind of weird option that he went for on the hammer that got him hit with a 3-piece by Guichabou's Qatars. I'm not sure what Flower's doing. Maybe it's some misinputs. I don't know for sure, but right now, Guichabou's going to take that in stride and now go up 1 game in the set.
I mean, he better just be thankful for it, because he definitely was given a gift there at the end of game number 1. Flower, though, going to try and keep this from happening again. He acts like he's going to chase Gui up into the air, but decides to drop back to that soft platform. Guichabou getting a 2-piece off the Qatars. The Nair is going to hit back-to-back Nair into Nair, into recovery. Looking for another one. Can he find it? Ooh, the neutral state does get punished this time from the neutral light from Flower.
A down air from Guichabou into a down tick, trying to catch a no-dodge option. And without a weapon, Flower now will have to play very scared versus these Guichabou spear signatures. 2 signatures to fly, a recovery, not enough to KO off the top. But it's getting to that point as a weapon toss comes in. Guichabou now looking for these Katars to find its mark. No, just a weapon start over to Flower. Week 2 can play that game.
The down sig was way overshot of Flower. Flower able to get that dead zone in the middle of it and stay safe. Catches the neutral air. Another one against Guichabou and the Wisp, the Nair, the back-to-back Nair. Hit him again.
Whoa, another.
Hits him with the 3 and Nairs. Guichabou somehow still holding on to this first stock. He's going to reach down with the spear, get the pogo, and he steals the first stock away from Flower. Guichabou is the first to strike.
Very important that Flower, even though you lose that stock and it felt like an inevitability as you took so much damage, you were still able to get 3 Nairs to reversal Guichabou in that juggle state, and now you're just so much closer to finding that KO damage. D-Light into side air is enough to KO. Flower evens it up quickly. The Smiling Titan will make his appearance on the right side, her appearance on the right side of the stage there, as we go to 2 stocks apiece here in game number 2.
All right, Flower throws the weapon up. He wants that hammer and to leave Guichabou unarmed. We've seen this before, PJ. Catches him with the neutral. The side light's going to connect as well. Guichabou comes up with the pogo, but Flower right there with the slide charge neutral light to be able to go ahead and get some more damage on Gooey. Gooey throws the spear away. Neutral air is going to put some more damage on Flower. Now who's going to go weapon? Flower, side light. Oh, good job. He was didn't want to push the issue there, got out of the way, being able to follow it up there with a neutral sig against Guichabou. He sweat beats out.
Oh my goodness.
Platform, but now we see the Katars open wide up.
Guichabou going for that side light there, expecting a dodge away. Now Flower reversals with an air on the bow. D-Light into side air, and this damage lead is definitely paying off for Flower right now as you look for a KO. Great option from Flower there. He throws out the down stick, but does not commit to holding that position. Dashes back to center stage and then jumps over Guichabou, landing, getting the down air to KO off the top. So smart from Flower. The evolution of the set play, not going for the simplest and easiest option, but going for the one that yields the most reward. GC downlight into recovery for Guichabou, who's down quite a bit now. We'll have to find some sort of signature to KO that. The weapon pickup into the end sig gets beat out by Flower's end light. Nice side sig attempt from Guichabou, but Flower will reversal, potentially no. The side air will send Flower down. Can Guichabou close this one out? Break dance into the wall. I think Flower gets some resources back. Yes, he does, but the pogo might close out the stock. Yes, it does.
Yeah, Guichabou going to go down there with the gravity cancel break dance just to make sure, but that has done nothing but bring Flower onto his final stock. Flower still has a pretty good advantage here as long as he can play careful here on this final stock.
And as we say that, Guichabou starts off there with a big ground pound to try to extend on the dodge read. No dodge from Flower, just no action, not even dodging to land back down, just waiting for Guichabou, realizing that Guichabou now has to let all of those reads rip. Sometimes the no mix-up is the best one. Side air comes out from Flower. N6 to try to punish Guichabou jumping out of the corner. And that side air could just be it. If Flower can capitalize on this edge guard, Guichabou sweat beats. Flower does not get it, and Guichabou doesn't get the down air either. And 2 games are decided off of 2 misplays on the recoveries from both Guichabou and Flower. But nonetheless, we go into game 3 with an even scoreline.
Just like I like to have it, this triple nair, bro. It was good. I was so clean, so much damage built up right there. Flower was just a menace.
He was.
It was just an absolute menace from a 3-2-1 brawl till the end of that game, making Guichabou work for it the entire way, but still coming out on top as he now has, we're all tied up into game number 3, and we're going back to the Dome. North America mixing it up a little bit for us today.
I'm quite curious to see if this swap is going to work out. I think that a lot of the success from Queen 9 not only comes from the signatures, but also the high defense. The other side of it, Lin Fei will have to be a little bit more cautious as you're expecting to all of that dexterity. We'll see Guichabou for sure lean into the Katars now more, though, and maybe even see some cannon, especially as the spear wasn't working out so well on the Queen 9. Nice side air attempt from Flower. Guichabou finally gets the first strike there with a down air nair into recovery. Down air to catch. Catches the dodge through with a D-Light into a GC side stick to cover a lot of horizontal space. The N-Stick lets rip as well, and that GC side stick will catch Flower. And as I get caught up in words, Flower gets caught up in all these moves Guichabou's getting throwing out.
Yeah, not a whole lot of offense coming out from Flower yet. Guichabou's kind of running the show here at the beginning on Miami Dome. The Wisp coming out. Guichabou's going to stay out of the way, but his side air gets shut down by a side light. Flower, is he going to fish for it? Ooh, he catches the cannon. Guichabou now back over on the Katars and has a very, very nice lead on stock number 1. Flower having a hard time finding the positioning with those Sayers to be able to get that big damage that he has relied on so far. The side light is going to go ahead and connect. Guichabou whiffing on the second piece of that combo. The Nair whiffs.
Oh my goodness, the Nairs are coming out as well. D-Light into a big open up. D-Light into side light. I don't think Flower is anticipating landing on that soft platform there. Potentially could have seen through that, but was unable to position for a KO tool. That side air will be the first one to close out that stock, though. There's a little scramble there for sure on the right side of Miami Dome as Guichabou now Lands back down, is looking to pick up some sort of weapon. No, instead a Haymaker comes out, and that back hit of the side sig will actually catch Guichabou, but solo damage didn't send anywhere.
Yeah, it almost looked like it hit it all. The weapon throw is going to go ahead and swipe Guichabou on the way, but he goes with a ground pound, letting it rip. Flower able to get back up on stage. We see the down sig come out. Another one. Guichabou's going to make his way up, but he gets caught with a neutral light as he tries to make his way around those wisps.
I think it's so important that you see Flower already adapting to those ground pounds. I talked to Guichabou about those ground pounds at BCX. He said it's very hard to punish those. He's willing to go for those, but I think Flower has the right idea. Don't punish the move. Punish him trying to get back to the stage after the fact. The N-Sig will come out for Guichabou, who'll punish Flower getting back onto the stage himself. So maybe seeing through that strategy as well as Guichabou picks up a cannon here and makes it look something happen in terms of damage building on the cannon. This might not be what we expected, as we expect the Katars to play the most dominant role in this character pick.
We do want to see him mix up his kit a little bit, though. I mean, the Katars have not been showing anything. I mean, we get some good combos, but it's not breaking away from Flower. It's not competing with the pace that Flower is putting down. So we need to change something. We need to try and mix something up with the cannon.
Down air there, a little wait. Flower, no dodge. Again, the no mix-up works out the second time. Sidelight waiting for the dodge, and that's another dodge read attempt with a ground pound on the Katars. It has not been working out for Guichabou. Uncharacteristic from Flower. GC side stick comes in for Guichabou, and that's a big open up there, catching a jump with a down air, looking to close out that edge guard, cannot find it there. GC D-Light into a turnaround now, picks up a hammer, and Guichabou now looking to close out that stock with a GC side stick. Flower will not give any of those big reads.
Ooh, Guichabou reaching back up with the downlight. Oh, Flower going to get a good punish with the Nair onto that signature from Guichabou and holding on to a full stock advantage as Guichabou is being taken down to the final interactions of his final stock. Flower was trying to cook something crazy right there, but didn't quite get the bounce that he wanted. Flower come back down. Oh my God, that was disgusting.
Flower moves forward so quickly there in that game. I mean, that looks like a completely different set. I saw a lot of signs of life from Guichabou, especially in that game 1, game 2, a lot closer. But at the end of the day, we just see Flower fully pull ahead really in the set as we see Guichabou swapping over once again, and that little graphic will show it. We're going to be seeing Levi make an appearance.
So nasty, bro. Oh, Levi, very nice. Going to mix it up with yet another Qatar legend. Going to try the Asuri. This is something that we have seen from Guichabou before. This is what I consider a desperation pick from Guichabou, as he's going to try and get something going. I think Sword might be able to have some success against Flower. We'll just have to see how Guichabou plays this legend.
I'm happy to see a Qatar legend come out instead of something like the Lord Brax we saw on the winner side of things, and immediately a signature comes out from Guichabou. Flower checking that dash again with the side light, waiting more. Side air comes in. Another jump side air attempt as Flower slowly moves forward into Guichabou, but just hasn't really found any of those big reads yet to set up those edge guards. Flower just really happy to continue to reset neutral and hold advantage. Guichabou picks up a sword.
Well, I think Flower's kind of won most of the neutral interactions so far in this set. He's definitely at least has the advantage there. Guichabou sweat beats coming out. Flower couldn't get a hand on him. The neutral sig from the hammer comes out, so is a stop Sair. Guichabou being set all the way out. Sweat beats again, but the weapon throw saved his stock.
Big end light there from Flower to catch Guichabou landing back onto the stage, and kind of reminds me of their winner side set. The last ditch effort, the Hail Mary swap will not be enough to do it. I mean, unless Guichabou lets something crazy go on the Katars once again, I don't really foresee this being a great swap. The side air comes out now, and he might look to prove me wrong with the sword, and yes, he does. The ground pound comes in. Flower unable to make it back as that side air catches, and Guichabou silences me as a doubter myself. I will write my apology for him right now, as that worked out in a great way.
Just then, I mean, it was just a one interaction. I don't want to be like, okay, he's got sword, he's good now.
Yeah.
But so far, we are seeing a much better pace from Guichabou than we have seen pretty much this entire set.
Starting off with a bit of a down air there. Flower has not been getting scared of those downers as much as Guichabou would want. Nice narrative recovery, then drew a GC downlight. That's a 5-piece string off of a single dodge read. Flower getting a big nair there into a side air. Guichabou will take the damage and not burn any resources. Hopefully, Flower puts himself back off stage with 2 exclamation points. The nair comes out and the side air from Guichabou. A downlight from Flower tries to punish Guichabou, landing back on the stage. Another nair comes out, and Flower in the driver's seat of this advantage state. Guichabou makes it back down, and they go back to neutral.
Flower looking fantastic. Guichabou, though, working that sword. We saw the recovery come out. He immediately drops it, though. He's looking for that weapon drop. He wants those guitars. Side light into D-light. Could not finish up with the recovery, however, and we see the wisp coming out from Flower, keeping that distance, keeping that shield up.
Oh, D-Light into side air. Guichabou coast to coast. The nair comes out to swat away the high recovery, and Flower one stock away from moving forward in the set, looking to fight Balloon Boy in elimination side finals. You don't want to count a player like Guichabou out yet, but Flower has been looking so good these last 2 games.
Oh, the weapon throw up. Guichabou getting caught with another nair. Flower reaching up for another one. The stun, being able to use those weapon throws and just getting that those couple frames of stun, putting him in the best position possible. There we go. Just go and float out into the ground pound. That'll work out. Guichabou going to go ahead and tie the socks up. He throws everything away. He settles back on the guitars. Can he save the set?
He's going to really, really hope that he can extend this to a game 5. Flower's going to hold on to this bow, though, and put some space between. Nice nair. Sorry, end light to catch Guichabou trying to land side light into the D light into a side air, putting Guichabou off stage, looking for the nair there. Didn't find it.
That spot.
Slowly moving forward. Side light into a side sig, the big signature read. Guichabou does not dodge away that time, though, and the sword comes online. Side air sends Flower off stage. A nair to try to catch the landing. Does not find it there. Side light doesn't catch either. Flower reversals with a nair, and Flower realizes that we're approaching that damage threshold where you can start throwing out those KO options.
Well, not on bow, I wouldn't think, but he definitely with the hammer in hand.
Oh, wait a minute. Guichabou dodges the GC side sig, but no punish after the fact. Guichabou sliding forward with a side sig, but it's not enough. Flower will get the scoop and get the score to find the set in a 3-1 fashion and move forward into elimination side finals.
I hate to say I saw it coming, but man, Flower has had Guichabou's number all day long. We see him taking another victory against Gui. We saw 3 different legends from Guichabou. He tried everything that set, could not find the momentum he needed against Flower. The Yumiko was just too powerful.
Yeah, and I really, really want to say that the sword really surprised me. I thought, okay, this is not a good pick. This is not going to work out, but it ended up working out where both of the stocks that Guichabou took in game number 4 were both off the back of sword ground pounds. Yeah. So I got a little bit excited there. The down air into side air, and then Flower goes for a GC side sig, and if somehow Guichabou got a side air to force Flower off stage again, could have been very different. But you look at the damage, and it tells a different story. 607 damage dealt for Flower versus the 426 from Guichabou. Yeah, man.
Flower impresses me so much. You know, he kind of came onto my radar, I want to say 2024. And he has just improved so much. He keeps being in the conversation over and over and over again. And now here he is, a guaranteed podium. Very first tournament of the season, getting, like I said, guaranteed podium. And now has to fight his way through the Triple B to try and get up and take a piece of Marimoo.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Flower can do it. I know Duke is very happy about that for sure. I know he was in his predictions, but we are going to be going to a short break, and when we return, we're going to be getting the top 3 of North America. We got Flower and Balloon Boy right after the break. Don't go anywhere. You won't want to miss it.
Welcome back, everyone. I am Slow Motion. I am with the boss, PJ, and we are going to get locked in for your top 3 of North American Winter Championship. And, I mean, I'm just going to get into it. We got Marimoo. We got Balloon Boy. We got Flower. Flower just coming off of their second victory against Guichabou of the day, sending him out of the tournament at 4th, and now the Elimination Finals. Who is going to make their way back up top to go against Marimoo? And if I'm listening to the chat, they say it's Flower.
Yeah, and that's very surprising because I think Balloon Boy is looking so good.
He's the people's champ.
Yeah, I'm very surprised Flower is getting all of that mention, but it might just be some recency bias due to the fact that we just saw Flower succeed in that way versus Guichabou, especially after essentially beating a bracket demon. If you think about it, I think going into today, he had a record of 2-8 versus Guichabou, now improving it to 4-8. So it's already a 50% win rate now. Nonetheless, Balloon Boy 5-1 in lifetime history, but Flower is expelling his demons today, so this might be another chance to do so.
I was going to say, I mean, I think Flower is just kind of thriving when he's going against somebody with a losing record too. Because we saw what he did to Guichabou, made his record so much better, and now we're going to get things started on Demon Island Elimination Final. This is to make the way back up to Grands.
Yeah, absolutely. We're looking at it. Balloon Boy is going to be picking up the blasters here and looking to create some space.
Oh, he does. The Gravity Cancel D-Light into Sayer is going to find a connection. Flower coming back down stage just in time to eat a Sayer from that blaster. Another one, D-Light. Gravity Cancel D-Light in recovery. Not enough to take Flower to the top of Miami Dome. And that side sig, not enough either. Balloon Boy, he's hunting. He's going down for it. Gravity Cancel breakdance. Get that stock out of here. Clean stock, PJ. Clean stock.
Balloon Boy will take that in stride. And this looks completely different than the way we saw Balloon Boy go out in the winner side. Finals here. Flower now will have to readjust to the levels that Brawlhalla can present itself. You might have taken down your demon, but can you beat the number 2 in North America right now? Second place at DCX, second place in PR, second place in seeding. Balloon Boy knows that he does not belong there. Well, he belongs down here, but potentially not to fall to Flower. As an air comes out there, N-Light comes out, D-Light into an air. Sorry, N-Light. And Flower is trying to fight back in this game, but Balloon Boy's winning this poke battle a lot.
Yeah, I mean, he's looking very, very clean on that first stock. Ooh, that was great. Flower's trying to get some position, and Balloon Boy stayed stacked. Took away all his options, just ran with them, stayed stacked. Flower had nothing to do. Balloon Boy back on blasters. Nair pretty much grounded, but finds his connection nonetheless. Balloon Boy, he's bouncing around. Gravity Cancel D-Light into Sayer. That is the bread and butter you will see out of him all day long. Weapon throw out. It snipes, and Flower is on his final stock in the first minute 30.
I'm not sure what Balloon Boy did on the break watching that Guichabou Flower set. Maybe he just, I don't know, he took a power nap, did something, meditated a little bit, but this is a completely different form of Balloon Boy. This is Balloon Boy basically smurfing, and this is still the top 3 of North America Winters. The recovery comes out, beats out Flower, trying to get a reversal edge out with that side air, extending the juggle stick with a recovery and an air, and Flower looking to close out. The first stock off of Balloon Boy has not answered back with anything meaningful. Finally, the downer will force the stock off of Balloon Boy, but Balloon Boy did not make it look easy. 2 stocks to 1, and Flower already taking a big amount of damage, and Balloon Boy looks to do it without a weapon.
Flower pulling out the yellow yield sign, trying to get things back under control here. Slow Balloon Boy down just a little bit. The nairs are flying. The Gravity Cancel neutral stick cannot find a home. Balloon Boy is just going to recover unarmed, catch 2 of those, drop back down, pick up blasters, and we're right back to neutral. Stomp Sayer from Flower. Some pressure against Balloon Boy. Can he find his way back up? Sidelight from Flower. He reaches for another one.
Oh, that's a ground pound.
Ground pound hits. Feed him to the Titan, and now we're all tied up on stocks.
It's definitely not over yet. Flower finds it within himself to hold on and not let go. The N-Light will come out here. He had a mountain to climb, but he looks to free solo it right now, make this comeback happen. Down signature coming out there. Flower with an N-Light to check Balloon Boy. A down sig again coming out as Flower continues to keep Balloon Boy at bay in the corner. Balloon Boy will try to overshoot and find an option to cover a dodge on the battle boots.
Oh, Flower reaching him up. Holds off on pulling the trigger. Being very careful about when he loads those arrows, that is for sure. Okay, bounce up again. Balloon Boy dropping down the D-Light. Flower punishes it perfectly. Finishing off with the Sayer there. Can he find another one? Balloon Boy dancing in, looking for the opportunity. That's going to send Balloon Boy up in the sky yet again. Fade away Sayer, making sure Flower cannot work in on him. Swapping back over the hammer. Flower's looking to close this out. And he's got the...
Oh, big N-Sig! Balloon Boy getting set off stage, the weapon toss! Is it enough? Balloon Boy will make it back to the stage. Flower with the downer. The downer hits onto the stage, saving Balloon Boy. The signatures fly across the stage from each other. Flower with the big weapon toss there. No sider or downer. Balloon Boy gets the sider. It's not enough. Even in this deep red, Flower makes it back to the stage, and N-Sig will come out. Recovery as well, and Flower now closing in. The Nair will not KO. We know the vibes, and that will not find find the KO, but that one will as Balloon Boy takes the game with a boots recovery to close out that game. It looked so close. 3 damage was the difference between those two players in game number 1.
I don't care. Flower is playing so good.
I'm telling you, man.
Oh my God, Flower is playing so good. Way to stay in there. Almost was able to pull that game away from Balloon Boy, but Balloon Boy better definitely be nervous going into game number 2 because Flower had him locked in.
It's crazy, like that, like leveraging the entire comeback on a bow nair and it just does not KO in the deep red. That's just what happens.
It's never going to.
It's the tax you pay when you play Yumiko. I mean, you just don't have the option there to find that KO. You might be better off unarmed going for recovery in that spot as Flower and Balloon Boy will shake off all of the nerves that might have been in that last game as Flower fights back and keeps this game a lot closer than the last. Balloon Boy forcing Flower off stage. Okay.
Find him. There we go. Nair is going to send Flower back up in the air. We're on hammer. He swaps over to the bow, and we see this time and time. Flower going to use the bow to build damage. He's going to lock in on it, try and get Balloon Boy to knockout range, and then we're going to swap over to hammer.
Whoa.
Find that stomp Sair. This could be very bad for Balloon Boy. Even with the sweat, he's able to get back, and a huge ground pound from Flower, and the Titans are eating good.
So smart from Flower there to feint that you can throw out a downer to catch Balloon Boy on the wall, which forces Balloon Boy to jump off the wall, and Flower doesn't ground pound the wall where he conditioned Balloon Boy not to be. He jumps off the wall and then ground pounds to cover that option from Balloon Boy. So smart from Flower, already showing some prowess there. As the down air comes out, Balloon Boy will have to dodge to avoid it. Flower avoids that side air reversal, but a D-Light recovery will do some nice damage, and that will just straight out KO.
It will. Just enough force to take Flower up to the blast zone. Balloon Boy going to go ahead and juggle those weapons, try and starve out Flower just a little bit here. Ooh, nice. I expected the nair, but he went all the way up the top, came back down with the dare and tried to extend off of that. Ooh, nice dare from Flower. Reached up with the recovery, can't find anything. Escaping with the neutral sig, laying down the whisk. The down sig comes out into play. Balloon Boy finds his way, reversal Sair, and now puts himself in the position again to get another reversal Sair against Flower. Flower with the cover, get back up on stage.
Balloon Boy swaps over to a fresh pair of blasters, or a singular blaster in this case. Side stick gets punished. Nice nair to punish. Flower trying to line up a ground pound. The side air comes out from Balloon Boy. No connection. Flower jumping back to center with that nair. And I mean, the nair is just to set up a juggle. It's definitely not going to KO. We saw that in the last game. Weapon toss off the stage trying to set up a tricky edge guard like he did versus Marimoo in that last game 5 in Winterside. Ensig the other direction. D-Light into side air will close out that stock, and Flower with a stock lead.
Oh my, Flower is continuing to warm up here against Balloon Boy. Ooh, the big old raw haymaker. Gonna send Flower all the way out. Can Balloon Boy capitalize off of it? No.
Wait a minute.
No, he might be in trouble for this. This might be the game. No, okay. He's able to get in a good position. Flower, no real pressure off stage. Lets Balloon Boy come back up. Weapon throw, little stun frame, reset back to neutral.
I love the wait there from Flower, not going for the immediate side light or side air, trying to find a recovery, realizing that you want to try to take these games in any chance you can, as Balloon Boy can easily win this game still. The side air will punish Flower, jumping back to the stage with 2 exclamation points, and Balloon Boy now forces Last Dog, taking a couple hits from the hammer as the extra credit down air to start the action. End light comes out. Flower picks up a hammer, whiffs the nair. Side light miss, whiffs on Balloon Boy as well. And Flower finally gets a hit with a GC light into nair. The down air from Balloon Boy will catch Flower full hopping towards his general direction. And an end light will catch the grounded state. Balloon Boy looking very poised here to not take any more damage. Flower now wants to capitalize on the lead he's built.
Both these players being very careful. Flower
what a pickup.
Tie this up. This could be very bad for Balloon Boy, especially going up against a hammer. You ain't got nothing but blasters. Nope. Go ahead and just retreat down. He got Saired off the stage. No more options to be found. 481 damage to 407 in the favor of Flower, and my man is looking unstoppable.
Flower, I mean, it looked like he should have maybe even taken the first game there. So being able to come into the game number 2 and be like, okay, I should have won the game 1. I'm going to keep that momentum going. You're more scared than I am, and he was able to win that game.
Very, very well done from this Yumiko on Flower. Looking poised to maybe even take the advantage here and go up 2-1. We're going back to Demon Island. Balloon Boy first one on the blasters.
Double end light from Flower to start us off here in a big 4-piece with a D-Light into, I think that was either recovery or side air unarmed. Nonetheless, the down air comes out from Balloon Boy. His weapons fall to both of these brawlers as he looked to take it away from that unarmed interaction earlier on. End light comes out there. Balloon Boy waiting to swing. Does not find the right timing to do so as Flower wins that out with a side air. End light to catch the landing from Balloon Boy. And Flower reads a high recovery with that nair. Balloon Boy burning so many resources, stalling in the air, gets caught with a D-Light into side air. The weapon toss interrupts the end sig, and Balloon Boy will not make it back. Yes, he does! Flower gives him a chance with that recovery on the blasters to get a chase dodge back, but I'm not sure Balloon Boy had enough drift, maybe just enough, so Flower tried to tap that one in, did not find a way to do so, but more signatures ensue, and that downer will be the end of the stock. At least it should be, and yes, it is. Flower, 3 stock to 2 lead.
Very, very rough start in game number 3 here for the Triple B as Flower is continuing his control over the stage, over Balloon Boy, over the pace. Clash is going to send everybody back a little bit with Flower coming in with the down air. Balloon Boy going to get a reversal on it and send Flower off stage. The bow has been dropped. He gets caught by Balloon Boy. The recovery sending him all the way up. Weapon throw out. Balloon Boy stays on the boots. Throws out the tornado. Flower, no punish. He's unarmed. He's trying to be careful. Catches the landing on Balloon Boy, back over on the hammer, and here he is. He's going to dial it in.
Oh, what a big catch. Goes for the full rush and does not find it down there, and that will be a reversal from Balloon Boy. But Flower with a really, really smart downlight there and trying to fully convert into the Russian Mafia. Cannot find the chance to do so here, but still with so much of a damage lead. And you know, sometimes Yumiko can struggle to find KO, so you're happy to get as much damage of extra credit. The side stick will find the KO, and Flower cleanly up 2 stocks to 1. Balloon Boy with no answers here on Demon Island. You went back to the stage you just lost on, and you're reaping what you sowed. The sider comes out now. Flower forcing Balloon Boy into the corner. Will have to fight back unarmed, and he does so. Flower checking Balloon Boy, trying to catch a weapon there. And this is the weapon starving we were talking about from Flower versus Guichabou. Now onto Balloon Boy, the second best in the region, and he doesn't look to let up anytime soon. Sidelight comes in. Balloon Boy cannot find a weapon. D-Light into side air, and Flower is 1 hit away. Balloon Boy just cannot make it back, and Flower takes the game and takes the set lead.
I am impressed. 212 damage.
212 damage.
212 damage.
Complete domination, complete control of the game for Flower.
I'm going to need you to fight back, Balloon Boy. I'm going to need you to fight back. No, Flower's just smothering him. There's nothing he can do.
Yeah.
And everywhere he turns, there is a hammer in his face. If there's not a hammer, there is an arrow coming straight at him. There is no retreat. There's nothing he can do. And he is now resetting his system yet again, because that seems to be the issue.
I mean, it sometimes, you know, you just don't feel all right. But Flower, I mean, definitely feeling good. I'm sure we're going to be taking some deep breaths, as I think we all should right now, as we wait for Balloon Boy to enter right back into the bracket. We'll see how this one plays out. 2-1 is the scoreline now, as Balloon Boy will join back into the lobby and look to make a comeback happen. Maybe a legend swap. Okay, I was gonna get to this. I don't really see it working at all. The blasters weren't working. The battle boots weren't working. The bow is beating you. Why not swap over the Devil Jin? And that's where we're going to see gauntlets and a bow, and we'll see if Balloon Boy can make it happen.
I definitely agree. The Devil Jin, you definitely got to try something. I mean, obviously, Mega Man was not making it happen. We saw some really good stuff from the blasters. We saw some really good stuff from the boots, for that matter, but not enough that was able to convincingly convert that into a win. And now we got to swap it up and try and save the set. Balloon Boy right now down 2-1 by Flower, trying to save the set and push us to a game number 5.
I love seeing this from Flower already, immediately adapting to the different tools that Gauntlets will bring, punishing that sideline whip with a dash up, and like just little victories like that to show you're still able to contend no matter what legend Balloon Boy throws at you. And Light will get whiff punished by a Nair. Balloon Boy not looking like himself here, trying to find some sort of footing on the stage. The Light will send off stage into a ground pound. Very risky, immediate read. Flower will not give into it.
Balloon Boy, I hate to say it, looking a little confused right now on where he needs to face, where he needs to start his offense at, because Flower is completely dominating yet again, as Balloon Boy might be on his second stock in the first minute of the game. No, Flower missing the neutral light. Balloon Boy able to retreat, has the bow. The scoop's going to send him all the way up. The Nair will finish off that stock, and Balloon Boy is 2 stocks away from being taken out of Winter Championships.
We saw how close it was between Marimoo and Balloon Boy, but he finds himself in this spot now where Flower is clearly the favorite here in this set. The down air comes out. Balloon Boy chasing high with that Nair, trying to find those extended reads. Finally gets a dodge read. The weapon toss is low, a little bit too wide, and that recovery is going to cost him as that Nair Ensic comes out into a weapon toss. It almost finds a way to get a Gimp, but that chase dodge is going to be afforded back to Balloon Boy. The side air comes out. Balloon Boy chasing Flower into the corner with the bow online. Maybe not the best weapon to find a KO, but the signatures on the Zariel could be very, very good here. A big punish on that Ensic with a GC and Light into the stage. Flower looking for the edge guard there. Balloon Boy gives the respect, gets back to the stage. Downer gets punished with a side air, and Flower is completely in Balloon Boy's head, just getting the responses that he needs.
He really is. Flower is still sitting very comfortably on this first stock. So much extra credit has been piled up against the Balloon Boy. Here we go. Now Balloon Boy is in knockout position. The Wisp kind of threw him off there a little bit, kind of knocked him off of his combo, but still in a very good position. Again, the Nair sending him way up. One more of those will send Balloon Boy on his tournament stock here. Ooh, the down sig is going to go and connect and get maybe a little relief for Balloon Boy, but he is still so close to being knocked out on the second stock.
Guess we found the solution on how to find those KOs with the bow. Just use the Zariel signature kit. Recovery into Nair there. Cider sends Flower off stage. An opportunity for Balloon Boy. Will respect Flower there, not wanting to give a recovery. To see Flower willing to throw out those recoveries. Still off stage. GC Ensing a little bit too early, and Balloon Boy squanders that attempt to even up the stock count or actually steal a lead away, but still continues on forward. Sidelight into Cider. The weapon toss goes a little bit too wide. The bow online. Downer into the wall. Won't find the downer. Flower will not find the recovery either. Flower holding the stage now. The downer will find the KO off the top. Balloon Boy with two big edge guard sequences has not found a way to capitalize and find those KOs, and Flower is looking so good. 4 pieces send Balloon Boy off stage. The hammer online, and Balloon Boy's chances are slowly dwindling as Flower has yet to be hit on Balloon Boy's last stock. The weapon toss goes high. No weapon for Balloon Boy. The bow online for Flower, and this is looking like it is going to be just over here, slow-mo.
It is unfortunately looking that way as Flower is still looking absolutely fantastic on the Yumiko. Balloon Boy is recovering into thin air right now as he tries to dial in and get the stock away from Flower. Flower dancing back. Sidelight's going to connect. The weapon throw out. Sayer does whiff. Goes way down with the ground pound. Balloon Boy now has an edge guard opportunity. He squanders it. It is gone from him now as Flower throws the weapon away. He is unarmed, but he is right there. The neutral light is going to send Balloon Boy all the way out. The Whisper out. This could be the end of Balloon Boy and Winter Championship. The neutral light does connect. Flower finding his way all the way back over, and the down light does make his connection. Recovery sends him up. Balloon Boy, play perfect.
He has to play perfect if you want any chances into forcing this game 5. Flower now will pick up a bow. And I mean, you're not comfortable finding a KO here on bow, even with all this damage of extra credit. A signature might be what Flower needs, a Nair as well, an End Light potentially, but Balloon Boy gets a nice 3-piece. The Nair nowhere near KOing on small fortress of line. Sidelight into Nair, no Nair connection, a Nair from Flower, throwing out these hitboxes. Balloon Boy, Nair into End Light, going for the ground pound, going for the big read that could have ended it all, but now Flower getting the Wisp out and looking for a chance. The End Light comes out, Balloon Boy with a down air, trying to catch Flower, jumping back to center stage with an Nair. Flower looking for the End Light, doesn't find it. Balloon Boy swaps over to a bow. It's still not over yet. Flower has yet to hit a meaningful hit in this exchange. Balloon Boy playing perfectly, as you said, on that soft platforming, avoiding the sidelight there. Balloon Boy goes for the big ground pound. No punish from Flower. Weapon toss up to give him some space from Flower, who could have went for an edge guard, and now it's getting so close and down to the wire. Balloon Boy, one signature away. Flower, one hit away.
We need the set.
Oh no, he didn't pick up his weapon on that weapon toss. Flower getting the Nair there. It won't KO yet, and the hammer is going to go online now. Flower will hold on to the bow and find its mark, and Flower slays all his demons and free solos his way into grand finals with wins over Guichabou, who's beat him many times in the past, and a win over Balloon Boy, making his demons, putting his demons to rest, and walking into Marimoo in grand finals.
What a performance from Flower.
He's looking so good.
I mean, what do you say to that? He played absolutely fantastically. Chat, name one person that could play Yumiko this way.
No
name
one.
one person.
It's just
it
him.
doesn't exist.
It's just him.
It doesn't happen.
Yep.
It is so impressive to see, and he stayed down with it. He was determined. He knocked out, I can't even talk. He knocked out Gladiator after Gladiator after Gladiator, and now all the stands in between him and a championship is Marimoo.
And if there was any mountain he has yet to climb, if there's any summit he has yet to peak, it's going to be Marimoo, the best that North America has to offer, the 1v1 world champion of 2025. And as we see some stats from Flower there in the post game, he looked very, very confident. 101 light attacks thrown out with 36% accuracy. As I talk about a lot, you're looking to get around 10 to 15 light attacks to find a KO. He does exactly that, but does that with a lot of light attacks and a lot of signatures as well. 17 getting thrown out there. I don't even think I've seen light attacks in the triple digits in 1v1s in a long time.
No. And everybody wants us to look at that signature count number and be like, oh, he's just throwing signatures. It's Yumiko, guys. It's a trap legend.
That's higher than 90. In the light attacks, that's higher than 90% of all tournament or Brawlhalla games. I'm not sure exactly what the stat is. In the last 2 years, that's 90% more light attacks than we've seen. That is in the upper 10% of all games played here. And I mean, that's just a big showing of how dominant he was, because when you whiff that much, you expect to lose games like this. You seem to just see someone flailing around and like throwing out light attacks and then getting punished. But there he beat Balloon Boy very handedly as we wait for Flower to get ready for this grand finals versus Marimoo.
We have nothing left to do except get ready for grand finals. And this is, I mean, we got to give it up to Duke. I mean, we really do. I mean, we all called him crazy. We all said it wasn't going to happen. But here it is, his predictions coming true. And we have Marimoo and Flower locked in for grand finals.
So what I'm hearing is if you DM Duke, you get top 3 in North America.
That's exactly what you got to do. Yeah,
you can go ahead and head over to Duke's, Twitter or Discord or whatever, and
he
find a way
loves
to
the
connect.
messages, guys. Don't hold back. It's okay.
Yeah, whatever you want to tell him, whatever advice. I'm sure he's an open book of knowledge.
Yes, absolutely. All right, here is the head-to-head. This is what it all comes down to.
This is for silver. This is Silver's. This is Flower's first ever silver medal in his entire career.
So already guaranteed best placement ever.
Best placement ever. Second place, Flower already walking in here. But Marimoo, this is truly. If we're talking about demons and climbing the mountain and free soloing for Flower, if that's his narrative at this Winter Championship, this is it right here. 9-0, has never beaten Marimoo. I'm not sure if he's even came particularly close to doing so. And this is his first ever silver. I've been struggling to say that word. And hey, that's the peak performance for sure from Flower. On the other side of it, Marimoo, just looking so good. Your BCX world champion. His lowest placement was last year at CEO, but he's gone first and seconds at every other event since then.
I believe CEO is 7th.
A 7th. So his worst placement of the last year was a top 8 finish.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh my goodness. A little silver lining for Flower, though. If you look at that history, he has taken a couple games.
He's taken 2 out of 23 games.
I wasn't going to say how many, PJ. Stop. I was just going to say he has had some success.
Yeah, he's taken 1 game on average of, what does that even average out to? I'm not even sure what the average is, but 70-30 in Markimoo's favor shows what type of movement Flower has in this bracket, because if any other stat line like that showed on screen, it would just be Marimoo 98% to 2%. Some like one Flower fan. I think there's a guy in the chat with Flower spelled a different way. That's probably Flower's #1 fan. It'd be him voting, and that's it. Because the statistics thus far do not look good for Flower, but he's been beating his demons all weekend long.
I do want to point out, though, chat is kind of getting behind Flower a little bit here. I mean, this is
That's crazy.
This is the world champion. His first tournament since winning the World Championship, and Flower has impressed chat so much today that 25% of them are willing to lock in on Flower.
And this is the run back of the winner's side set where Flower fell to Marimoo in a Game 5, very, very close to doing so. Had about 9 opportunities to win the set, and we'll see if we can capitalize on his. If you don't know already, it's a double elimination bracket, so Flower has to win 2 sets in a row. Marimoo just needs to win this one or the next to close out this tournament.
All right, Marimoo obviously going to feel good with that cushion he has being on winner's side. Flower has a lot of work to do, but that's all Flower has done today is put in work. So I think if anybody is up to the challenge of getting this done against Marimoo, it is going to be Flower on this Yumiko.
And they're coming out there. Marimoo trying to find these anti-airs. Flower not really giving much, and Flower kind of doing or winning this damage bout exchange onto Marimoo here. As the down sig comes out, looking for the nair there. Won't find it. Flower with an end sig. Marimoo with a punish, side air into wait off that side light, and a big ground pound there, but no punish. Flower uses a GC N-Sig to make it back to the stage, does not catch Marimoo or punish him for doing that. Marimoo taking a page out of Guichabou's book there with that ground pound, and a down air will punish as Flower tries to avoid that GC downlight, and that might be the demon showing from Flower there, because he's just so scared off stage. That's 2 edgeguard opportunities for Flower to reversal or just make it back to the stage, but he respects Marimoo so much that he actually throws away his stock in a way.
Well, he sits out there and he's fishing for that scoop. And Marimoo just knows it's coming, goes around the right outside of him, able to punish it, and Flower's finding no success, although he does pick up with that side sig. And I can't say much because the game is super close still, PJ.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Marimoo, we're expecting to see him do kind of like big leads and really dominate games, but this tournament he has not found easy wins. Whether it was Balloon Boy or now Flower in that winner side set, or now Flower in Grand Finals. Marimoo with 2 nairs, then a side air will send Flower off stage, the end light as well. And Flower getting a chase, or Marimoo getting a chase dodge. They're looking for it all and does find it with a down air as Marimoo goes up 2 stocks to 1, and now it's a big lead slow-mo.
I'm really glad he didn't do it with the ground pound. I'm glad he at least reserved himself a little bit, held back, used the down air.
Oh my goodness, what a big read. 4-piece into recovery. Flower getting sent off stage. Marimoo with a D-light there and looking to end it all with that ground pound. Flower having to burn the dodge. Down airs back to the stage. Weapon toss forces Flower off stage. GC D-light into ground pound, taps it in, and we were talking about it. That's the Marimoo dominating game that we've yet to see, and we've talked all weekend long about Flower story and about Balloon Boy's story and everyone else, but this is the world champion, and he just showed it there.
Absolutely impressive. Flower looking so good the past couple sets that we watched, and you come up against a different beast.
There's levels.
Yeah, there is levels to this game.
There's levels to everything, and that is Marimoo showing what level he's on. He's at the top of not just the region, he is at the top of the format, at the top of the game, at the top of the world.
Not a single signature thrown by Marimoo. That was 100%.
Why would he need to?
Don't need it.
He doesn't need it.
100% light attacks. But now Flower, as we see his chances, he now needs to win 3 more games in this set to get the reset, and then turn around and do it again against the world champion. I know you're having one heck of a day, Flower, but I don't know if your day is that good.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen this movie many times before where a player makes a Cinderella run, and it's really great, and they beat all their demons, and then Markimoo's just sitting here like, yeah, man, it's not going to be so easy. I don't believe in miracles. I don't believe in fairy tales. Those are for kids. Flower, though, making something out of nothing. That recovery comes out and punishes the ground pound. The sider does not hit, and Marimoo puts an end to the dreams. He is your nightmare. He is your ultimate demon. The boss battle that awaits you in grand finals at the top of the world, and Marimoo beats out Flower in that edge guarding exchange.
That was absolutely insane, especially when you think about how close the set was between Marimoo and Balloon Boy. How close the games were, per se, and the Flower just knocking out Balloon Boy and now just getting absolutely steamrolled by Marimoo. But we see the weapon throw out. Marimoo is going to dip way down low. Does Flower go for him? He misses the D-Light. Marimoo gets back up on stage. Gauntlets in hand. Flower misinputs.
Everything's going wrong. Everything's going wrong. Markimoo's putting an end to it all, and he takes that stock off of Nair. And there's levels to Brawlhalla, and he's putting belt to Brawler right now as he's up 3 stocks to 1. It is looking not particularly close as Flower gets a D-Light in the sider. He'll make the stocks a little bit less of a lead, but oh my goodness, Marimoo on Demon Time, man. This is what I want to see. I don't want humble Marimoo anymore. I am the best. I'm going to show it.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a couple years of the humbleness. I think it's time.
It's over. I'm the best.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's time to just go ahead and let it out here because he is absolutely showing why he is the world champion right now. Flower, though, fighting back with everything this hammer has. 2 nairs, looking for another one, but no, he gets peeled out of the sky by the dare from Marimoo. Toss back up. Are you kidding me?
And he gets the weapon pickup too, trying to catch Flower there. Interrupts the N-Sig with a weapon toss. Marimoo gets disarmed, but gets hit right into his second weapon pickup there with the gauntlets. D-Light there. No follow-up from Flower. The N-Light will send Flower off stage. The weapon toss to push him back off stage where he's found many success. GC D-Light into Nair. And Marimoo looking to close out this game here in a dominant fashion. Flower will not make it so easy, though, as an N-Light will send off stage. Stop going off stage! It's not worth it, man! That's all 3 of your stocks! It's just not worth it! Stay on the stage!
You're right. No, let's watch the replays. Let's watch all 3 stocks get taken away.
It's just not worth it!
Same way.
It didn't work the first time. It didn't work the second time. And it for sure will not work the third. Flower went off stage to his ultimate demise.
I don't have words. And it's my job to talk, PJ. And I don't know what to say to that.
Just you gotta calm down. You gotta find a way to be confident in your game plan. The game plan that got you here, it wasn't those crazy extended edge guards. It was winning the neutral over and over again. But Marimoo has everyone has a game plan until they get punched in the face.
Exactly.
I'm all for the sports metaphors right now, slow-mo.
Everyone has a game plan until you get punched in the face. That is absolutely true. And we're seeing the gauntlets of Marimoo get it done in spades here in Grand Finals. He has Flower right where he wants him. Flower needs the next 3 games plus another set, PJ.
You got to think of it as 1 game at a time for Flower here. He's looking very good in this one. Kind of shades of what game 1 looked like. A big lead for Flower here.
Okay, Flower, he's playing super scared now. Okay, stomp. Missed the true combo
That's
on the stomp.
Unfortunate, for sure.
We are seeing the nerves show right here in real time.
Oh my goodness, what a follow-up.
Grabbing to cancel side light. Finish it up. Can he get back on stage? He does. Neutral light, but we see the side sig come out. Going to go ahead and clear the stage. And Flower has a lead for the first time in the set, PJ.
We're happy to take that lead if you're Flower for sure. And this is still not over yet. I mean, Marimoo could easily lose this game, and we could see a couple games shake loose for Flower here as the side light will send Marimoo off stage. We're going to slowly inch their way forward with that side light. Nice nair to catch Marimoo. Marimoo with no answers right now. I will give credit where it's due. Flower's looking so much better in this game. As much as we've talked about Flower not working out, he's playing the game plan to perfection. The recovery will come through for Marimoo now. We go to 2 stocks apiece.
All right, here we go. Marimoo, he has the scythe in hand. Flower, oh no, getting bodied a little bit on the scythe. Cannot get over that weapon drop. He does have the hammer, and Marimoo is in pretty close to knockout range. Stop Sair gets us much closer to that goal. Okay, we see the signature come out. Kind of tries to come back up on stage with the nair. Marimoo backing up. Stomp Sair. Is that going to be enough? It is. Flower has almost a full stock advantage, PJ. He's sat up in his chair.
We're definitely, this is such a big turnaround for Flower, man. I'm incredibly impressed. The mentality coming through, N-Light into the side light, the recovery onto Marimoo, and Marimoo with the downer. Ill-timed GC downlight into the weapon pickup, into the recovery. Marimoo in a bad spot. Sider off the stage. He's still in this game, but that was looking so good for Flower now as the D-light into downer does connect onto Marimoo. The world champion looks nothing like game 1 and game 2. Flower looking in complete control of this game. Forfeits his weapon away, but not without getting some damage for his troubles. The N-Light comes out disarmed and a big 3-piece. Marimoo getting sent off stage. Marimoo This looks basically like a Flower win, and that ground pound will seal the deal. And we go to game 4 in an incredible turnaround from Flower.
I want to know what Flower found. I want to know what he saw.
He swapped skins, man.
No, there's got to be something. And
He feels it, man.
I'm just not good enough at the game to see what it was. But I'm telling you, he found something in that game number 2, made the adjustment going into game number 3, and Marimoo could not keep up with it. We're going to get in here. Game number 4, Flower needs 2 more to reset, and then 3 more in the next set to be able to take this away from Marimoo. Marimoo just needs 1 more.
We go over to Small Worlds, and we left Small Worlds and open versus Marimoo. And although I agree, I mean, hey, you haven't been finding KOs on the bow. Marimoo, Mordex on this stage in Grand Finals of a North American 1v1 tournament. I've seen this before.
For Small Worlds, oh my goodness.
This is incredibly risky. A high risk, high reward option for sure. You won't struggle to find KOs, but Marimoo can do some devious things to you off the side.
All right, so far, Marimoo has the advantage in here just by a couple hit points, though. That's going to rack on a little bit more. Taking Flower out of the recovery.
Goodness.
He's literally just bouncing around. Recovery into Nair. Flower, though, the down air off stage just could be good. Bo can catch you off guard like that. Sayer's going to knock Marimoo back. Flower, the wrong direction with the in-light. Marimoo going to get an in-light of his own. Recovery, I mean, the Nair is going to connect as well. Flower surging, couldn't get the scoop. Marimoo going to push over. The Sayer does find its home. The weapon throw out. Flower has no options, and Marimoo is the first to strike.
The return to form for Marimoo here the last game could have just been a blip in the matrix as Marimoo takes control of the set. Once again, the end light puts Flower up in the air. No big reach from Marimoo so far. Nice D-light into the Cider, not enough to KO. The Cider is very risky. We go off stage versus Marimoo. It's not a catastrophic blunder like it was in the past, but Marimoo now cycling over to a Gauntlets, and you got to be so careful going off stage versus Marimoo versus these Gauntlets. D-light to pick up the landing, but that downer will KO off the top, and Flower still in this game. It's a little bit of damage. It's almost around 100 damage put on extra credit to Flower, but it's not over yet.
Okay. Marimoo coming in with the side light. Flower shutting it down. Catches the in light in the Nair. Looking very good so far from Flower. He's bringing this back. We're almost completely even on the damage count here, on the hit points. The Dare trying to guard that edge, that corner just a little bit. Marimoo is going to go ahead and punish the in light from Flower. Goes up with another Nair. Nice weapon throw. Gets a recovery on top of it. Marimoo finally going to hit that heavy button and take Flower off the stage. Unarmed recovery is going to bring him back up. Catches him with the gauntlets and finishes the stock with the recovery. Marimoo 1 stock away from being your winner champion.
And he's going to do it on the scythe now as you have so much of an extra credit stock here. End-light into Nair. Does not find the recovery after the fact. Catches the landing with an end-light. Flower dodging and jumping away, trying to stay off the ground versus his Marimoo side. D-light into side-light. Side-light doesn't connect, but that side air will off that D-light. Flower looking to close out this edge guard with the recovery. Marimoo, do you make it back? Yes, he does. The Nair, but that's a wrong chase dodge, and Flower closes that one out with a down air, punishing the incorrect chase dodge from Marimoo. Not sure if the hit was necessary, but you leave nothing to chance versus Marimoo, and we go to last stock now. Marimoo unarmed, gets a big pickup there with the side-light on the weapon pickup into the gauntlets. Flower now whiffing that cider. The end light comes out. D-light, side-light waiting. Flower dodging with side-light into recovery. Marimoo 1 hit away. Flower holding on in any way he can, but it will not be enough as Marimoo returns to his throne. The offseason was not long enough to run away from the king of the world. Marimoo takes Winter Championship in a big, dominating fashion.
That was exciting. I mean, it was quick. It was quick and easy, but man, that was a fun grand finals. Flower, I really thought he was going to push it. At least he got 1 game on the scoreboard, was able to push it to a 3-1 finish. But man, what we saw from game number 3, I really thought Flower was going to start getting something going here and bring this into more momentum. But Marimoo coming right back in, shutting it down, and like PJ so gracefully said, he is your winner champion.
He just looks so good, man. I mean, you just have to watch Marimoo play and win and be like, this is what Brawlhalla at the top should look like. This is what our best player in the world should look like. It's not slow. It doesn't happen in any cheesy or gimmicky way or however people want to talk about it. It's just Marimoo being good at the game and better playing everybody.
Absolutely.
Flower tried it all. Flower tried going off stage and trying to make something happen. He tried controlling the neutral with signatures, and Marimoo saw through all of that. All of those tools that beat some of his demons in the past, beating Guichabou, beating Balloon Boy, just was not enough versus Marimoo.
Man, what a weekend, PJ. What a weekend. I cannot think of being done with an esports weekend and being so happy with every bracket, every block that I did, every every match that I watched was absolute cinema. Was so good. We had a bunch of upsets. We had people that have never even placed a top 8 before, making breakout performances. And don't you worry, because if you guys missed anything, PJ and I will be here tomorrow to catch you guys up on everything that happened this weekend.
To give a short little recap, I think, Acno winning EU there, putting an end to a potential big win for Shira. But in South America, the former back-to-back champion wins on an Ember pick. Ember pick. And then on the other side of it, North America, Marimoo wins on a Mordex pick. So we're seeing two of the best in their game, best in their region, surge again, saying we're back and we're ready to do it. Yu's not getting the result he wanted at BCX. I'm sure trying to go back-to-back-to-back, could not do so. Marimoo rising once again, saying, Balloon Boy, you've been improving. All of these players have been improving in North America, but it's not enough. This could be a very interesting storyline to see as we get more officials and we lead into the 2 lands of the year.
Absolutely. And then we still have 2s next weekend too.
Yeah.
So what teams are we going to have? Who's going to be pairing up this year? Who's going to pair up, win Winter Championship, and then break up and find new teams when it comes to Spring Championship? You really don't know what is going to happen, but it was such an amazing weekend. And I'll be honest with you guys, chat, we're kind of stalling a little bit. We're trying to get Marimoo on the phone, trying to get him in here so you guys can we can ask him a couple questions and see how he feels about the day. So you guys hang out while we try and get that done.
Yeah, absolutely. And just once again, big congratulations to Marimoo getting another first place under his belt. But a big shout out to Flower getting their first ever second place silver trophy there, as well as Balloon Boy bowing out at third place. We see Marimoo now, free agent, by the way.
Yeah.
524 damage Delta taken in that last game. But that does not tell the story of how dominating that game 1 and game 2 were. I mean, those just looked incredible. And everyone was like, okay, Scythe is unpickable, right? We're like, Scythe, it's just not good. It got nerfed too much. Like, what are they cooking? Then in EU, we get a Scythe in top 3, and then in North America, we win on the Mordex. Obviously, Marimoo is very, very good, and so is Borgir. But Scythe, you cannot count out, man. These Scythe legends, no matter what happens to the weapon itself, they're just on such good legends. Mordex is a great legend. Fate is on a great legend, so it's just so crazy to see that through it all. I mean, Scythe took the biggest hit it ever has. Sandstorm retired, you know what I mean? Like, that's the biggest hit that Scythe could really hit. And then the Scythe players come and say, it's my turn now. And Marimoo has been saying that for the last 3 years on the Mordex. But, man, what an exciting tournament. All 3 regions really showed up and put some great matches on this weekend.
Yeah, I was totally impressed. Totally impressed. Winter Championship is always its own special event, at least in my heart, because you never know what's going to happen. So much happens during the off season. Not just the players taking time off and there's no events, but there's patches. There's things that happen with the game and change things up, and we really don't ever have a good grasp of what that means until we get these players in a bracket, we get them on the monitors in front of us, and we can see how they are playing.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I just keep thinking back to this set, especially between Marimoo and Flower, that game 2 where Flower just kept going off stage and Marimoo kept getting those reversals, man. I cannot wait to go on X and find all those wonderful clips. I mean, those were crazy for sure. I definitely lost my voice a little bit at the end of those for sure. Marimoo, once again, your North American champion. Acno, the EU champion, beating Shira. This is such a crazy weekend for a lot of players that kind of beat a lot of their demons, made it as far as they ever have. And if you didn't catch it all and you're like, man, I want to catch up on what happened, or maybe hey, what happened in SEA and Middle East as well, or maybe you need a little bit more time for your Twitch drops to get that awesome Chell skin, you can watch tomorrow here at 1 p.m. Eastern time for the post show, which will be happening, as well as watching some of your favorite partnered creators as well. I'm sure that Sora is going to be dropping the list in the chat. Make sure to give some love to the fellow content creators of Brawlhalla that'll get those drops given out to them as well, as we get into Winter's next week as well. So if you haven't already, you still have time to sign up if I'm not mistaken.
Up, guys.
Yeah, go sign up, get a 2s team going, and who knows, you could be the next one up. I mean, it's the beauty of Brawlhalla. Everybody can play, 1 in 100 million or whatever we're at now. 150, 1 in 150 million now. So, shout outs. Be the one, man. You and your teammate could do it here for sure. You still have time to get onto the biggest of stages here at Winter Championship 2s next weekend.
Yes, absolutely. Man, as we continue to wind down here, we're trying to get Marimoo on the line for you guys. I know you guys want to hear from the winner himself. You guys want to hear from the world champion, and I'm sure everybody looking for these drops doesn't mind us rambling on a little bit here at the end of broadcast.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I love hearing myself talk too.
Me too.
So, I'm okay with this too. What were some of the other highlights this week? I mean, the runs from in EU with Shira and Borgir.
Yeah.
I mean, making crazy runs on 2 Orb Legends. I mean, that was like the Orb region this weekend for sure. I believe Shira beat Godly, and then Borgir beat Moonir and someone else to Skeldra. Beat Moonir and Skeldra to make it into winners finals. Akno made it through the loser side, and Shira was up 2-0 in grand finals, just could not close out. Akno locked in Diana and then won the tournament.
Yeah, I kind of think Akno was playing a little silly at the beginning of grand finals and decided to go ahead and not, when it got a little scary, decided to go and sit up in his chair and show Shira what was really going to happen. But we have stalled enough. That means we have the world champion, the 2026 winter champion on the call. How are we doing, Marimoo?
I'm good. Thank you for having me here.
So another win to start off 2026. How you feeling?
Honestly, it feels great. Like, I honestly wasn't expecting to win this tournament because coming into it in the NSIG tournament, I ended up placing 7th. And so, like, that kind of, like, demotivated me a little bit. But this tournament just kind of brought back up my motivation. And so I feel, like, really great after winning.
So everybody keeps talking about the changes to Scythe and how it's not viable anymore. It's not playable anymore in competition. What do you got to say to those people right now?
I do think it's playable. It just is definitely a lot harder because it was nerfed. But, like, honestly, like, I feel like a lot of people overthink the changes because most of the time it's just, like, a few dodge frames. So, like, I really don't feel like it's a reason to not play the weapon. Like, you know, Scythe is still Scythe at the end of the day. So I feel like I can still make it work if I just kind of work through those little issues.
Yeah, for sure. And I wanted to ask you, I mean, you played a lot of great players here. I think Flower took you to the closest you lost, or closest to losing this weekend in the winner side set. Looking at your fellow competitors in North America, are you at risk right now? Do you feel like, man, these players are so close? Who are you looking at in terms of the competition pool, and who is the closest to you right now, in your opinion?
There's like a lot of people. Like right now, I'm looking at Fussy since he took me out last NSIG tournament. Balloon Boy, obviously, because he's always just been up there.
Yep.
Flower, because he almost took me out. You know, like there's like a lot of people, and also just Brawlhalla and all the top pros. Like I always have to like fear like every single one of them, you know, because there's always a chance I could get taken out. You never know what can happen.
Yeah, and selfishly, I want to ask, do you think North America is the best region in Brawlhalla right now? Do you think North America has surpassed South America, especially with the all North America top 3 we saw at BCX?
I feel like all regions are good, you know. I don't want to say that. Like, I think they're all good. Like, I don't know. It's hard to say, you know, because like every region has their year. Like, I feel like it's hard to say.
Yeah, for sure. One more question, or I have one more question for sure.
Right ahead,
so we had Akno win EU, we had Use win South America. If we put you 3 into like a round robin right now, who do you think would win out of the top 3? Who of the best of their regions looks the best leaving Winters?
I would have to say Use.
Ooh, okay.
The reason why I say that is because he won pretty decisively in his grand final set against Kaina.
Yeah.
But when Akno was fighting Shira, I believe, in Europe, it was like a lot closer in the beginning. Until Akno, I think, started like figuring it out. But Use just won very decisively, and my set against Flower is very close. So I just feel like Use would be like the one that would win that round robin. Sorry.
Oh, awesome. I hope you get some rest this week. How are you feeling for Winter Championship 2v2s next week?
I'm feeling a little bit better. Like I've been doing better in 2s recently because I won a 2v2 tournament like 2 weeks ago. So like that definitely brought up my motivation a little bit. I want to, you know, do as best as I can in 2s because I've never really been a 2s player, but I do want to get into the game mode. So I'm just going to be trying my best to see what happens.
For sure, for sure.
I want to ask you, Marimoo, before we let you go here, sell yourself a little bit to the people that watch you at home, maybe to any potential sponsors that are watching. Where can they find you, Marimoo? What are you about, man?
Well, I have a Discord server, you know, discord.gg/Marimoo. My Twitter is MariMooBH. I also have a YouTube channel. And those are pretty much my main socials. I also have a TikTok.
You love that, a businessman ready to put himself out there. And congratulations to you once again, Marimoo, for being our Winter North America champion. Anything you want to say to your fans before you sign off, man?
Thank you guys, you know, for the support. Like, I really appreciate I could have done it without you guys. And that's pretty much it.
Well, thank you so much, Marimoo. And once again, congratulations to all the winners, but specifically to Marimoo for taking North America once again. Slow motion, what a long weekend of great action here in Brawlhalla, but it is the end. But it's not the end for Winters. We have Winter Championship doubles next week, and all of your favorite players you saw in both brackets will be participating with one of their best friends, Marimoo and Future Bubble. I'm looking out for them. Marimoo looks pretty good. They just won a 2s tournament together as well. So, yeah, you're definitely going to want to tune in for that, as well as the post show that'll be happening tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. You'll get about an hour of Brawlhalla talks for me in slow motion about the 1v1 space for all regions in Brawlhalla, Southeast Asia, Middle East, EU, South America, and North America.
For sure. But I think that is going to do it for us for the weekend. We have made our way through all of the regions of 4 Winter Championship 1v1. We have crowned all of our winners. And now I think we need some rest until next week. We will see you guys next weekend for Winter Championship 2v2s. And thank you guys so much.
Weapons as much as possible. Side leg into wait the downer. The nair comes out into the downer. Side air sends Marky off stage. That's a big weapon toss. The double weapon toss. And Bunny finishes it off with a ground. The world champion outside of top 8. Marky will rebuttal there with an end light. Unarmed. The weapon toss into the axe. GC ends the other way. The side axe. GC ends the other way. The side air. And Bunny takes game.
And he gets to the wall. And he just does it again. It's not enough to knock out, though. The weapon throw to force out the dodge. Mark can go for the edge guard. Instead, he doesn't choose to do it. Instead, gonna wait on stage and bides his time. The weapon throw for good measure. Flower can't get back.
Fear too, man. You already established that your offense is on point. Bro's about to get 2 stocks before we even get one. My God. We are looking for Rise. Trying to get back into it. Wait, ground pound.
Oh, what a wake up.
Draggy just starting to find more momentum. Rutsme pushing it a little bit. Oh! Draggy just hits that into a neutral air. And like you said, just
So smart from Marimoo there, getting the nair, but not going for an immediate option like he's done the whole time. The ground pound comes out. Balloon Boy, no punish. The ground pound decider. Marimoo takes the game off of it. Balloon. The ground pound decider. Marimoo takes the game off of it. Balloon with a side light, but it's not enough yet. D-light into recovery. Flower without a weapon. Guichabou now chasing Flower off stage. Charge, slide charge, N-stick, and Flower gets mind gimped by it. He eats something out of nothing. That recovery comes out and punishes the ground pound. The cider does not hit, and Marimoo puts an end to the dreams. And Marimoo puts an end to the dreams. He is your nightmare. He is your ultimate demon. Those out this game here in a dominant fashion. Flower will not make it so easy though, as an end light will send off stage. Stop going off stage. It's not worth it, man. Stop going off stage. It's not worth it, man. That's all 3 of your stocks. It's just not worth it. Wicking that cider. The end light comes out. D-light, side light, waiting. Flower dodging. Side light into recovery. Marimoo 1 hit away. Flower holding on in any way he can, but it will not be enough as Marimoo returns to his throne. The offseason was not long enough to run away from the king of the world. Marimoo takes Winter Championship in a big dominating fashion.
That was exciting.